What's up everyone? Welcome back to Cinema Essentials. The series we're presenting today is the famous and beloved Prison Break series that has been popular among movie audiences since around 2009 and continues to this day. Currently, it has been broadcast up to Season 5 with a total of 90 episodes. The episode is titled Pilot and originally aired on Fox Network on August 29, 2005. If you're ready, let's begin Season 1, Episode 1. I am your host Theo, presenting this program. A well-dressed Scofield enters a bank and fires his gun 3 times, demanding they open the safe. The clerk says she can't open it because the bank manager isn't there. Scofield fires 2 more shots, saying he's not playing around. At this moment, police arrive with helicopters and surround him, telling him to drop his weapon. Scofield also pulls out an extra gun from his waist, throws it on the floor, and surrenders his weapons. With the police's swift action, Scofield ends up in court. The judge asks Scofield if he admits to armed robbery without objection. Veronica tells the judge that Scofield was mentally disturbed when he said those things. Scofield tells the judge that he was prepared for the day he would die. Scofield tells his nephew L.J. Burrows, who calls out to him, to go home and study. Veronica looks at Scofield in the defendant's box with sympathetic eyes, feeling sorry for him. Soon after the trial resumes, the judge finds him guilty and sentences him to 5 years in Fox River State Penitentiary. We see Fox River State Penitentiary, America's Level 1 maximum security prison with extremely tight security. The guards line up the inmates and tell them to enter in order. At this moment, Scofield first meets Brad Bellick. Brad Bellick asks if he has the 9 commandments. Scofield says he's not interested in religion. Brad Bellick doesn't like how Scofield talks, so he gets in his face and asks if he's a punk or gay. Scofield says no, and that he'll keep quiet and get out peacefully once he serves his sentence. While Scofield is assessing the prison situation, his cellmate Sucre, who was already in the cell, acts like a mentor, telling him that staying calm is best. At this moment, they witness another inmate walking by getting beaten up. Veronica tells her boyfriend someone Scofield seems to be deliberately trying to get imprisoned, as if something is wrong. While walking, Sucre explains to Scofield about life inside Fox River Prison. When Scofield asks who's holding the cat, Sucre explains that it's D.B. Cooper, who's in prison for hijacking. Scofield says he's looking for someone named Lincoln Burrows. At this moment, Sucre's friend tells him that Lincoln Burrows is a very dangerous person. He also mentions that Lincoln killed the Vice President Caroline Reynolds' brother and will soon face the death penalty. Scofield asks if there's a way to meet Lincoln Burrows. Sucre says they might meet in the chapel or the work area. Sucre tells Scofield that with his appearance, it's impossible to get work in the workshop. When Scofield asks why, he says it's because John Abruzzi controls it. Out of nowhere, Sucre asks why Scofield wants to meet Lincoln Burrows, and Scofield replies that he's his brother. Scofield remembers when he first visited Lincoln in prison. Lincoln told him he was framed and set up. At this time, Sucre is writing a letter asking his girlfriend to marry him and asks Scofield how to write it beautifully. Scofield suggests he should start with "My beloved darling," with his father in prison and his mother with a new family. L.J. Burrows is also troubled and hangs out with street friends, dealing drugs to make money. Unfortunately, an informant spots him and calls the police, so L.J. Burrows and his friend get arrested. Scofield tells John Abruzzi while they're playing cards that he wants Abruzzi to get him work in the workshop. John Abruzzi says he doesn't need anything from a guy like him and dismisses him. But Scofield places an origami crane on the table and tells him to come talk to him if he's interested. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an envelope and a photograph arrive at the slaughterhouse where John Abruzzi's associates work. Scofield goes to the prison infirmary to get his diabetes medication and begins to get acquainted with S4ra T4ncredi. At the Secret Service headquarters in Washington, D.C., Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman and his subordinates discuss continuing work related to Lincoln Burrows' case. Veronica and her boyfriend are discussing their upcoming wedding plans while being intimate. Sucre is complaining in prison because he followed Scofield's advice and wrote, "My beloved darling," but hasn't received a reply. Actually, today his girlfriend was supposed to visit him in the conjugal visit room for intimacy. At this moment, a guard arrives and says Warden Henry Pope wants to speak with him. Sucre warns Scofield that being called by the warden is not a good thing. Warden Henry Pope asks what an educated engineer like him is doing in Fox River, and Scofield replies that everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Warden Henry Pope wants Scofield to help him build a replica of the Taj Mahal as a gift for his wife on their 40th wedding anniversary. When Scofield refuses, the warden gets angry and orders him back to his cell. L.J. Burrows' mother slaps him as soon as he gets home because she had to bail him out of the police station. Veronica visits Scofield in prison and tells him she still loves Lincoln Burrows and that Lincoln abandoned her, getting emotional. Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman and his team visit Father Peter, an influential figure in Washington, D.C., threatening him to stay out of Lincoln Burrows' case and remain quietly on the sidelines. When Father Peter asks why they're threatening him over Lincoln Burrows' case, Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman explains that Lincoln killed Vice President Caroline Reynolds' brother. John Abruzzi's associate calls him, saying they have recent photos of Fibonacci, who set up John Abruzzi to go to prison, and that he's under police protection. When John Abruzzi asks who sent it, his associate says there's no name on the sender, but there was an origami crane in the envelope. Scofield walks up to D.B. Cooper and strikes up a conversation, mentioning he knows his wife and testing whether D.B. Cooper is really the hijacker. At this moment, John Abruzzi and his gang arrive, so D.B. Cooper quietly slips away with his cat. Scofield asks John Abruzzi if he can really get someone outside the fence, or if there's someone outside who can make him disappear forever, laying out his strategy. John Abruzzi gets tense and signals his men, who surround Scofield and beat him up. Scofield, who ends up in the warden's office, listens to the warden scolding and threatening him with 3 months in solitary confinement. He tells the warden that if he's put in solitary, he'll be worthless there, and agrees to help build the Taj Mahal replica, which the warden accepts. Father Peter doesn't listen to Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman's words and gets assassinated. This news immediately reaches Veronica, who instantly realizes that what Scofield told her is becoming true. L.J. Burrows and his mother visit Lincoln Burrows in prison. Lincoln also advises L.J. Burrows not to be bad like him. The 16 by 17-year-old L.J. Burrows argues back with his father defiantly and leaves. Sucre's girlfriend visits him in the conjugal visit room wearing a pink dress. She accepts his marriage proposal, but says they should get married in church only after he gets out of prison, and they embrace. S4ra T4ncredi asks Scofield, while reading his medical report, if he's sure he has diabetes. Scofield confirms he's had it since childhood, then gets up from the bed during the doctor's absence and secretly observes the distance between the window and the prison wall. In prison, while selling various drugs in the shadows for a $100 service fee, Scofield meets the guy the inmates call C-Note and asks if he has pugnic medicine. When told it costs $100, Scofield gives C-Note a $100 bill. A guard gives Scofield the workshop worker card that John Abruzzi had arranged. This way, Scofield gets promoted from inmate status to worker status. Working together in the workshop, Scofield and Lincoln Burrows start talking. When John Abruzzi's subordinate asks why he hired Scofield, John Abruzzi replies that you should keep your enemies closest. When Lincoln Burrows asks if the prison break plan Scofield mentioned during the prison visit is real, Scofield confirms it and says everything is already planned, not to worry. Then he shows the complete Fox River prison blueprint tattooed all over his body. Lincoln Burrows' eyes widen in amazement, and he looks closely at the tattoo, asking, "Are you kidding me?" Scofield and D.B. Cooper are talking while playing cards. During their conversation about money matters, D.B. Cooper says, "I'm already 60 years old. I'll probably spend another 60 years in this prison. What are you thinking?" Scofield replies that he's thinking the same thing as D.B. Cooper. D.B. Cooper looks at the inmates in the yard and says, "You feel it? Like the calm before the storm. Pretty soon, the white boys and the black boys are going to clash." Meanwhile, Sucre is humming a song in his cell while Scofield examines some tattoos on his arm through a mirror, writing something on paper with a pencil. After using the toilet, Sucre tries to flush but the water doesn't go down. Knowing that guards will search the cell when the toilet doesn't flush, Sucre panics and tells Scofield to get rid of any contraband, including a knife hidden in their cell. He starts searching too. Unfortunately, just as Scofield is about to throw the knife he found under the bed out of the cell, guard Brad Bellick arrives with his team. The warden also arrives and immediately recognizes that the knife belongs to Sucre, who has previous convictions. He orders Sucre to be taken to solitary confinement. He tells guard Brad Bellick to search other cells. When Brad Bellick says he hasn't finished searching this cell yet, the warden insists on searching other cells instead. Brad Bellick thinks Scofield is the warden's favorite and threatens him, saying, "Your daddy owns the day shift, but I own the night. You better watch yourself." In the chapel, the Burroughs brothers pray and discuss their plans. Scofield explains that the infirmary has the least security, and that if he can get there daily, he can arrange everything needed for the prison break. During their conversation, Lincoln Burroughs learns about their connection with C-Note and warns Scofield to stay away from the black inmates. He also tells him not to trust John Abruzzi too much. Scofield walks around the prison yard looking for something among the benches, screws that he had strategically placed when Fox River was being renovated. He sits on a bench and starts unscrewing a screw with a coin. While doing this, another inmate tells him that this is T-Bag's spot. T-Bag, a sexual predator who doesn't discriminate between male and female, approaches Scofield and tells him that with just a small favor, he'll protect him in prison. When Scofield refuses, T-Bag kicks him off his bench. Veronica visits the lawyer who previously handled Lincoln's case and asks about it. The lawyer says there's nothing he can do because the evidence against Lincoln is solid. Lincoln sits in his 10 by 10 cell, remembering his past romantic relationship with Veronica and the intimate moments they shared. Scofield asks C-Note if he got the medicine he ordered. C-Note says he's still working on it, and Scofield urgently says he needs it tonight. When C-Note asks why the medicine is so urgently needed and what's happening in the infirmary, Scofield says he'll explain once he gets the medicine. Back at T-Bag's bench spot, Scofield continues unscrewing the screw he couldn't finish the day before when T-Bag and his gang arrive. T-Bag sees the screw and demands Scofield hand it over. Not wanting trouble, Scofield reluctantly gives it to him. As inmates start gathering tensely, a guard shouts for them to disperse. At this moment, guard Brad Bellick enters Scofield and Sucre's cell with suspicions. He finds pencil markings on paper and uses a pencil to reveal what was written, then takes the paper. Scofield watches John Abruzzi working, hesitating whether to approach him or not. He finally decides and approaches Abruzzi. When Scofield asks what it would take to get the screw back from T-Bag, Abruzzi says he wants Fibonacci in return. When Scofield asks what he'd say if he promised to deliver after getting out of prison, Abruzzi replies, "All I hear in my ear are popping sounds." Abruzzi's old associates visit him and discuss the issue of Fibonacci potentially testifying. They warn that if Fibonacci testifies at next month's congressional hearing, they'll all be finished, and they pressure Abruzzi to do something about it. In solitary confinement, Sucre asks the guard if he can call his girlfriend, but the guard rudely refuses and slams the door shut. Brad Bellick takes the paper from Scofield's cell to the records office and asks if the name Alan Schweitzer appears in any prison entry records. When the clerk asks why, Brad Bellick says it's nothing and leaves. In the prison, white and black inmates are quietly gathering weapons, preparing to clash. During a quiet moment, Scofield enters T-Bag's cell looking for the screw. When T-Bag returns and catches him, Scofield quickly says he wants to join T-Bag's group. C-Note, who's dealing drugs, watches Scofield and T-Bag's conversation from across the building. The lawyer who handled Lincoln's case brings Veronica security camera footage from the parking garage on the night of the incident. It's unclear if this will help their case. Near the fence, Brad Bellick approaches Scofield and asks about his connection to Alan Schweitzer. Scofield claims he's never heard the name. In the shower area, C-Note calls Scofield over and shows him the medicine bottle, then leads him to a private area. Without warning, C-Note's men surround Scofield. C-Note asks, "You think I'm stupid?" and says he knows about Scofield's alliance with the Aryan group. Scofield explains he only wants something from them. C-Note says Scofield chose the wrong side and takes back the medicine. Veronica visits Lincoln in prison. Lincoln says he's very happy to see her face. She tells him she's seen the CCTV footage and asks him to stop whatever he and Scofield are planning. Lincoln explains that the footage is fake and that when he arrived that night with the gun after being drugged, the person in the car was already dead. Veronica doesn't believe Lincoln's story and still thinks he committed murder. She tells him to stop planning anything and leaves. Meanwhile, Sucre is still denied phone privileges despite repeated requests, making him increasingly frustrated. Sucre's girlfriend arrives at a party in her Mercedes and meets Sucre's friend Hector, who invites her to party with them. Secret Service agents Paul Kellerman and others visit Lincoln's former lawyer, questioning why he's copying case files and CCTV footage. They threaten him with arrest if he doesn't cooperate. Veronica tries to find the witness who testified against Lincoln by asking a woman in an apartment building. The woman turns out to be the witness's mother, who says her son can't save anyone's life because he's dead. In prison, guards conduct a morning headcount, ordering inmates to stand outside their cell doors. When one inmate steps 2 steps forward from the line, the guard shouts at him to get back in line. Sensing trouble, the guard immediately calls for backup. Before backup arrives, a fight breaks out between white and black inmates. Teabag's follower tries to stab Scofield with the screw. But when Scofield grabs the screw, a black inmate stabs Teabag's follower in the left chest with a shank and runs away. Teabag is devastated by his follower's death. Guards throw smoke grenades to break up the riot. Teabag thinks Scofield killed his follower and shouts from his cell, "You're dead, Scofield." Scofield is shaken after witnessing someone die right in front of him. After the riot, the warden announces that as punishment, the entire prison will be locked down for exactly 48 hours with no food, water, or visitors. He warns that if this happens again, the lockdown will last a full month. With things somewhat calmed down, Scofield uses the screw to work on the concrete floor. A woman calls Veronica saying she wants to discuss the case and asks to meet at a designated location. Veronica meets with the woman while Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman watches from a distance. Kellerman reports about Veronica to Vice President Caroline Reynolds, who orders him to eliminate anyone interfering with their plans. Teabag continues threatening Scofield from his cell. Having achieved the desired position with the screw, Scofield begins unscrewing bolts from the toilet in his cell. Dr. Sarah asks her assistant who she needs to see in the afternoon. The assistant says she needs to examine Scofield. At this point, C-Note realizes he misjudged Scofield and gives him the insulin he had requested earlier. A guard arrives to escort Scofield to the infirmary. As C-Note leaves, he tells Scofield, "I'm going to find out what you're really doing in that infirmary." In the prison infirmary, Scofield undergoes a diabetes test. Before getting the results, he sweats nervously and appears anxious. Dr. Sarah shows him the blood test equipment and says, "I'm sorry, but you have diabetes." Only then does Scofield smile like someone who just passed an exam, clearly pleased with the news. Sarah tells her assistant that she found Scofield's reaction unusual, that he seemed relieved rather than worried when told he had diabetes. When Scofield returns from the infirmary, Brad Bellick intercepts him and takes him somewhere. Immediately, Abruzzi's men appear and forcibly bring Scofield to Abruzzi. Abruzzi demands to know whether Scofield will give him Fibonacci or not. Scofield gets his toe cut off for not answering Abruzzi's question. When the guards arrive after hearing screams, they find Scofield with his toe severed. The guards immediately take Scofield to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Sarah also tells the guards she'll take responsibility and dismisses them. When Sarah sees the severed toe and asks Scofield what happened, he doesn't tell her the truth. Sarah gives the medical records to Bellick and says they need to investigate. But Bellick says they already know what happened, no investigation needed. Bellick lies to Sarah, telling her that Scofield's toe was cut when he stepped on a large saw blade used for cutting trees. When Lincoln Burrows finds out that Abruzzi cut his brother's toe, he explodes with rage. He's furious enough to kill, but Scofield tells him to stay calm and explains that if they kill Abruzzi, they'll lose a crucial piece for escaping prison. Scofield explains that there's a small airfield about 10 miles from the prison where small aircraft land and take off, and it's managed by one of Abruzzi's front companies. Therefore, they need Abruzzi in their escape plan to get out by plane. Most importantly, they need to win over Sucre, the cellmate, to their side. Lincoln says Sucre is a thief and a two-faced bastard who can't be trusted. Scofield argues that since Sucre is his cellmate, they have to trust him, and they can only dig in their cell if Sucre is on board. If they can't dig, there's no prison break. Sucre, just released from segregation, immediately calls his girlfriend Marie-Cruz, but her aunt answers the phone. The aunt tells him that Marie-Cruz is currently shopping at the mall with Hector. When Sucre says how much he loves Marie-Cruz, the aunt tells him that if he really loves her niece, he should let her live her own life. Sucre is heartbroken and sits in his cell looking at her photo. While Sucre is heartbroken, Scofield is thinking about testing his plan called Cell Test. Teabag casually goes to the prison workshop and looks for a weapon from a workshop supervisor he knows. After getting the weapon he wants, Teabag gently slips it between the pages of a book and takes it away. When Veronica visits Scofield in prison and asks about his injury, Scofield asks who the woman was that Veronica met. When she says Letitia Barris, Scofield says he knows her and that Veronica is investigating now just like he investigated for the truth a year ago. He tells her it's like an unsolvable abyss. When she knows the truth, Lincoln will probably be dead. Calculating from the final appeal date, Lincoln has only 60 days left to live. So Scofield has decided whether to just sit and watch his brother die or get in there and do what he can. L.J. Burroughs is released on probation and must follow the youth rehabilitation program's arrangements and participate in programs at Fox River. Lincoln Burroughs is chosen as his counselor. While working with Sucre, Scofield deliberately shows him a cell phone from his pocket, wraps it in a cloth, and stuffs it into a box in the wall where Sucre can see. When Sucre asks excitedly if he can call any time, Scofield says coldly that he doesn't like Sucre's look and words, and tells him to forget he ever saw what's in that box. The warden visits Lincoln and asks why he didn't write anyone's name on his final visitor list. Lincoln asks back why he should let anyone watch him die. The warden says he's seen many cases like this in his life, and most people want family members there. Lincoln stubbornly says he wants to be alone, but the understanding warden leaves the paper for him to fill out when he changes his mind. Veronica visits Letitia Barris again. When she asks a little girl on the stairs which room Letitia lives in, the girl answers room 5. Veronica tells Letitia not to be afraid and that there's no need to run away. She can come to her office and tell everything she knows about Lincoln's case. During yard time, Lincoln sees Sucre bragging to his friends that he has a cell phone and can call anytime. When Lincoln returns to his cell, he asks Bellick for extra time outside for the next 2 weeks. Bellick asks if he's going crazy from the fumes in the workshop. Lincoln counters by asking if cell phones are allowed in prison. When Bellick asks who has one, offering a week and a half of extra time plus a pack of cigarettes, Lincoln asks for the name. Abruzzi's partner Philly arrives and asks if the Fibonacci search is unusual. He says if Fibonacci testifies, he and Abruzzi will be in adjacent cells. Abruzzi throws a tissue box to Philly and tells him about Scofield's toe injury and that Scofield won't talk. Suddenly, Philly brings up Abruzzi's 2 children, making Abruzzi's face change. Philly shows the kids and threatens Abruzzi. Bellick calls Sucre and starts talking about massage parlors, then tells him to hand over the hidden cell phone if he wants to continue conjugal visits. With no choice, Sucre decides to show Bellick where Scofield hid the phone. When Sucre approaches Scofield and Lincoln while they're working, followed by Bellick, surprisingly, Sucre doesn't reveal the location. Instead, Sucre asks Scofield to let him use the phone whenever he wants to call, but Scofield calmly gives him the phone saying there will be difficulties. What? Is it made of soap? I traded my conjugal visits for soap. Sucre explodes. Scofield tells him he lost conjugal visits, but he'll take him to see Marie-Cruz, then tells Sucre about the prison break plan. When Sucre asks how they'll break out, Scofield explains they'll start digging from their cell. While Sucre and Scofield are talking, Lincoln quietly picks up pieces of the soap cell phone and pockets them. Sucre gets tense and says, "Do you think I'm crazy? In 16 months, I'll be free from here, legally and peacefully. Then I'll marry my girl Marie-Cruz. I won't need a do not catch sign on my ass. Now because of your crazy plan, I've lost my conjugal visit privileges. I need to know how reliable you are, Scofield says. All right, I've told you while I'm here, if you dare to dig in the cell, go ahead and dig. I'll crack your head open, Sucre angrily tells Scofield. Letitia Barris comes to Veronica's office to share what she knows. Lincoln owes Crab $90,000, and they gave this money to Crab. When Crab got the money, he came smiling. From the moment those people arrived, it wasn't quite right. They were different government types, acting like they owned the place. Letitia tells Veronica. While Veronica is typing and saving this information, Letitia says she's going out to smoke and leaves the room. When Scofield returns to the infirmary for medication, Sarah tells him that if prisoners are abusing each other, he should tell her and she'll report it upstairs. She also says his current injury couldn't have been caused by stepping on a saw blade. Scofield tells her there's no need to write a report and that doing so would only make things worse. Veronica asks if it's okay for Letitia to smoke, then is shocked to discover that the person she thought was Letitia is actually Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman. Kellerman says if the silent records can prove Lincoln's innocence, he wants to help. Veronica thanks him for coming forward and asks for his business card. When Veronica notices that Letitia hasn't returned from smoking, she goes to check the smoking area, but Letitia is gone. She runs outside looking, but doesn't find Letitia. She only sees Kellerman getting into a black car and driving away. Abruzzi and his cellmate look toward Scofield's cell and talk about cutting both legs. But Abruzzi says cutting legs won't work. When Scofield returns to his cell, Sucre is packing all his belongings. Scofield asks what he's doing. Sucre says he won't be part of Scofield's mess anymore, and that if the guards find the hole they've been digging, he won't see his girlfriend for another 5 years. Despite Scofield's pleas not to leave, Sucre finishes packing and leaves to change cells. In the dining hall, Teabag is holding a knife to Scofield's neck. Just as Scofield is about to get up, Abruzzi arrives and stops Teabag, arranging to talk at the dining hall exit. Teabag says he can get revenge with Abruzzi's help and approaches Scofield, saying, "You look scared," but Abruzzi silently elbows Teabag and beats him up with his followers. Then Abruzzi apologizes to Scofield for treating him roughly, but Scofield says, "You're quite the quick change artist." Walking in the prison yard, Abruzzi asks Scofield what he wants from him. Scofield says he needs the plane, and in exchange, he'll give him Fibonacci. "You know that helping you means I'm also part of the prison break, right?" Abruzzi says. When Abruzzi asks for the date and time to arrange the plane, Scofield says he'll wait and see if Abruzzi can be trusted. Lincoln's son visits him in prison. Lincoln asks the guard to remove all the shackles since he's meeting his son, and it's only for 10 minutes in the visiting room. The guard removes them since it's just 10 minutes. Lincoln tells his son that family is the most important thing in life, especially blood relatives, particularly for someone like him who's near death. His son and brother are the most important. Through the wire mesh, touching hands, he tells his son he wants him to be there on the day he dies. Veronica, overwhelmed with casework, meets her boyfriend at a restaurant and tells him she wants to postpone their wedding, but he says it's best to break up completely, and they separate right then and there. When the area is clear, Scofield takes out a small Allen wrench hidden between book pages to open the toilet. Before he can finish unscrewing, his cell door opens and Bellick appears. Bellick tells Scofield he has a new cellmate, a volunteer from the psychiatric ward. Bellick warns Scofield never to make eye contact with his new cellmate, Haywire. This is where Scofield, who wants to break out of prison, meets the crazy Haywire. The next day, Scofield talks to his brother and says the new cellmate is problematic. While they're talking, a guard tells the two brothers to separate by 10 feet since they're too close to the fence. Kellerman and his two agents bring Letitia to a car trunk, take her to the woods, and Kellerman orders his agent to dispose of her. While his agent hesitates, Letitia tries to escape, but Kellerman follows and shoots her in the head himself. Letitia Barris dies in her attempt to reveal the truth. Thinking Haywire is asleep, Scofield tries to open the toilet, but hears a sound. When he turns around, he sees Haywire staring at him with wide eyes. When Scofield asks what's wrong with him, Haywire says he has neurological dysfunction due to brain injury. When asked what that means, he answers that because of this condition, he never sleeps. Scofield is left speechless and troubled. Lincoln Burrows is sleeping in his cell when he's startled awake by the sound of warning sirens and flashing lights. "Let's go," says Bellick as guards forcibly drag him out of his cell. Lincoln realizes they're taking him to the execution chamber and pleads, "It's not time yet, I still have time left," as he struggles in fear. Despite Lincoln's protests, the guards restrain him and drag him to the electric chair, strapping him down. Bellick leans close to Lincoln's ear and says, "Just relax," then gives the order to pull the switch. Just as the switch is pulled, Lincoln jolts awake from his nightmare. While Haywire is out of the cell, Scofield removes the toilet and starts scraping out lime powder from between the bricks behind it. As Scofield is scraping out the lime powder, he hears "Open Cell 40" and sees Haywire returning to the cell. He quickly puts the toilet back in place and pretends to wash his face. While wiping his face, Scofield asks Haywire, "Have you ever thought about breaking out of here?" "What would I do out there? This place has become like home. There's a doctor, there are prison staff," Haywire replies. When Haywire asks why he's asking, Scofield says it's because he heard other inmates talking about it in the yard. During their conversation, Haywire notices Scofield's tattoos and says, "What are those pictures?" "Let me see," Scofield replies. "They're not pictures, just tattoos." At that moment, doctors arrive to give Haywire his medication. The doctors make sure Haywire actually takes his pills by shining a flashlight in his mouth to check, only leaving after they're certain he's swallowed them. After the doctors leave, Haywire goes to the sink, sticks his finger down his throat, and throws up the medication. When Scofield asks why he threw them up, Haywire explains, "The doctors are trying to sedate me, so I throw them back up." In the yard, Scofield calls out to Sucre, but Sucre says, "I don't want to talk to you," and walks away. Abruzzi approaches and asks what's wrong. Scofield says there's no problem, but Abruzzi replies, "I could see from across the yard that something's bothering you. See that guy standing behind you? That's Haywire, my new cellmate. The problem is he doesn't sleep. If he doesn't sleep, I can't dig." Abruzzi says, "Him not sleeping isn't my problem. You not digging is the problem. So figure out a way to make him sleep. If you don't, I'll handle you permanently." In the warden's office, the warden and Scofield continue working on their Taj Mahal model. The warden thanks him for helping and says he'd like to return the favor somehow. Scofield says, "If you want to help, there is one thing, it's about my cellmate." "Oh, you mean that unstable Charles Potoshik, Haywire?" the warden asks. He then suggests talking to Officer Bellick, who handles prisoner transfers. Scofield explains he already tried, but Bellick sees them as a compatible pair and won't do anything. The warden then gives him some indirect advice about how he might help within the bounds of what's possible. With solid evidence of violence or sexual misconduct between cellmates, you could request a cellmate transfer, the warden advises. Without warning, the warden's wife arrives early for their 4 o'clock appointment. As the warden comes out of the room, his wife questions what he was doing inside. Scofield emerges from the room and saves the situation by saying, "He can't continue, Johnson is thinking inside the room." While talking about poker, the warden breathes a sigh of relief and takes his wife out for dinner. Veronica arrives to meet Lincoln for a prison visit, introducing herself as his lawyer. Lincoln says, "You called me a liar before," and Veronica replies, "That was before, things have changed now." They discuss Letitia Barris going missing and the assumption that the company took her. Lincoln mentions there's a Project Justice group that handles death penalty cases. He tells Veronica he sent all case files to Ben Forsick from that group, and they might be able to help with their current situation. Sucre calls Maricruz, leaving a voice message telling her how much he loves her and asking her to call back and visit him. As Scofield emerges from the shower shirtless, Haywire comments that his tattoos look like patterns. Scofield dismisses this, saying, "You're just seeing what you want to see," and walks away. Regarding the Haywire situation, the warden calls Bellick to discuss it. Bellick acknowledges that he knows the warden wants to help Scofield, but warns that doing so would compromise his authority. The warden tells Bellick to reconsider, mentioning that while he's given him responsibility for prisoner transfers, he's also endorsed him for the warden position when he retires, and asks him to think again about the Scofield-Haywire situation. Sucre expects his girlfriend Maricruz to visit, but instead, Hector comes to see him. He tells Sucre that Maricruz is now with him and that it's her decision. Since he's not in prison, he can provide something for Maricruz's future. This angers Sucre, who starts cursing Hector in Puerto Rican slang. In the prison infirmary storage room, Scofield pretends to need supplies for work while actually stealing the chemicals needed to make cute poison. Bellic shows up and tells him he's in a restricted area. Scofield explains he works in PI and is getting fertilizer. Bellic inspects the area and then deliberately steps on Scofield's injured foot. As Scofield falls, Bellic warns him never to go over his head to the warden again. Back in their cell, while washing his face, Scofield starts talking to Haywire. While Haywire is talking about himself, Scofield quietly takes Haywire's toothpaste tube, squeezes out all the paste, and hides the empty tube in his pocket. At this moment, Abruzzi and Teabag approach Scofield's cell asking if there's any progress. Scofield says he can't do anything right now, but knows a way to handle it. Worried about his girlfriend, Sucre snatches a phone from someone else and calls Maricruz. He tells her to wait just 16 months for him and warns that Hector is a liar. Maricruz responds that if something goes wrong, and it's not 16 months, but the full 10-year sentence, she won't be able to wait. Veronica talks to Project Justice, but they say they can't help without new evidence. Veronica explains she'll handle the legal aspects, but has no experience with death penalty cases, so she need help or guidance from the sidelines. While Veronica is talking to Project Justice, Paul Kellerman breaks into her house searching through documents. While searching, he finds a photo of Lincoln, Veronica, and Scofield together. That night, while Scofield is sleeping, Haywire quietly lifts Scofield's shirt to look at his tattoos. Scofield wakes up startled and tells him not to come near him. While walking, Scofield asks Abruzzi if he got the chemical bottle he needed. As they're talking, Haywire follows them from behind. As Veronica prepares to drive somewhere, a man approaches her car. It's Nick Savran from Project Justice. He says he's interested in Lincoln's case and will help however he can. Sitting on a bench, Abruzzi gives Scofield the chemical bottle and suggests they could solve the Haywire problem with a knife. But Scofield says violence isn't necessary, they can handle it intellectually. Now that he has both chemicals, he carefully separates them into the empty toothpaste tube. Now he can make the cute poison he wanted. These two chemicals are harmless separately, but when combined, they create an acid that can eat through metal. Veronica and Nick Savran meet again to discuss Lincoln's case in detail. Nick explains that while normal death penalty cases take about 10 years for appeals, Lincoln's case was unusually fast at only 3 years. This suggests government involvement, and that Lincoln was definitely framed. When Veronica asks why he's helping, Nick explains that his father spent about 15 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and government interference made his release even more difficult. Following Scofield around, Haywire sits with a pencil and notebook, drawing. Looking dejected, Sucre walks up to Scofield, saying he wants back in. He'll even dig a tunnel to China if necessary. Scofield explains that right now they can't do anything because artist Haywire is around, but he's working on the arrangements. Sucre gets excited and hugs Scofield, asking how they'll do it. Paul Kellerman calls Vice President Caroline Reynolds about the Scofield situation. Caroline Reynolds orders him to investigate Scofield thoroughly and handle the situation so it doesn't become a problem for them. When Scofield returns from the yard to their cell, he's shocked to find that Haywire has drawn detailed sections of his tattoos on paper. Realizing their blueprints, Haywire grabs Scofield's shirt and asks, "Where are you taking me?" Making a quick decision and following the warden's earlier advice, Scofield hurts himself and calls for the guards. Thinking Haywire is violent, the guards spray pepper spray in Haywire's eyes and drag him out of the cell. While Scofield is reading, he hears the door open and sees Sucre entering with a big smile, carrying his belongings. The two cellmates embrace happily. In the infirmary, Scofield takes advantage of the doctor's absence to squeeze both chemical bottles into the pipe opening under the sink. When Sarah arrives and sees his cut eyebrow, she asks what happened. Scofield explains he got hit in the elbow while playing basketball. Sarah says, "The way you're going, I don't know when you'll get killed." And Scofield replies, "Want to bet? If I don't die and get out of here, I'll buy you dinner." Veronica, Nick Savran, and Lincoln discuss the night of the crime. Lincoln describes being at home, worried, thinking about what to do, and while washing his face, finding blood-stained pants in the bathtub. Shortly after, the police came to arrest him. Nick asks if Lincoln is certain he didn't fire the gun, and Lincoln confirms he absolutely did not. After the prison visit, Nick tells Veronica that if Lincoln is telling the truth, then the CCTV footage is fake, and they need to investigate it thoroughly. In prison, Scofield and Sucre begin working together on the escape. While Scofield removes the toilet, Sucre uses a small mirror to watch for guards. With most of the lime powder scraped out from between the bricks, Scofield asks Sucre to create some noise. Sucre starts singing a Spanish song, causing the inmates to yell for him to stop, creating chaos throughout the prison. During this commotion, Scofield kicks open the brick wall behind the toilet. Officer Bellick shouts for all inmates to stop the noise and threatens to investigate who's making the sound. Just before the shouting stops, Scofield successfully breaks through the brick wall. Paul Kellerman visits his apprentice's house with good news: he's obtained a transfer request for Scofield. Paul Kellerman and his subordinate arrive at the warden's office to discuss transferring Scofield to another prison. The warden questions why the federal government is interfering, since state prisoners are the state's responsibility until their sentences are served. Kellerman hands the warden a case file and threatens to tell the warden's wife about what happened in Toledo in detail. Meanwhile, Scofield and the others are working on PI when they start gathering in a room, using excuses like missing equipment, broken tools, and other damaged items. Once everyone's assembled, Scofield tells them these are the people who will break out of prison together. At that moment, Abruzzi says he won't work with punks like Lincoln Burrows, and asks Scofield what he's supposed to do, while telling him he has his own business to handle. He then asks Lincoln what his role will be. Lincoln responds that if Abruzzi touches his brother again, he'll show him what he's capable of. Scofield intervenes, saying this isn't the time to fight each other, they need to make decisions. He says route selection is his responsibility, but they need to work together on everything else. Sucre says he thinks everything's already been planned. Scofield replies that some things can't be arranged with outside contacts, they have to do it themselves. When Scofield and Sucre return to their cell from the yard, a guard tells Sucre not to enter, someone is waiting to see Scofield inside. The warden, who's already waiting in the cell, asks why he feels like Scofield has more going on than a typical inmate. When he tells Scofield he's being transferred to another prison, Scofield is shocked. He protests that they can't do that, but the warden replies that they can, he's in charge here. Scofield asks them not to move him until Lincoln's execution in 3 weeks. When asked how he's connected to Burrows, Scofield says he's his brother. Despite Scofield's pleas for this one chance, the warden explains it's not his decision. Scofield is dealing with people far above the warden's pay grade. In the chapel, when the two brothers meet, Scofield tells Lincoln they'll go up to the roof tonight to check the situation. Lincoln asks if he's going to tell him about the transfer. Scofield reassures him not to worry, he'll arrange things so the transfer won't happen. Lincoln says he wants to give up, but Scofield tells him not to give up. While talking, Scofield remembers their childhood, telling Lincoln how he used to call for their mother when they were little. Lincoln replies that he knows he can't bring her back, but there are other things he can do. He'll be by Scofield's side for life. He asks Scofield to just have a little faith. This time, Scofield asks Lincoln to have faith in him as he leaves the chapel. Nick, Saverin, and Veronica discuss the CCTV footage. If what Lincoln said is true, then this footage is fake and fabricated. They review the CCTV records again in detail and find more suspicious details. However, Nick says they need an expert to examine this evidence properly. He knows someone skilled in this type of analysis and suggests they take it to him. In the cafeteria, Abruzzi asks Scofield if the transfer rumors are true. Scofield tells him not to believe what he's hearing, he's not going anywhere. He continues, saying that tomorrow at 5 p.m., the warden goes home and asks Abruzzi to get him the key he mentioned by 5:05 p.m. D.B. Cooper sits at their dining table and Scofield asks if there's a way to cancel the transfer order. There are about 50 ways. The easiest and fastest is to file a complaint with Internal Affairs, claiming constitutional rights violations, environmental sensitivity, allergic reactions, something like that. At minimum, There has to be an internal hearing and investigation, which takes about a month. They can't move you until that's resolved, DB Cooper advises. While Sarah and her assistant nurse are walking, the assistant asks if Sarah has heard the news. When Sarah asks what news, the assistant tells her that a prison guard said Lincoln and Scofield are brothers. The assistant adds that it must be really heartbreaking to be so close to your brother, but unable to help him. Bellick enters the warden's office with 2 papers. When the warden asks what they are, Bellick says they're bathroom reading material. When asked if it's the usual DB Cooper stuff, Bellick says it's from Scofield. In the cell, Scofield tells Sucre that rejecting the proposal will take at least a month, so they can calmly continue with their work. While talking, Scofield says he'll go inside while Sucre keeps watch. When Sucre asks how they'll do it in broad daylight, Scofield suggests hanging wet clothes in the cell so they won't be visible. Abruzzi signals his subordinate, who punches a guard and uses soap to make an impression of the key from the guard's belt. The guard in the watchtower fires his gun to disperse the crowd. Abruzzi also carefully picks up the soap impression and keeps it in the pocket. Meanwhile, Scofield exits through the back of the bleachers in broad daylight, walks through the prison corridors, climbs floor by floor, and reaches the roof. At this moment, an old maintenance worker comes out for a cigarette break, so Scofield has to hide. When Scofield returns to his cell, Sucre says this approach won't work. He explains that Puerto Ricans have hereditary high blood pressure. His half-brother died from stress-related complications. With what Scofield is doing now, he might die too. Abruzzi and his cellmate work together to shape the soap into a mold and burn a toothbrush to create a fake key. Nick and Veronica take the CCTV footage to an expert for analysis. While examining it, they notice that the gunshot sound in the recording is flawed. It doesn't match what should happen in reality. A gunshot in a room should have echoing reverberations, but the CCTV footage only has a flat sound without any echo waves. However, to present this evidence in court, they'd need to examine the original footage to determine if it's authentic. While building the Taj Mahal, the warden arrives and praises Scofield's move to block the transfer order. He says that despite being in prison for less than a week, Scofield handles things like a real master. When it's almost 5 p.m. and time to go, Scofield says he can't leave yet. If he lets go now, the glue isn't dry yet, and the entire Taj Mahal will collapse. The warden, noting there are guards outside, tells him to wait calmly until the glue dries before leaving. When the warden gets home, his wife tells him guests have arrived. Going into a private room, he finds Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman and his team. The warden explains that when inmates request hearings, arranging them is standard procedure and can't be cancelled. Kellerman brings up the warden's illegitimate son, who died on the roadside, pressuring the warden with this information. Using the fake key Abruzzi made, Scofield quietly slips through the door and exits with the other inmates in formation. Sarah visits Lincoln's cell for a health check and asks about Scofield. Lincoln tells her that since childhood, after losing both parents, Scofield grew up essentially alone, blamed and rejected by others. When Scofield returns to the cell and the door closes, he tells Sucre they're starting the operation. When Sucre asks what exactly he's doing, Scofield replies that knowing less keeps him safer. He should just trust him. That's the best approach. The warden, feeling troubled, goes to church to confess his sins to the father. The father tells him that some sins weren't committed intentionally, so they're not really sins. He should think positively and continue forward with courage. Veronica and Nick go to the evidence storage office to request the original CCTV footage. But unfortunately, a water pipe burst above the room where case files and records are stored, flooding everything and destroying all the evidence. During count time, Sucre checks his watch as their cell door opens. At this moment, Scofield is climbing up through the prison walls to reach the roof. Just as Scofield reaches the prison roof, Bellick arrives at Scofield's cell for count. When he calls the roll, only Sucre comes out of the cell. Bellick blows his whistle, shouting that a prisoner has escaped. The entire prison lights up with emergency lights and sirens as guards with dogs begin searching. At that moment, a guard in the warden's office tells Bellick that Scofield is in the office, but Bellick orders a double check. When the guard opens the office door and looks inside, not finding Scofield, he reports that the prisoner has escaped. Scofield sits on the roof, watching to see which route the police cars will take. When the warden arrives and opens the office door, Scofield asks from inside as if he doesn't know what's happening. Bellick gets tense and says he could kill him right now. The warden says it doesn't matter since Scofield is being transferred anyway. Veronica and Nick return home while chatting. When they get inside and notice something's wrong, they search the room and discover the CCTV footage is missing. When dinner time arrives and the cell door opens, Bellick tells Scofield that the transfer car has arrived and he should wait in his cell. While Sucre says this isn't how it should happen, Scofield tells him they have to choose the Fitz route. That route stays clear all day long with no police cars. Before he can finish speaking, Bellick returns and takes Sucre away. Scofield leaves a small crane origami and L-shaped screw on Sucre's bed. When they come to take Scofield for transfer, everyone at Sucre, Abruzzi, D.B. Cooper, Lincoln all have speechless expressions on their faces. Near the prison exit, the warden arrives asking why he's being taken. He then orders the guard to take Scofield back to his cell, saying a health-related appeal has been filed to prevent the transfer. Watching this situation are Paul Kellerman and his subordinate. Coming home early, the warden's wife asks if everything went smoothly with the officials. The warden embraces her and says he wants to tell her about someone. When Kellerman calls Caroline about the failed transfer, she orders him to solve the problem immediately. Paul Kellerman and his team approach a former hitman to offer him a job, but the guy refuses, saying he doesn't do that kind of work anymore. As you know, when it comes to threatening and intimidation, no one can match the master Paul Kellerman. So he arranges to contact one of his disciples who's currently in prison to set up Lincoln Burrows' assassination. Assistant Wendy calls Veronica to tell her that Nick Savarin has left about 6 voice messages. Veronica tells Wendy that if he calls again or shows up at the office, to tell him she's not there. Inside his cell, Scofield continues modifying the small bolt as needed. He exits through the hole behind the toilet and walks along the prison corridors, checking the wall where he needs to drill. He also prepares other necessary items using supplies from nearby. While Scofield is walking through the prison corridors, Sucre hears the announcement for evening head count. He gets down from his bunk and stuffs pillows under the blanket on Scofield's bed to make it look like someone is sleeping there. He taps the sink to signal Scofield. Nick Savarin arrives at Veronica's house and asks why she won't answer her phone. Veronica tells him she's grateful for all his help, but doesn't want to be involved anymore, asking him to leave her alone. But he keeps bothering her until she comes out of the house, so she asks her neighbor Cups for help in getting him to go back inside. The guard shines his flashlight and asks to see the person by pulling back the blanket. But Scofield doesn't move at all. The guard is about to unlock the door and enter the cell when Scofield pulls back the blanket himself, telling the guard he couldn't sleep and was just trying to fall asleep. After the guard leaves, Scofield tells Sucre he's having trouble drilling the wall. When Sucre asks what kind of trouble, he explains that the regular head counts don't give him enough time to drill the wall. Sucre says there are 3 unavoidable things in life: paying taxes, dying, and head count. But there is a way to avoid head count, though it's not very good. Scofield says whatever it takes, they have to do it. Sucre suggests, let's go shut down the air conditioning system in cell block A. When the prison gets really hot, the inmates will riot. When there's a riot, they'll call lockdown. During lockdown, no guards will come for head count. Sarah calls out to Scofield as he's walking in the prison yard. She apologizes that her father, the governor, didn't grant Lincoln Burrows clemency. Scofield tells her that children shouldn't be blamed for their parents' actions. Sarah mentions that she has to give Lincoln medical checkups once a week, so if the 2 brothers want to meet peacefully, she could arrange it during his medical appointment time in the infirmary. After talking with Sarah, Scofield goes to see the guy in charge of kitchen duty to pick up the small hand drill he had purchased. Teabag, who was beaten up by Abruzzi and his followers, returns to cell block A after medical treatment. Since there's no hope in the East for someone from the West, Teabag's cellmates have found him a new little girlfriend, a young inmate. When Teabag sees the young guy in his cell, he says, well, just my type. And his cellmates laugh wickedly. Teabag asks the kid if he's scared, tells him to look up, asks his name, and then takes his brand new toy out for a walk. Following Sucre's advice, Scofield sneaks through the prison corridors to where the air conditioning system is located and sabotages it. When Veronica arrives at the prison for visiting hours, the guard at the gate tells her that her partner is already inside. Surprised, Veronica asks who that could be. Looking inside, she sees Lincoln Burrows talking with Nick Savran. Veronica tells Lincoln not to say anything. At that moment, Nick reveals new information. He says they tracked the phone call claiming Lincoln was spotted in a parking garage, and it came from Washington, D.C., not somewhere nearby. Inside the prison, not only the air conditioning, but also the fans break down, temperatures rise, and everyone is sweating profusely. Sucre says, "I only told you to turn off the air conditioning. Why did you turn on the furnace too?" While everyone else is complaining about the heat, T-Bag is comfortable, having his cellmate feed him. T-Bag gets up from his bed and tells guard Gary that it's really hot and they should do something about it. Just then, the horn sounds for lineup, and all the cell doors open. T-Bag steps out of line and asks Gary why they can't move them somewhere cooler, like Africa, while hitting the guard. Gary shouts back that it's not that hot and tells everyone to get in line, but the inmates crowd around and start arguing. One guard reports to Bellick, who responds that if they can't control even this small situation, they won't get paid this month. Dr. Sarah is about to go to the infirmary when they tell her not to go now because the guys from cell block A are causing problems. They ask her to wait until this situation is resolved, but Sarah insists on going to check on an inmate who's suffering from heat exhaustion. T-Bag says, "What do you mean it's not that hot? Look at that guy. When he woke up this morning, his whole body had turned white." T-Bag declares he won't go back to his cell until there's air conditioning. Gary gets tense and announces a lockdown, telling everyone to return to their cells before heading toward the gate. Scofield and Sucre get the situation they wanted. Scofield gives him a thumbs up, saying, "Okay, let's start our business. You come too and keep watch on the cell." When Sucre asks what keeping watch means, whether it's just sitting around, Scofield asks him whether he wants to maintain his dignity or escape from prison. Even though lockdown is called, T-Bag's group stays outside instead of going into their cells. While T-Bag's group surrounds the guards at the gate trying to break it down, Bellick arrives and asks Gary why the inmates haven't returned to their cells yet despite the lockdown. Gary replies that he thinks 20 guys outside their cells are easier to control than 300 guys inside. T-Bag calls Bellick a guy who became a prison guard because he failed the police exam. But Bellick, having read T-Bag's file, fires back about how T-Bag father raped his disabled sister, and she had a baby 9 months later. This enrages T-Bag, who starts cursing. Veronica, Lincoln Burrows, and Nick Savran continue their conversation. Lincoln asks why, if the phone call was fake, his death sentence hasn't been overturned. Nick explains that they're getting help from experts to investigate exactly where the call came from. T-Bag's group keeps shaking the fence until the bolts in the walls start to loosen. Bellick says the situation is getting out of hand and calls his team to retreat to the office. Unable to withstand the group's assault, the fence finally gives way and the bolts break loose, allowing T-Bag's group to enter the control room. T-Bag randomly presses buttons in the control room, causing all the cell doors to open. When the doors open, the noise startles D.B. Cooper's cat, Marilyn, who runs away. Causing chaos in the control room, T-Bag luckily finds a set of keys dropped by a guard. Watching through CCTV, Bellick asks whose keys those are. His subordinate replies that they must have fallen from someone's pocket. Realizing the three of them can't control the situation, Bellick announces that cell block A has been compromised and orders all other cell blocks and corridors to be sealed and evacuated. In the infirmary, a doctor treating inmates asks about their conditions while giving medication. She hears from a guard that cell block A has been compromised and is in chaos. Scofield leads Sucre along his usual route. When they reach the lower level, he explains to Sucre about the wall they need to drill and the underground pipes behind it. Since cell block A is compromised, guards tell all visitors to leave. Burrows tells Veronica to go to Washington, D.C. to investigate the witness situation, while he'll handle finding Scofield in cell block A himself. Coming out with the guard, Lincoln Burrows runs into T-Bag and his group walking around with keys. T-Bag tells the guard to hand himself over. Lincoln tells T-Bag that if he touches the guard, he'll have to deal with him first. Scofield and Sucre prepare what they need to drill through the brick wall. When Sucre asks how he'll know where the pipes are, Scofield lights a match and holds it near the blueprint he drew. Sarah enters the medicine storage room to get medication. When she comes out, she finds a guard knocked out. While looking around, an inmate grabs her by the neck. Sarah stabs him with a syringe she's holding and runs back into the room, locking the door. The hungry inmates all work together trying to get at Sarah. Lincoln burrows and T-Bag's group clash. Even though Lincoln fights 3 guys at once and is winning, T-Bag hits him in the side with a baton, knocking him down. Sucre points out that the little flame from the match won't bring down the wall. Scofield tosses him the small drilling device. When Sucre asks how this tiny thing can drill through a 6-inch thick wall, Scofield asks if he's heard of Hooke's law of elasticity. At this moment, a voice comes through the guard's walkie-talkie asking about the infirmary situation. Since the guard is being held by inmates, he lies and says everything's okay. Sucre asks Scofield to explain in simple terms instead of using scientific formulas. Scofield explains that they'll drill small holes in the eyes, nose, ears, and weak points of the bolt pattern on the wall. Following Sucre's suggestion and Scofield's implementation, the entire prison is now in chaos. While the warden is coordinating with his staff, the governor calls. The governor asks if his daughter Sarah is safe and secure. The warden assures him she's safe because she can't cross from the infirmary to the problematic cell block A. In the infirmary, inmates are using chairs to smash the door Sarah locked, all while shouting obscenities. Scofield demonstrates the drilling technique and tells Sucre it's his turn. Sucre refuses, saying he doesn't want to deal with evil spirits. But Scofield tells him that if he believes in God, God will protect him. T-Bag captures Bob and brings him back to cell block A. He tells all the inmates that after he's done with Bob, everyone else will get their turn. While drilling the wall, Sucre asks Scofield how he knows all this, and what they'll do if there are no pipes behind the wall. Scofield says he calculated and planned everything carefully. When Sucre asks what happens if his calculations are wrong, Scofield explains that if they hit the gas pipes behind the wall, the pipes will burst and they'll be burned alive. Bob tries to run, but T-Bag catches and stabs him, then drags him into a cell. When Bob grabs the sink to steady himself after T-Bag kicks him, the whole sink breaks off. Only then does T-Bag realize this is Scofield's cell and understand that these guys are trying to escape. T-Bag is about to shout for everyone to hear when Abruzzi arrives and covers his mouth. Hearing the noise, Scofield and Sucre return upstairs to find their cell full of people. T-Bag says guard Bob found their hole and wants to kill him. Bob pleads that he hasn't seen anything and has a daughter, begging not to be killed. D.B. Cooper helps the unconscious Burroughs, who was hit with the baton. While Lincoln asks where his brother is, another inmate approaches saying if you are looking for your brother and offers to take him there. Abruzzi and T-Bag have a confrontation. T-Bag threatens to shout for the entire prison to hear unless he's included in the escape plan. An inmate watching the control room CCTV shouts that the guys in the infirmary are about to catch Sarah. Scofield hears this. Rushing to check the CCTV and deciding he needs to act, he returns to Sucre and tells him to continue working on what needs to be done. He then climbs up to the roof following his usual route to assess the situation for crossing to the infirmary. While Scofield is on the prison roof, helicopters and security forces have already arrived outside the prison compound. Assessing the situation, he removes the metal grating from the chimney opening to head to the infirmary. Military reinforcements sent by the army have arrived. While the warden and Bellick are discussing what needs to be done according to prison procedures, they hear shouting from inside the prison. So the warden asks through the loudspeaker what's happening inside. Following Abruzzi's instructions, his follower says, "We have demands. Fix the air conditioning system immediately. And we have a hostage." When Bellick tries to find out who the hostage is that the prisoners have captured, a guard informs Bellick that they've got guard Bob. When Abruzzi tells his follower to say they also have the doctor, the follower asks why he doesn't speak for himself. Abruzzi replies, "Don't mess with my head. I don't want to take the blame. That's why I'm making you talk." The scared follower presses against the wall and shouts, "Hey, we've also captured the doctor." The warden becomes agitated and says, "Damn, how did these guys capture the doctor? No way, we have to go in immediately and rescue her." But Bellic tells the warden, it's not like in the textbook, they can't just go in and rescue her. And he shows him a relevant section from the manual. When a prisoner tells Burrows that Scofield wants to see him, Burrows follows. But in the smoke, the big guy disappears. And while Burrows is searching for him, the big guy appears from behind and puts Burrows in a chokehold. Inside cell block A, chaos reigns. They're burning clothes and sheets. People who don't get along are stabbing each other. This is when you see people's true nature, man. When Sucre sees Teabag taking off Bob's shoes and belt, he says, "Hey, don't you dare try anything funny. This is my cell. Don't cause trouble." Teabag responds, "As long as the guard knows about this, we're all in trouble." The usually calm Bob says he didn't see anything and doesn't want to know what they're doing. "Please don't kill me," he mumbles. When Sucre is about to go behind the toilet to hide, Bob begs him not to leave him alone. Sucre tells him not to worry and goes into the hole. Teabag follows and tells Bob, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm part of their team now." Scofield crawls through the prison's ventilation system to reach the infirmary. On a plane from Chicago to Washington, D.C., Veronica and Nick Savarin discuss political and economic matters, along with next steps for Lincoln's case. The most important question is, who wants to kill the vice president's brother, Terrence Stedman? Is it people within the government or other wealthy organizations? Nick says they need to find out once they reach Washington, D.C. Watching the prisoners breaking down doors, Sarah also wraps a piece of broken glass in cloth and grips it tightly, deciding that if the prisoners enter the room, she'll fight to the death. You can see this determination clearly on her face. Worried about his daughter, trapped in the prison, the mayor arrives at the prison with his security detail. When the warden sees the convoy, he thinks, "I'm screwed," and tells Bellic not to say anything about what's happening inside for now. The warden greets the mayor and tells him that he called earlier because the situation got worse, and he's handling it the best way possible. But the mayor says, "Don't give me extras, where's my daughter?" The warden is left speechless. Teabag takes Bob's wallet and searches through it, asking Bob about his whereabouts. While talking, he finds Bob's daughter's photo in the wallet and looks at it with a lewd expression. When Abruzzi arrives and asks what he's doing, Teabag replies, "Nothing, just asking the guard about women." Abruzzi warns Teabag, "I already warned you. Try touching the guard again and see what happens. The only reason we have the upper hand right now is because we're keeping this guy alive. So you better stay calm." After speaking, Abruzzi looks at the hole that Scofield and others made behind the toilet and smiles. Since the door has bulletproof glass that can't be broken through, a prisoner suggests burning books and papers through the small crack to fill the room with smoke, and the other prisoners help. Almost suffocating, Sarah is reached by Scofield, who tells her to stay calm and not be afraid. He says they'll escape through these pipes to reach the outside. At the airport exit, Veronica sees on TV the emergency news about the riot at Fox River and asks Nick if they should go back. He replies that going back wouldn't help anything, they should continue investigating what they came here for. We've reached episode 7. Those viewers who watch but don't comment, shame on you. Just kidding, just kidding. To help us continue uploading all 90 episodes, please leave some encouraging comments. LJ Burrows is also watching this news when his mother calls him to go outside. He says, "My father is in trouble here, and Mom can still talk about going out." This leads to an argument between mother and son. When the stepfather intervenes, LJ argues with him too, and the stepfather hits him once, deeply hurting LJ. While Lincoln is telling Turk that they have no grudges and asking why he's doing this, Turk hits him with a metal pipe. The two struggle and slip, causing Turk to fall down and nearly die. Lincoln asks who ordered this, but Turk dies. Actually, Turk is a disciple of the assassin hired by Paul Kellerman and others. Covered in cold sweat and perspiration, Sucre is reciting all the prayers he can remember while using a small drill to make holes in the wall. Abruzzi appears silently and asks who he's talking to. Sucre jumps and says, "You scared me, man," while looking at Abruzzi. Abruzzi asks if he's really drilling the wall with that little thing. Sucre explains, This is called the Hooke's law of elasticity. It's Scofield's plan. If you make small holes in precise locations, the wall becomes weak. Then, when you hit it with a hammer, it'll break through. This is our plan. Sarah, who's following Scofield, says she's getting short of breath and needs to rest. Scofield sits beside her and waits, knowing she's scared. So he talks to calm her down. When Sarah asks how he knows this place, he replies that he saw her in trouble on CCTV and came to help. When she asks how he knows where to go up here, Scofield explains that when he worked at prison industry, he came up here to clean mold and garbage, so he remembers the way. Whether Scofield genuinely came to save Sarah, or came with ulterior motives, or risked his life for love, we'll have to wait and see in the upcoming episodes. Just as I'm narrating, the first 45 minutes are finished. Oops, got confused with a football match. While Sarah and others are moving on the upper level, the prisoners below are also searching for them. The big guy and his partner tell the white guy to go up and check. When the white guy opens a ceiling panel and pokes his head up to look around, the waiting Scofield kicks him hard in the face, sending him falling back down. Although the warden is doing his best in his own way, the persistent mayor orders the soldiers to storm the prison and rescue Sarah. Thinking there are no more prisoners around, Sarah and Scofield come down from the roof. While they're looking at each other, they encounter the big guy and his partner, so Scofield and the partner start fighting. When the white guy tries to join in, Sarah kicks him hard in the knee, breaking his leg, and Sarah and Scofield run away. They encounter more prisoners along the way, and though Sarah suggests going one direction, Scofield says, "Trust me, we'll go this way." Meanwhile, Bellick whispers to the mayor that if he were the warden, he'd handle these guys roughly. He says the current warden is too soft-hearted and lenient, which is why this situation occurred, trying to curry favor. When Abruzzi asks for the drill, saying he'll do it, Sucre asks if it'll work. Abruzzi replies, "Demolition work has been in my family for generations. This much is easy for me." While he's drilling expertly, Sucre warns him to be careful not to hit the gas pipes beside them. Only then does Abruzzi quiet down and listen to what Sucre is saying. Teabag tells Bob, "I'm going to kill you, then escape through this hole and take your pretty daughter to a party." Though unhappy, Bob, who's like water in a palm, can only listen quietly. The warden tells the mayor that no matter what he does, this prison is still under his jurisdiction. So he takes responsibility for everything that happens and walks away. Working together, Abruzzi and Sucre create holes in the wall. It's time to test whether Scofield's plan will work. Abruzzi hands Sucre a large pipe. Gripping the pipe firmly with both hands, Sucre strikes it 4 to 5 times forcefully, and a big hole appears in the wall. As Scofield and Sarah are running and reach a doorway, Sarah asks what they should do, when she notices a sniper's laser sight aimed at Scofield's chest. As other prisoners are running toward them, Scofield pushes Sarah toward the doorway and throws himself to the ground just as the sniper fires, hitting the partner who was running behind them directly in the chest. All the prisoners, fearing they'll be shot by snipers too, run back inside. Arriving in Washington, D.C., Veronica and her team meet their contact in an underground parking garage. After introductions, the contact gives them the phone number information they wanted. When they trace the phone's location, they find it's a public payphone on the street. Discussing the possibilities, Nick runs to a nearby guard to investigate and discovers that a nearby building was previously rented and used as an office by Scofield Company. Scofield is a company owned by Terrence Stedman, the deceased vice president's brother. Just then, the public phone rings, and Veronica answers asking who it is. An unknown voice says, "You two are getting too close. Stop right now. Is Lincoln worth that much to you? If you continue investigating, there's only one path left for you, death," and hangs up. Burroughs comes to Scofield's cell area and finds Teabag, thinking he's causing trouble and getting ready to attack him. Teabag tells him he's mistaken. They're all on the same team now, so he should calm down. Just then, Sucre and Abruzzi emerge from the hole. Searching around the cell block, the two brothers meet again. When Lincoln asks where he's been wandering, he replies, "All over the place, bro. How are you doing?" Sarah safely exits to the outside. The warden tells Bellick, "I know what you're trying to break. If you go to the mayor again overstepping boundaries, there could be consequences for you." When father and daughter meet, Sarah cries sadly and hugs her father tightly. Her father says, "You know that working here, something like this could happen someday," giving her a gentle scolding. Even though we're over 30 and have been standing on our own feet for over 10 years, every time parents see us, they still see us as little birds that haven't grown their wings yet. Inside the prison, cleanup has begun. Scofield shouts for everyone to leave the cell. Since Lincoln and Abruzzi released the guard Bob, Teabag is completely dissatisfied and, along with Burrows and others, stabs Bob with a knife and pushes him off the upper level. When an official talks to Sarah, she asks why their organization made pie workers clean mold and garbage from dangerous pipes. The official says no, they never ordered such dangerous toxic work. Sarah becomes thoughtful about something. Leaning against the wall, Scofield is deep in thought about something. In 17 days, my brother will be strapped to the electric chair with about 50,000 volts coursing through his body for a crime he didn't commit. The main reason I came here is to prevent that from happening. Within about 3 weeks of being in prison, I've managed to get into the underground pipe system of the prison. Scofield, Sucre, and Abruzzi, the three of them, sit on a small bench in the prison yard discussing their next moves. The most important thing in this plan is getting access to the storage room, because underneath that storage room are the pipes that lead to Route 66. It's not that easy though. That area is restricted, and without a good reason, getting in there is impossible. This is your part now, Abruzzi. You're in charge of pie work, so making the impossible to possible is your responsibility. Teabag shows up and asks what they're talking about, saying they're just leaving him out. When he asks what they're discussing, Scofield tells him they're talking about football. When Teabag says he wants to join in too, Abruzzi tells him sorry, but they're already done talking. Teabag says he won't stop bothering them unless they include him, and if they don't include him at all, he'll show these guys just how good his voice can be, threatening to snitch. Abruzzi tells Scofield that if that guy joins them, it won't work, they won't be able to do their job. But Scofield says don't worry, he has a way to get rid of this guy. When Bob's wife arrives at the warden's office, the warden explains the situation. He mentions arranging financial support, but Bob's wife says she doesn't need money, she just wants them to catch whoever killed her husband. Bob's wife informs the warden that a photo of their daughter that Bob always carried in his wallet is missing. The warden promises to handle everything according to the truth and offers his condolences. He also tells Bellick to use his full authority to investigate and bring the case to light. While Veronica is talking to someone, Lucas asks how things are going. "Is this guy still bothering you?" Veronica replies that it was just a misunderstanding from the other day. When Lucas helps carry the case files into the house and opens the room with his key, a bomb that was set up in the room explodes immediately. While looking at the storage room and thinking about what to do, Abruzzi says they need to set it on fire. There was a chapel fire before. They used lead-based paint and asbestos tiles, so when it burned, it created toxic fumes. So the outside contractors avoided doing the repairs. They only had prisoners do the repair work. In that case, they work there about 5 to 6 hours a day. The guards hardly come around either. So Abruzzi says you arrange this, and he'll arrange the rest. When Teabag shows up, "You guys think Bellick is going to drag me in for Bob's murder case? Go ahead and report me if you dare. I'll tell them about the hole in your cell too. So it would be better if you arrange a job card for me in pie work," Teabag says. LJ Burrows visits his father in prison. While talking about childhood memories, LJ asks his father to tell him the truth. "Did you really kill that person or not?" Burrows says he didn't kill anyone, someone deliberately set it up to make it look like he did it. And regarding the death penalty case, there's still a chance for appeal. So for now, there's no immediate danger of death, Burrows tells him. Paul Kellerman and his team arrive at the explosion site and assess the situation, then send word to Vice President Caroline Reynolds that Veronica and the others are dead. Meanwhile, Bellick is searching through each prison cell, ransacking them. Scofield and the others watch from afar, and when Scofield sees that Bellick is getting close to their cell, he tells Sucre that if he finds the hole, there will be problems, so they need to do something quickly. When work time comes and they go to collect items from the storage room, they open the storage room door only to find it's the guard's break room. The guard points his gun at them, saying this is a restricted area. they're not allowed in, and tells them to get out immediately. Abruzzi says it won't happen again, and they all come back out. When they return to the storage area, they're discussing what happened. Was it really the Co's break room? When Lincoln calls them over to look, showing them D.B. Cooper coming out of that room. When Sucre asks why D.B. Cooper has access, Lincoln explains that the old man has been in prison for 30 years without any infractions. That's why he's on the trusted list and has access privileges. Scofield says then they need to include him in the plan too. "Hello Westmoreland, how are you? Did you find your cat?" He greets, then reveals the prison break plan. When asked if he thinks he's D.B. Cooper, Westmoreland replies that it's not what he thinks, he knows it. Then he tells everything he knows about aircraft hijacking, and D.B. Cooper says there's one thing you don't know. He was sentenced to 30 days in Folsom for drug charges, so how could he hijack a plane on November 24th? This makes master planner Scofield think again. Though the bomb exploded, Nick, Saverin and Veronica, who survived the danger, escape to a spot by a creek and discuss what to do next. For now, they decide to let people think they're dead and hide somewhere else temporarily while continuing their work. While Scofield and Sucre are talking, Scofield says the old man is quite stubborn. No matter what they say, they can't persuade him. Sucre replies, then find out what it is. Everyone wants something. Find out what that is, son. Scofield search for the cat in the western prison walls and give it to D.B. Cooper. The old man is happy, but says he can't help them with anything. Scofield says he doesn't want to break out of prison either. That's fine, no problem. He just asks him to take the little coffee pot to the guard's break room and just turn on the little stove. If that room catches fire, everyone benefits. Just help with that one little thing, he requests. D.B. Cooper says he's been 32 years now in prison without any infractions. If there's ever a parole board, he wants to be ready. "So sorry, Michael, I can't help you," he says. At the medical bay, while getting his diabetes injection, Sarah thanks him for helping during the riot, but says Pi never ordered to work there. When she asks him to tell her the truth, Scofield says giving the injection was just a favor, nothing else to say, and leaves the medical bay. A female reporter arrives to see Lincoln Burrows and asks about the case. She mentions that he has a son, and if he just accepts the death penalty and doesn't do anything else, nothing will happen to L.J. Burrows. When she says someone has to die, and it's his responsibility to choose who dies, Lincoln gets angry and asks who she is and where she's from. But the woman pretending to be a reporter just leaves. While L.J. is at home, Kellerman's subordinate arrives, saying he's from juvenile court to inspect their home situation, then forces his way in and searches around. When L.J.'s mother returns at that moment, Kellerman's subordinate draws his gun and signals for them to stay quiet. L.J. throws a cup and both he and his mother try to escape. When L.J. comes out of the basement into the yard, he encounters Kellerman directly. L.J.'s stepfather hits Kellerman with a stick and shouts for L.J. to run, but Kellerman shoots and kills him. When L.J. returns to the front of the house, he finds his mother also dead. L.J. runs away barefoot with nothing. Inside the house, Kellerman's team plants fake fingerprints on the gun to make it look like L.J. killed his parents. Bellick comes to see D.B. Cooper and tells him to let him know if he knows who killed Bob. "You knows that snitching in prison doesn't lead to a long life, so don't put me in that situation," D.B. Cooper replies. Bellick says fine then, you and me are no longer friends, and leaves. Sarah is in the medical bay reading through Scofield's medical records in detail. When her assistant nurse arrives and catches her, asking if she's interested in Scofield, she says no, but something feels wrong. He has a degree. His living standard is similar to ours. For example, if parking costs $200, he's in a class that can afford it. Why would he end up here for armed robbery? The circumstances don't add up, she says. The warden tells Burrows about L.J.'s mother being killed. He also says the police have issued a warrant for L.J. as a fugitive. Since this is still under investigation, if he contacts his son now, it would add another charge of aiding and abetting a fugitive. So just stay put for now, and he'll notify him if there are any updates, the warden says. After showering and returning, he finds a commotion in front of his cell. Looking inside his cell, he sees the cat is dead. D.B. Cooper realizes that Bellick killed it. T-Bag comes to his cellmate saying they're family, and he's in a difficult situation now. He knows someone is going to snitch about the murder. If he gets blamed, combined with his old criminal record, he'll spend his whole life in segregation. So he asks his cellmate to confess on his behalf. But the cellmate says he can't help with that. While bringing coffee pots to the guard's break room, D.B. Cooper lights a cigarette and throws it to set the room on fire, then calmly walks out. When Scofield thanks him, he says he didn't do it for him. While investigating the cause of the fire, T-Bag's little subordinate comes and says he knows who killed Bob. Bellick and his team immediately arrive at the cell block A and arrest him. The cellmate had to take the blame for T-Bag's misconduct. Nick Savarin and the others plan to hide in a small house where his father used to live. This house has illegally tapped electricity and water, so it doesn't officially exist in government records. It's made to look like a ruined house, so they can stay here peacefully and continue their work, Nick Savarin says. When Abruzzi's group goes out to work and T-Bag threatens to snitch because they didn't include him, they have no choice but to include T-Bag in their group. When they reach the burned guard's room, Bellick says they need to do the job properly and restore this room to its original state. When all the guards leave, they discuss digging and start breaking through the concrete with shovels. LJ, running and hiding wherever he can, looks at his phone and sees a photo he managed to take of Kellerman just before Kellerman shot his stepfather. Thinking about what to do next, Kellerman and his team report to Caroline Reynolds that everything has been handled. Caroline Reynolds says what they did wasn't for her, it was for the country, so they'll continue moving forward. To quote Captain Jack Sparrow, "What a disgusting scene this is. Killing people for personal gain, using power in wrong places, and calling it for the country." While showering in prison, T-Bag's guy asks him for help, but T-Bag sees this and tells him not to get involved in their business. The young man comes again asking for help, but Scofield just keeps watching without saying anything. Lincoln Burrows arrives at the warden's office and asks for help finding his missing son. "I'm the warden, but what's happening outside is beyond my jurisdiction. I can't help," he says. Lincoln requests permission to leave with a guard escort as a prisoner's right, but the warden doesn't allow it. Everyone gets their assigned tasks and works in the burned guard room. When Bellick leaves, T-Bag knocks on the door as a signal, and they return to their original task of breaking through the concrete with hammers. They put the small concrete pieces into their pants pockets and casually drop them one by one while standing in different spots in the yard. C-Note notices this and picks up the concrete pieces that Scofield's group dropped, keeping them. When they return to cell block A, T-Bag's guy is found hanged to death right in front of Scofield and the others. While praying in the chapel, Scofield tells Lincoln that he should have helped, but now the guy is dead, and he feels guilty. Lincoln responds that these things happen in prison. "You can't save everything by yourself. Don't take it to heart." LJ, sleeping on the roadside, is startled awake by loud noises. While searching for coffee bags at home, she finds 2 guns stored in the wardrobe. As she's thinking about something, Nick asks what she's looking for. "I have a lot of personal problems too. If you think I'm some kind of bad guy, you can leave this house," he tells her. A new arrival in prison, Tweener, asks C-Note if he can team up with him and Corey. But C-Note says, "Listen here, white boy, we don't associate with guys like you," and drives him away. T-Bag, an expert at Western tactics, watches this. While Abruzzi stands on the drain cover dropping concrete pieces, Bellick asks what he's doing. "Nothing," he replies. Bellick says it's almost the end of the month, and the first week is almost over. "You haven't paid me my monthly fee yet. When I get home tonight and check my bank account, if it's not there, I'll revoke all the privileges I've given you, including your PI work permit." While Scofield's group is working, a guard arrives and tells everyone to get out of the room. "Wait at the fence corner until I call you." Everyone becomes nervous. What's the emergency? The supervisor calls the secretary from the warden's office because some little mouse came to steal. Only after returning to the room and making sure the hole wasn't discovered could everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Abruzzi calls the accountant and asks what the problem is. Philly took all the operating funds from the business. "All that's left is $30,000 in accounts receivable," he says. Abruzzi responds, "That money is set aside specifically for my wife. We won't use it. I'll arrange something in the meantime." After visiting hours, when they return to the room, Abruzzi sees Philly calling his cellmate out to talk and realizes he was stabbed in the back with a knife. Lincoln and LJ make contact and talk on the phone, telling him to contact Veronica. Before they finish talking, Paul Kellerman and his team, who had been wiretapping LJ's phone line, immediately arrive. LJ runs desperately and manages to lose Paul Kellerman's team in a parking area. Nick, Veronica, and the deceased Stedman's wife meet and talk. Using a different name to avoid being recognized, they ask who else might want to kill Stedman. Stedman's wife replies that among the people sitting around this table, at least one wants to kill him. They're all associated with him, and the monetary value is about $500 million. People kill for much less than that. For $500 million, they'd happily do it. The newly arrived prisoner Tweener tries to make friends with everyone he meets. But when it doesn't work out, he sits dejectedly on a bench. T-Bag comes over and starts talking, casually rubbing Tweener's thigh and asking if his knee hurts. Tweener says, "I'm not that kind of person, you pervert," and walks away. Sarah visits the doctor who previously provided close psychological counseling and treatment for Scofield. She asks about M1chael Scofield's medical treatment records. The illness he suffers from, for example. We see a house as just a house. But Scofield sees not only the house, but knows exactly how the entire house is constructed and what's inside. When this disease occurs in people with low IQ, they go crazy. But when someone with high IQ like Scofield gets this disease, he becomes a genius. He stops looking out for himself and becomes a savior who rescues those suffering around him. At night, T-Bag verbally assaults Tweener with various vulgar words. Scofield watches this, and since a young man died earlier, he decides to help prevent this from happening again. Late at night, when Nick and Veronica return home, they find that LJ had contacted them, so Veronica calls back. LJ, unaware that his phone is hacked, says, "The company people are here again. I don't know how they keep finding everywhere I am." Veronica tells LJ to take a bus to Marissa Lake in Iowa. Here I want to mention whether flip phones can be hacked. Their current hacking method involves working with the telephone company to route all incoming and outgoing calls from this phone number to the company's phone line. Since the line is tapped, they know everything LJ says. Abruzzi removes a light bulb from the administration building and breaks it. While his cellmate who had teamed up with Philly to plot against him for a week is sleeping, he places the broken glass on his eyes, causing them to pop out. While dropping chalk pieces in the prison yard, Scofield looks around and sees T-Bag's group harassing Tweener. T-Bag tries to pull down his pants, making Tweener angry. Sarah arrives and tells him to contact her if he needs anything, and that she has some medical records she's been investigating, so he can consult with her anytime. Since LJ is going to Marissa Lake, Paul Kellerman's team waits in advance for the bus arrival time. They board the bus, and while saying they need to inspect for company business and asking passengers to stay in their seats, they search for the agent on the bus but don't find him. Instead, they find the phone he left in the bus bathroom. At that time, LJ had already left with a different bus and reached New Glarus. Getting off the bus and meeting Veronica and others who were waiting, LJ finally feels relieved. Knowing his phone line was tapped, Veronica sent an SMS telling them to come to New Glarus instead. As for Marissa Lake, he deliberately said it on the phone to mislead Paul Kellerman's team. In the prison cell, Lincoln is restless, unable to sit or lie down, not knowing what to do. Guards arrive and deliver an envelope sent by his lawyer. Sitting on the bed, he reads it carefully. Written in code, he finds a message saying, "Dad, I'm okay, met with Veronica." And only then does he feel relieved. Walking to work wearing pie uniforms. When they reach the room, Scofield suddenly grabs a metal pipe in the room and strikes T-Bag sharply on his kneecap. As T-Bag calls for the guard, Scofield says, "Go ahead and scream if you want. You're not brave. You're a coward. You also want to break out of prison like us." While Scofield is speaking, the guard arrives after hearing the shouting. When the guard asks if there's a problem, T-Bag says, "No sir, I thought some items were missing, so I called." The guard says if nothing's missing, get back to work, and leaves. After the guard leaves, "Do you want to break out of prison or not? I'm the leader here. You have to listen to me. You have to do what I say. First of all, don't you dare touch that kid Tweener. Do you understand?" Only then does T-Bag assess the situation and says he understands. Bellick arrives again and calls Abruzzi out, saying they need to talk. Luckily, Bellic stand and talk above the hole without falling into it, but only when they check do they discover that Bellic's photo is pasted over a wooden board covering the hole. As Teabag walks slowly, Tweener bumps into him and asks if he slipped and fell, calling him sweetie. Since Scofield's group had warned him earlier in the morning, the subdued Teabag doesn't say anything and continues walking. Watching Teabag quietly back down with a smile are Scofield, Sucre, and Lincoln. Sucre says, "Damn, we've got problems now," and looks over to see new prisoners in pie uniforms. Abruzzi asks Bellic, "Boss, what's going on?" Bellic replies, "Since you didn't pay me my monthly fee, I hired other people who do pay monthly fees." Scofield's entire group is furious. Abruzzi is sitting on a bench arranging playing cards, racking his brains about what to do next. The new PI workers are busy moving equipment into rooms and tearing down walls, so he's worried about when they'll discover the hole. "Boss, we've worked together for a long time. We've had some recent difficulties that caused problems. Let's fix this," Abruzzi tells Bellic. Even though Falzoni pays monthly, he only pays in envelopes. "Boss, we've been working face to face based on that relationship. Please give me another chance," he pleads. Bellic responds, "You think I come to this prison every day for the measly $40,000 annual salary? It's because of these side deals that I show up daily. I'm planning to retire soon, already bought a house. But now you're slowing everything down." While walking and talking, Abruzzi tells Scofield, "I don't care about the Fibonacci sequence anymore. There are more important things to think about. This is life or death. Have you noticed how my friends around here are gradually disappearing? Soon I'll be killed. So I won't die in here. I need to break out as quickly as possible. We'll give Falzoni the Fibonacci sequence to get our PI jobs back, then take back PI from him." Falzoni is scared about the Fibonacci sequence being revealed at next month's congressional hearing. So if he gets Fibonacci, he'll return everything else, especially our PI work rights. In the chapel, while listening to Father preach, the two brothers discuss whether to hand over Fibonacci. Lincoln says, "He's worked for the mafia, just hand him over." But Scofield disagrees. "No, brother. Fibonacci is innocent like you, wrong place, wrong time. He was just a simple working manager at one of Abruzzi's warehouses. One day, he witnessed Abruzzi and Falzoni committing murder. Knowing they were killers and having communication intelligence, he testified in court. Thanks to government witness protection, Fibonacci could live peacefully for life," Scofield explains. Lincoln asks what they should do next. "If we don't hand over Fibonacci, all our prison plans will fail. If we do hand him over, an innocent man will surely die. Let me think carefully about this." Caroline calls Paul Kellerman and his partner, asking if they've reached the waiting location. When they ask why they're waiting there, Caroline says a friend is coming, someone who solves problems. Treat him like a team member. When his partner asks what she's talking about, Paul Kellerman says, "Grandma's voice is changing. The pattern's the same though. We'd better be more careful with our work from now on." Sucre, walking around sweeping, calls out to Scofield sitting on the bench, "Hey man, you should come see this." When he sees them carrying carpet rolls, he asks if they're for the guard room. "Probably," replies the worker carrying the materials. When asked when, he says, "Tonight or tomorrow morning, one of those." Sucre tells Scofield, "Hey man, you hear that? They're going to find our hole. We need to do something." A guard brings Lincoln lunch in his cell. Finding a paper in the food tray, he asks what it is. The guard explains it's a form to fill out for what he wants for his last meal. When Lincoln pushes it back through the slot, the guard says, "You have to write something. If you don't fill it out, we'll just give you the regular meal. You don't want that, right?" The guard pushes the paper back under the door. Looking around nervously by the fence, C-Note approaches a PI worker and says he wants to work there. The worker tells him to stick to the kitchen. "Don't you punks control that area." C-Note negotiates. "Just wash about 5 more dishes, and I'll be white as original. No injections needed like Michael Jackson. I'll pay $100 a month." They settle on $150 after some haggling. In the yard, Scofield asks Abruzzi what he wants to do about Fibonacci. "I'll see it through to the end," Abruzzi replies. Scofield suggests arranging a direct meeting with Falzoni, so Abruzzi immediately calls him. Falzoni says, "Good. If you're sure you can get Fibonacci, I'll come. But there's one thing. If you and Scofield try any double crossing, I'll cut your old wrinkled neck and finish you off. Abruzzi has to agree. While changing bandages on his foot wound, Sarah asks if Scofield's been stressed lately. He says there's a lot to think about, and he's feeling confused. He notices flower bracelet and asks if it's from a boyfriend. Sarah says no, her father sent it. It's her birthday today. Scofield wishes her happy birthday. She explains she's 29 now, and in all these years, she's only actually seen her father 6 times on her birthdays. When he can't see her, he sends flower bracelets like this. C-Note, who had been watching Scofield and the others dropping small stones, gets the PI job, and while moving equipment into rooms, he searches around to see what Scofield's group has been up to. He discovers the large hole they've been digging. Outside the house, we see 16-year-old LJ sitting dejectedly. It's heartbreaking. He witnessed his mother being killed right before his eyes. And he doesn't know if his biological father will even survive the next 10 to 15 days. Nick Savran sits beside him. When I was your age, I went through something similar. For 15 years, I traveled daily between prison and law offices, fighting for my father who was unjustly framed. After persistent effort, the final result was what we hoped for. He was declared innocent and legally released. I'm working hard to get similar results for your father Lincoln Burrows, so don't lose hope. The appointed person arrives at Paul Kellerman's room. His name is Quinn. I'm here to clean up the mess you've made, especially with Veronica and LJ. You lied about them being dead when they're still alive. As Paul Kellerman approaches, Quinn breaks his wrist. Before leaving, he says, "You don't need to go to the hospital. Just soak it in ice water for 45 minutes, and your hand will be back to normal." Veronica sits at her computer, examining the financial records of Scofield Company related to Lincoln's case. According to what Stedman's woman said, there should be about $500 million in transactions, but the records only show about $250 million. She tells Nick Savran to continue investigating what this shell company does and how it relates to Lincoln Burrows. As planned, Falzoni meets with Scofield while Abruzzi sits nearby waiting. When Falzoni asks how they found Fibonacci, Scofield explains, "Court witnesses like Fibonacci are protected by marshals. Before getting specialized protection, a county sheriff has to guard them. I made some calls and found out where Fibonacci is." When Scofield demands $200,000 for Fibonacci, Abruzzi shows Veronica's photo and threatens, "If you're stingy with money, I can't guarantee this girl's life either." Scofield has no choice but to give the exact address. As they're about to leave, Falzoni tells Abruzzi, "I thought your skills had declined, but you're still as sharp as before." He promises to restore the PI situation to how it was. "Oh wait, one more thing. Before you pull the trigger, tell that snitch Fibonacci that John Abruzzi sends his regards." While Vice President Caroline is preparing her speech for a campaign trip to Montgomery, she hears, "Did you send a babysitter to me?" and turns to see Paul Kellerman arriving. She tells him this isn't a good time to talk. Standing in a private area, Caroline says if they just complete their assigned work, they won't even need to call Quinn. Paul Kellerman responds, "You don't understand the situation. You called in company people, knowing what kind of people they are, and still calling them. If something goes wrong, both you and I are finished. If we don't continue doing what they want, death is the only path left. Think carefully and decide." Paul Kellerman then leaves. Quinn visits Veronica's ex-boyfriend, claiming to be from a life insurance company. He says they learned Veronica died in a bombing, and since no one contacted them about the life insurance, he's here to investigate. He asks for her address if she's still alive somewhere and not actually dead. Working late into the night, Veronica receives a message from her ex-boyfriend asking where she is out of concern, but she doesn't reply. Actually, Quinn killed the ex-boyfriend and is using his phone to send fake messages. The cold-blooded cleaner Quinn has traced Veronica's internet IP and knows her exact location. Abruzzi's guy calls to say Falzoni has been arrested by Canadian authorities on international weapons possession and bank fraud charges. The case will be quite serious. In the infirmary, while administering medicine, Scofield saying you tosses away some flowers, when Sarah told him she's allergic to flowers and doesn't like people bothering her knowing she can't handle them. Scofield calls her a pessimist. As he's about to leave, he places a small paper rose he made for Sarah. Abruzzi comes to Scofield's cell. "You and I need to have a serious talk. Because of the information you gave, Falzoni was arrested." When asked how he feels, Abruzzi replies, "I feel much better now that the drunkard is sitting down," and adds that the PI situation is resolved and they can get back to work. Abruzzi and Scofield worked together, using Veronica's photo to manipulate and get Falzoni out of the way. Lincoln sits in his small cell, reminiscing about old times, conversations he had with his two sons over breakfast, and how they used to talk about buying breakfast outside whenever Sunday came around. Walking with a victorious stride, Abruzzi dismisses someone who went blind with rage, telling him to get lost. When others want to follow that person, he tells them to go ahead and follow. Watching this, D.B. Cooper tells Scofield, who's playing chess nearby, "Looks like our big friend has reclaimed his throne." C-Note kicks out D.B. Cooper, telling the old man to take a walk, then puts some concrete powder on the table and tells Scofield, "You and I have things to talk about now. Since they've broken through the thick concrete, they just need to dig about another foot of soil to reach the underground pipeline. We'll escape on Friday. Get ready for the journey," Scofield says. Just then, Bellic and C-Note arrive, with C-Note saying he has business here. Though Abruzzi says they don't need more people, C-Note subtly taps the wooden board, covering the hole with his foot, and asks, "Are you sure?" Abruzzi and the others have to accept him. While Nick Savarin and his team discuss the $500 million case, the TV news becomes interesting. Caroline officially announces her presidential campaign bid, and the reporter mentions she has substantial funds for the election. Only then do Veronica and the others understand the $500 million case. Outside the house, the cold-blooded cleaner Quinn arrives, and we wait to see what he'll do next. Scofield wakes up to an alarm sound, checks his watch, gets out of bed, and washes his face at the sink while deep in thought about something. In the infirmary, while giving an injection, he asks if the flower should be thrown in the trash. Sarah replies that she's a good collector and doesn't throw things away easily. Scofield jokes that at this rate, she'll end up hoarding everything. Sarah says that when he sees her room, he'll understand. Scofield responds that they haven't even had a first date, and she's already inviting him to her room. As they exchange glances and share a moment, a nurse arrives saying there's an emergency situation, and Sarah has to leave Scofield to attend to another room. With no one in the room, Scofield injects the cute poison mixture he prepared under the sink, then checks the distance between the infirmary and the prison wall, making sure to see if there are guards on the tower. Veronica, Nick Savarin, and LJ are discussing how they're looking for evidence to save Lincoln from death row. Now the evidence trail leads to fake companies with money being used for the Vice President Caroline Reynolds' presidential campaign bid. While preparing the guard break room, the inmates take turns digging. C-Note says his shift is done, and someone else should continue. Abruzzi tells T-Bag it's his turn. T-Bag, being stubborn, doesn't want to dig and makes a racially charged comment about the room being a little dark. Lincoln has to intervene to prevent a fight between T-Bag and C-Note. C-Note asks Abruzzi why he's not digging while everyone else is working. Abruzzi, who manages outside business and pie matters, says he doesn't need to dig, the others should do it. While talking, Sucre announces that a guard is coming. Everyone quickly covers the hole with cloth and repositions the table. The guard tells Scofield that his wife has arrived for a conjugal visit. The female guard thoroughly searches Scofield's wife before allowing her into the room. Bellic asks the guard if she recognizes this woman, but she doesn't. Bellic mutters that he's seen her somewhere before. In the room with his wife, Scofield asks about work and how she's doing. She says work is going well and shows him the ring he bought her, which she always wears. When Scofield asks if she brought what he requested, Nika produces a credit card hidden in her bra. In reality, since she's an illegal immigrant, Scofield is helping Nika get a green card through a fake marriage. In return, she helps him when needed, as they have an agreement. While discussing with the nurse's aide about how around 35% of his salary is being deducted for health insurance and preventive care, Sarah comes down the stairs and sees Scofield embracing and kissing his wife, which completely ruins her mood. After the conjugal visit, as Scofield returns, he must undergo the usual strip search. While being searched, Bellic tries to make conversation, asking if this was her first visit and mentioning he's seen her before. But Scofield doesn't respond. Teabag is digging while singing a Thailand folk song about buying earrings for his wife and beans for his mother. Feeling lonely singing alone, he encourages others to join in, saying they've never been to karaoke and should sing along. C-Note gets annoyed and asks when someone like Teabag, a racist murderer, started appreciating music. Teabag responds that if C-Note doesn't know, then he's the only bad guy here. Abruzzi intervenes, saying they're all here for different crimes, unlike Teabag, who killed women before ending up in prison. He tells Teabag to shut up and get back to work. When Sucre announces Scofield's return from the conjugal visit, Sucre mentions he told everyone about his daughter, but Scofield never mentioned having a wife. C-Note jokes that while they're digging, Scofield was in the conjugal trailer polishing his pipe. When Abruzzi asks what Scofield was really doing, he smiles and says he went shopping. Back in the cell that night, after Sucre checks that the coast is clear, Scofield pulls out the credit card from his shirt. When Sucre warns about getting beaten up if caught by guards, Scofield clarifies it's not actually a credit card and peels off the sticker. Having been an engineer before prison, and with his company Fox River contracting to renovate the prison, Scofield knew almost everything about the prison's details and could prepare what he needed from the outside. The credit card is actually a copied smart key card needed to open a door inside the prison. Following his usual route through the inner passages, Scofield reaches the room where inmates' belongings are stored. Using the smart key card, he enters and searches for what he needs. He finds his property bag and examines it. The tape recorder is there, but the gold watch is missing. While Veronica and others are sleeping, someone pounds on the door claiming there's been a car accident and asking for help. When they open the door, Quinn the cleaner/hitman enters and shoots Nick with a tranquilizer gun. He ties up all three, Veronica, Nick, and LJ, with their mouths taped shut. Quinn sits on the sofa and tells Veronica to think about who she's told about Burroughs' case. He takes Nick to a shed outside for questioning first, saying when he returns, she needs to tell him everything she's thought of. He promises that if she cooperates, Nick will get to the hospital on time. D.B. Cooper and Scofield are walking and talking when Tweener approaches, asking what they're discussing. D.B. Cooper says they're talking about bad things and introduces Scofield to Tweener. Tweener mentions he's seen Scofield before, asking if he works in PI, and offers his services as a worker since he's alone and doesn't spend money. After Tweener leaves, D.B. Cooper comments that having a kid at his age is like having a child. When Scofield asks if he's heard about thefts from R&D, D.B. Cooper says things go missing all the time, but you only find out when you get out of prison. He mentions there's a guard known as a big thief among the current staff. A guard calls from across the fence that Warden Pope wants to see D.B. Cooper. Bellick, still suspicious about Scofield's wife, asks Gary to investigate. Gary brings Bellick a copy of Scofield's official marriage certificate from the county courthouse, noting it's strange that he robbed a bank just one day after getting married. Having received information from D.B. Cooper, Scofield pretends to work while secretly observing the watch on Gary's wrist to confirm whether it's actually his watch or not. Meanwhile, Scofield asks Lincoln if Veronica and LJ are doing okay. Lincoln replies that although he can't reach Veronica, LJ sent a written message saying that he and Veronica are together and safe. In the shed, Quinn questions Nick about everything he knows, but Nick only mentions one useless piece of evidence. When Nick tries to grab a nearby stick to fight back, the bullet wound in his right forearm prevents him from moving his entire right arm properly. Scofield visits Tweener in his cell, where Tweener is alone writing rap lyrics. Scofield asks for help retrieving a watch that a guard stole from him. When Tweener asks if he'll get a job in PI, Scofield doesn't promise, but says he'll consider it if Tweener successfully retrieves the watch. D.B. Cooper is summoned to the warden's office. Sitting down, he asks what's happening. Warden Pope delivers devastating news. D.B. Cooper's daughter is critically ill with end-stage cancer, and doctors say she has only about 3 weeks to live. While family medical emergencies usually allow supervised outside visits, Doc considers D.B. Cooper a flight risk and won't permit it. D.B. Cooper asks sadly if this means he'll only see his daughter at her funeral. Scofield arrives at the infirmary for his injection and waits for Dr. Sarah while observing the guards' positions outside. An emergency patient arrives on a gurney, it's Tweener. While Dr. Sarah and others attend to the unconscious Tweener, Scofield watches from outside the door. Tweener briefly opens his eyes and winks at Scofield while successfully stealing the watch from guard Gary's wrist. Back in the shed, with no one around, Veronica positions his chair near the fire and uses the heat to burn through the rope binding his hands. When Quinn returns, Veronica pretends to still be tied up. When Quinn turns away, Veronica strikes him with the chair. Veronica gives LJ the keys and tells him to start the car and wait. As LJ runs outside and starts the engine, Quinn regains consciousness and shoots from inside the house, forcing LJ to flee into the woods. D.B. Cooper brings Scofield the watch Tweener retrieved and says he wants to join the escape. Scofield says that to join the group, he needs to prove something. What evidence can he provide? D.B. Cooper explains he's the real D.B. Cooper. Father and son share the same name. The one imprisoned for drug charges is his father, while he was hijacking planes during that time. But Scofield says this isn't enough proof. If plane hijacking is real, he needs evidence like money from the hijacking. Scofield combines the watch and tape recorder, setting them to automatically activate and record at a specific time. Sucre, T-Bag, and C-Note continue digging and preparing the room while waiting for Scofield's return. In the woods, Quinn finds Veronica searching for LJ and approaches her with his gun drawn. LJ emerges from hiding and pushes Quinn, sending the hitman tumbling into a well. While PI inmates work on new landscaping near the infirmary, Scofield observes the guards' movements and buries the recording device in the ground. At exactly 9 p.m., the device automatically activates and begins recording the guards' conversations and footsteps. That night, Bellick goes to a nightclub to investigate Scofield's wife, Nika, thoroughly. As expected, he finds Nika performing on stage in a bikini. When she approaches him asking if he wants private time, Bellick reveals himself in the light and threatens to report her illegal immigration and fake marriage for a green card, unless she tells him the truth. Nika admits Scofield asked her to bring a credit card during the morning visit. Quinn, injured from falling into the well, calls for help on his phone, asking them to trace the call and come get him. In the chapel, D.B. Cooper recites the serial numbers of bills from the official government announcement about the plane hijacking case, then hands Scofield a small book. After D.B. Cooper leaves, Scofield extracts money hidden in the book pages and verifies the serial numbers are authentic, confirming D.B. Cooper's identity. While Scofield examines the recovered recording device, Sarah arrives and tells him he's married, and she won't be his property in this prison environment. She says she'll only maintain a professional doctor-patient relationship and asks him not to think about personal matters. Scofield tells Sarah he has answers to the questions about his life that she asked, but Sarah refuses to listen and walks away. Following Quinn's phone trace, Paul Kellerman and his associate arrive at the well. When they ask what happened and how they can help, Quinn claims his leg is broken and asks to be pulled up. However, remembering how Quinn broke his hand during their first meeting, Kellerman covers the well with wooden planks and leaves Quinn trapped inside. Scofield and Sucre listen to the recording device. After waiting and stopping at various points, they discover something crucial. Scofield identifies the sound of keys jingling from a guard's belt. Specifically, guards pass by the infirmary window every 18 minutes during night rounds. This means they have exactly 18 minutes to open the infirmary window, and all 7 must cross over the prison wall via wire rope during this narrow window when the escape happens in 4 more days. While renovating the guard break room, Lincoln notices Scofield looking troubled and asks what's wrong. Though Scofield initially denies anything, Lincoln insists he knows something's bothering him. Scofield reveals both good and bad news. The good news is D.B. Cooper has agreed to join the escape. The bad news is they only have 18 minutes, and removing the infirmary window alone will take about 5 minutes, meaning they have too many people and need to reduce the group size. In the underground pipes, after retrieving the hidden jumpsuit, Michael follows the pipe rod until he reaches a spot where he removes a bolt from the jumpsuit and drops it through an opening, listening to the sound. Satisfied, he drops the jumpsuit and slides down. At the bottom, He uses the garbage bag and rope inside the jumpsuit to block the sewage outlet. T-Bag, who never makes phone calls, is strangely on the phone today, which catches Abruzzi's attention. He's keeping a close eye on him. Lincoln and Michael walk to work at PI, discussing how the sewage pipe is about 20 feet high. They need to find a way to climb up without a ladder, which means they'll have to leave PI tomorrow morning to make it work. Once they're through, they can access the infirmary through the underground pipes. D.B. Cooper will have to wait behind. Lincoln mentions there are too many people. 18 minutes for 7 people to get over the wall isn't enough time. As they approach the guard station, C-Note asks if they can discuss what they're planning with others. C-Note says he's been digging, but has no guarantee he'll be included in the escape. Sucre says if he can't go, then he won't dig either. While everyone's arguing in the room, Abruzzi mentions there's one person they all agree on. Just then, T-Bag opens the door and enters, saying he has something to tell them before they start work. He can sense there's betrayal in the air, and he feels the group is slowly turning against him. To ensure his safety, he's told a friend outside about their escape plans. If he doesn't make contact within 20 minutes of the prison break, his friend will call the warden and reveal everything. So if they're planning to exclude him, they better change their plans, T-Bag says, taking control of the situation. On the way back from PI work, everyone has their own thoughts. Walking along, C-Note tells Sucre they'll be the only 2 left behind, 2 guys with chocolate-colored skin. Michael came here with one purpose: to save Lincoln Burrows. All he needs is the old man's money and the mob boss's plane. Everyone else is just backup workers, he says. But Sucre responds that he's done a lot for them and trusts Michael. C-Note asks how much Michael has told him. If he's told you everything, then Michael isn't needed anymore. Just you and me could leave through that hole. If you don't believe me, just watch and see, he says before walking away, leaving Sucre confused. Looking at the large water pipe, wondering what to do, Tweener approaches asking if he'll get a job at PI. Michael says he didn't promise anything, just said he'd consider it, maybe he can help somehow, and walking away. To save Nick Savarin as quickly as possible, Veronica and others rush to the hospital. Nick tells them not to. If they see the bullet, they'll call the police. First find the bullet and pull it out by hand, he says. So Veronica pulls out the bullet tip by hand. Every time he comes to the infirmary, Michael pours a little medical solution, so the air vent is corroding. Waiting for someone to leave, he uses a ruler to poke through until it breaks open, then drops a small bird figure through. Belek arrives saying, "Oh, you're here. You weren't in your cell, couldn't find you anywhere else, couldn't find your credit card either. Nika tells everything to me. Is calling her bitch going too far? What would you call someone who marries a criminal to get residency in America?" While talking, Sarah arrives and tells Belek if he has inspections to do them in the office. She has medical duties to attend to, and sends Belek away. While giving the injection, Michael mentions he married Nika to help her get residency. But Sarah says she saw him at the conjugal visit facility the other day. Michael explains it wasn't about sex. It was work-related. The upset Sarah says no explanation is needed, but Michael insists he wants to explain. Don't trust handsome guys to be faithful, aunties and ladies. Re-entering the block, T-Bag asks the old man why he wants to escape. The outside world has changed with computers and phones. It won't suit you. D.B. Cooper responds that T-Bag isn't included, and if he wants to try something, go ahead, pushing him away. Sitting in his cell, thinking about how to handle T-Bag, Abruzzi sees a prisoner pass by and throw a piece of paper into his cell. Walking in the yard, the paper contains the name and address of the person T-Bag called. Abruzzi passes this to Lincoln through the fence. "Don't worry about T-Bag. My people will keep the person he called in custody elsewhere until this is over," Abruzzi tells him. Abruzzi's men arrive at Jimmy's house in a van, saying they're making a delivery, then kidnap him. While Veronica and the doctor discuss Nick Savarin going into surgery, LJ sits in the hospital reading a newspaper and sees news about his mother's funeral, so he quietly leaves. When Veronica turns around after talking to the doctor, LJ is gone. Going to the funeral, Paul Kellerman orders his subordinate to follow LJ, telling him to keep constant watch and make sure all 3 of them are found. Abruzzi's friend calls with bad news about the situation. It's not good the person they captured didn't go quietly and pulled a gun to resist. Since they were using the child as a human shield, there was a shootout and the child died too. Hearing that an innocent child died, even though he's a mafia boss, Abruzzi feels terrible. Sucre's girlfriend comes for a prison visit, saying she's suffering because of him being locked up. When she says she's pregnant, Sucre is overjoyed. Even in prison, Sucre manages to get someone pregnant. He's quite something. Hector is asking for marriage permission too. His mother says the greatest suffering in this world is giving birth to children, and worse is having to do it alone. Sucre tells Maricruz not to listen to what others say. My love. He's coming out earlier than previously planned, Sucre tells her. Sneaking to see his mother's funeral, LJ cries while placing his hand on the small coffin. Kellerman's subordinate watches from the car, wondering if they're doing the wrong thing. Seeing Michael preparing to enter the hole, Sucre asks where he's going. Michael says it'll take about 10 minutes. It's complicated and can't be explained yet. Sucre says he wants to follow and know what's happening. He's always stuck waiting in the cell. Michael tells him he's the lookout if he doesn't watch. Who will? He'll be back in 10 minutes, Michael says before leaving. Staring at a bloody spot on the wall without blinking, Abruzzi is asked by his cellmate about tomorrow's plans and where they'll meet. Abruzzi says he doesn't care. Decide whatever you want, continuing to stare at the wall. Following the underground pipes to the water pipe valve, Michael puts all his strength into opening it, looks up, and smiles. Walking in a church, looking at a child's corpse in the coffin, suddenly the child opens its eyes and looks at him. Abruzzi wakes from the nightmare, stares at a spot on the wall, and prays to God for forgiveness. Delivering postcards, C-Note ordered, the kitchen worker asks what they're for. These were hard to find. C-Note tells him it's none of his business and walks away. The warden comes to T-Bag's cell, saying he's sorry to keep him waiting, but it wasn't intentional. When T-Bag asks what's wrong, the warden reluctantly tells him, your half-brother Jimmy was shot and killed yesterday. The child died too. The warden leaves, and T-Bag is devastated. Only when someone mercilessly kills others, and then has their own family member killed, do they understand the pain. Father McKinley visits the emotionally damaged Abruzzi and counsels him. Abruzzi reflects on the crimes he's committed. The priest says John, it's never too late, and recites Revelation chapter 3, verse 20. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in. After reciting scripture, he gives him a small crucifix on a string. Sucre and C-Note walk in cell block A, with Sucre sharing what he knows about Michael going to the isolation block through the sewage drain last night. Bellick and Geary walk together talking when they see Tweener. That's the one who stole the watch from my wrist. It took me half an hour to notice, Geary says. Bellick asks who the real owner of the watch is. If it was stolen, he won't press charges. Geary says it was stolen from Michael's property bag. While trimming plants during PI work, Michael assesses the guards' positions. DB Cooper says he'll warn if guards come. Michael opens the large water valve and waits for it to fill with water. In his cell, while reciting prayers, Abruzzi decides to finish one task once and for all. He inserts a blade into his watch band and hides it under his shirt. Just then, Abruzzi's men come to take T-Bag from his work detail to his cell. Sucre, suspicious from C-Note's words, asks Michael exactly when they're escaping, but Michael asks why the sudden interest. Don't want to know dangerous information. The less you know, the safer you are. They'll meet at PI, Michael says. The guard tells Tweener that stealing a watch is serious. He could go to the solitary confinement. Don't lie to me, I already know the truth. So go to Michael's group and report back what they're saying and doing. There's still a hamburger left, eat the hamburger and be an informant. Or go to the solitary confinement for watch theft, the guard threatens. Tweener, hungry for good food after a long time, takes the hamburger and starts eating eagerly. It's 3 a.m. writing this script while watching. I'm getting hungry too. Let me cook some noodles. Kellerman's subordinate Hale is still at home when his wife asks if he's not going to work. Honey, I've been thinking. When we got married, we planned to live in the Western District. I'm tired of working on the streets all day. I want to live peacefully with my family, he says. His wife responds positively, saying it's good for the children too. They can spend more time together. While Sucre, Lincoln, C-Note, and DB Cooper are digging in cell, M1chael descends into the water-filled sewage tank, swims through the water, climbs up, and enters the infirmary's supply room through the hole. Once on top, he pulls the rope and removes the cloth blocking the water outlet. At the hospital, while Veronica and LJ are caring for Nick Savarin, a phone call comes in. When asked who's calling, the voice says, "Don't ask who I am, I have news you'll be interested in. News that can prove Lincoln Burrows is innocent. Can't talk on the phone, come to Highland Coffee Shop in the Canadian District tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Abruzzi's men are giving T-Bag a beating when Abruzzi arrives and sends everyone else out. Holding a blade to T-Bag's neck, he says T-Bag must pay for everything he's done. T-Bag asks if he's going to kill Jimmy and the child too. They had nothing to do with this. Abruzzi asks if he'll abandon the prison break or choose to die. T-Bag says he can't live in the outside world. Because of his bad behavior, he promises not to escape. As Abruzzi pushes him back onto the bunk, the cunning T-Bag pulls out a razor blade hidden in his mouth and slashes Abruzzi's throat. While digging, Lincoln warns that guard is coming. Everyone prepares to cover the hole, but M1chael hasn't returned yet. DB Cooper tells them to stall for time. When the guard arrives wanting to search the cell, Lincoln has no choice but to grab and attack the guard. Coming up through the hole, M1chael announces they're escaping tonight. Looking around the cell and not seeing Lincoln, he asks where his brother is. DB Cooper says they have a big problem now. T-Bag's slashed throat sends Abruzzi to the emergency stretcher, with everyone calling his name repeatedly to keep him conscious. Meanwhile, Sarah and the others rush him to the helicopter, asking to get him to Chicago Hospital as fast as possible. Standing by the fence, Scofield, Sucre, C-Note, and DB Cooper watch Abruzzi's condition from afar when T-Bag arrives and says now there are only 6 left. "I count 5, C-Note responds. Gary, furious about being sucker-punched by Lincoln, throws him into solitary confinement after beating him up in the storage room, calling him a fool. When the warden walks by, Scofield asks where Lincoln is and requests a visit. But with only 36 hours left until execution, Lincoln's mind is deteriorating and becoming desperate. The warden says Lincoln will spend all his remaining time in solitary, denying the visit request. Scofield insists it's his right to visit, but the warden says not today, only after tomorrow's final statement will visits be allowed. "Sorry, Scofield," he says before leaving. Sucre calls Chicago Hospital, spelling out Abruzzi's name letter by letter, wanting to know his condition. "I don't want to hear about your procedures and protocols," Sucre says. But following privacy laws, the hospital hangs up without giving any information. Sucre walks around disheveled with hands in his pockets, telling Scofield and the others that the hospital wouldn't give any information. In the yard, the 5 of them gather and argue among themselves. Scofield says he'll wait for Lincoln, won't leave until he gets out of solitary. C-Note says he won't wait for anyone. T-Bag says once the PI work resumes, he'll go through the hole if they don't go through it soon. The guards will definitely discover it. When Scofield says they can't escape with just the 2 of them, C-Note asks, "Really? Just us 2? He tells them to ask DB and Sucre too. DB Cooper says, "M1chael, you've done everything you could. If we don't escape now, we won't get another chance." T-Bag, with a dismissive look, says adults can make decisions, which prompts C-Note to growl, "This fool wants problems," and shove T-Bag. When a guard thinks there's a fight and shouts to break it up, C-Note says, "No fight, boss. We're just playing around." Then looking at T-Bag, he adds, "Scofield arranged everything to get this far. People deserve respect, you bastard." C-Note tells Scofield they have something to do this afternoon. "Are you planning to escape in broad daylight? You'll mess everything up for all of us." Scofield responds, "You can't decide anymore. The train is leaving, little brother. Come along just this once," C-Note says. Scofield replies, "Damn it, you can't just do whatever you want," and walks away. In the 10 by 10 cell, lighting a cigarette with a match and smoking, is our beloved Lincoln Burrows. Sitting in his cell, thinking about what to do next, when Sucre says if those guys go through the hole tonight, it'll be a problem. The guards will turn the place upside down looking for everyone until they're found. "So you're also thinking about running with them?" Scofield asks. It'd be a lie to say I haven't thought about it. I've wanted to escape since yesterday. The girl's about to have a baby too. Michael, you can't get Lincoln out of solitary. The guards will be all over us. If Burroughs really dies, you'll have to serve another 5 years. Plus, with the whole digging incident, if caught, that's another 15 years. If I were in your position, I wouldn't abandon my brother either. But I also can't bear to watch him die, Sucre explains, while Scofield remains silent, deep in thought. Recovering from his gunshot wound, Nick Savran immediately calls his contact at the appellate court to update them on the current situation. When told they can get the case reviewed if there's evidence for a stay, Veronica says, "Now it's time for us to go public. We'll raise awareness through the media. There are other murders connected to Lincoln's case too. This is our only option left." Covering the phone's microphone with cloth, C-Note calls his daughter to say goodbye. When she asks when he's coming home, C-Note promises to return as soon as possible and asks her to put Mommy on the phone. The woman, who only knows he's stationed on the front lines in Iraq, asks how he's doing. Same old, woman. Just driving around, being careful not to get dust and sand in my eyes, killing time. The higher-ups gave me leave. I'll be home this week. Don't come to the airport to pick me up. You know how the military arranges things, just wait at home. If that useless brother-in-law is there, call him for a bit, he says. When his brother-in-law asks how he's doing in Fox River, C-Note curses and tells him to get a car ready. After thinking about escaping from prison about 136 times, feeling dejected, knowing tonight's the night they're leaving, Scofield asks Sucre to find him a razor blade. He sterilizes the blade with fire, then cuts into the flesh near his wrist to extract the pill hidden inside his arm. Sucre watches with goosebumps, gritting his teeth. In the prison cell, Father Morse prays with the inmates, asking for forgiveness of sins. At the end of the prayer, he accidentally says, "May the Force be with you." Wait, that's Star Wars. He corrects himself, "May God be with you." Father Morse tells Scofield he'll stay by his side until this whole thing is over if needed. Scofield asks if he can deliver a rosary to his brother. It's important to him. Tell him I gave it to him. Father Morse promises to deliver it personally and leaves. "Hey, that's my mother's rosary. Why'd you give it away?" Sucre asks. "To save someone who's suffering deeply," Scofield replies. When Sucre says, "You know what you're doing, right?" Scofield answers, "I've done everything I could. Now it's God's turn to help." As usual, after doing what he needed to do, like clockwork, he goes to Sarah's infirmary to get treated and bandaged. While Sarah tends to his wound, Scofield asks, "Do you believe in the afterlife?" "If there is an afterlife," Sarah responds, "why do I feel like you're saying your final goodbyes?" "I don't know." On his way back from the infirmary, he calls out, "Doctor," and takes her soft, pale hand with visible green veins, looking at her with eyes full of tenderness, saying thank you. This makes the young woman's heart flutter like a festival drum. While cleaning up medical supplies and trash in the infirmary, Fat Guy looks under the desk and notices something in the drain grate, thinks for a moment, then leaves the infirmary. Around 4 o'clock, Sucre and Scofield embrace each other, with Sucre saying, "We're going to be lucky." At that moment, with the triumphant voice of a fish vendor from Hagen's Fish Market, Bellick shouts, "PI. Work starts now. Hey!" Wearing PI uniforms and walking with full confidence, it's Michael's crew heading to fix the guard's break room. Father Morse visits Lincoln in solitary and tells him, "I met with Michael today. He's praying for you. He told me to tell you to stay strong. He says, tomorrow the Lord will be with you all day," and gives him the rosary Scofield sent before leaving. Outside Fox River Prison, a large crowd protesting the death penalty gathers, chanting for Lincoln Burroughs not to be executed, while reporters from various news stations are there to broadcast live. Paul Kellerman's team, hearing about the protests outside the prison, assesses the situation and spots Veronica getting out of a car. Kellerman calls subordinate, who's preparing to move house, telling his wife not to answer the phone while packing. "I'm going out for a bit. Once I leave, I'm not coming back," he tells his wife. When she asks where he's going, he says he has a letter to deliver. Thinking there must be something special about what his brother gave him, Lincoln carefully examines the rosary, taking it completely apart to find a pill hidden in the cross along with a note about when to take the medicine. When they reach the guard's break room, Teabag asks what they're doing today. Scofield says they'll work on regular tasks until 9 p.m. When Teabag reminds him that PI only works until 5 p.m., Scofield says they'll have to make sure it doesn't close then. They remove a wall panel and use a hammer to hit the water pipe connection point until it bursts. When Bellick arrives, he finds C-Note's whole group sitting around looking miserable, all soaked. Scofield says he forgot to turn off the water line, promising to fix it completely by tomorrow. But Bellick says, "Don't even think about leaving through that door until it's finished. Sit and work all night." Then leaves. Having fallen right into their trap, once the guards leave, Scofield's whole group smiles and laughs. The news station and Veronica coordinate, and when everything's ready, the program host begins interviewing lawyer Veronica, who's following Lincoln Burrows' case, asking about the case developments. She mentions submitting a motion to stay the execution, and reveals that key witnesses Letitia Barris, Crab Simmons, L.J. Burrows' mother Lisa, and character witness Father Morse's deaths weren't accidents, but deliberate assassinations. She also announces that according to a confidential source whose name can't be revealed for security reasons, Terrence Steadman wasn't in the car on the night of the incident. Watching the news broadcast, Vice President Caroline Reynolds tells Paul Kellerman, "Someone's making us the scapegoat." Inside Fox River Prison, the warden and an electrical expert carefully inspect the electric chair that will be used for lethal injection. After the news broadcast ends, Veronica visits Lincoln Burrows and finds him in a dark cell. She firmly demands they turn on the lights, threatening legal action if they don't, citing the defendant's rights. Once in the lit cell, they embrace tightly. She tells him she's filed for a legal stay with the court and will soon meet with someone who knows the truth, which will prove his innocence. "Whatever Scofield has planned, you don't need to do it anymore. We can resolve this through proper legal channels," she says, giving him sweet kisses. Paul Kellerman arrives at Subordinate's house and sees that almost the entire house has been packed up. When asked where they're going, the wife says they're taking a vacation to the Bahamas. You know how women are, packing everything until the house is practically empty. In solitary confinement, holding the small pill and thinking, when Lincoln asks a guard what time it is, the guard says it's a little past 8 o'clock, so he swallows the pill. Until 8:15, nothing unusual happens, so he keeps banging his head against the wall thinking. Around 9 o'clock, he barricades the cell door from inside with an iron bar and removes the coverings over the hole, getting everything ready. Shortly after taking the medicine, its effects kick in immediately, causing Lincoln Burrows to scream and writhe in his cell. The guards immediately rush him to the infirmary. When Sarah examines him, she determines it looks like food poisoning and says he'll be fine in about an hour. In an alley behind Highland Coffee Shop in the Kennedy district, Veronica meets with Paul Kellerman's subordinate. Daniel Hale says it's a long story, but there isn't much time. Lincoln Burrows can be saved. Lincoln was chosen to assassinate Terrence Steadman that night, but Lincoln didn't kill him. Then who killed Terrence Steadman? Veronica asks. Nobody killed him. Terrence Steadman is still alive to this day. The envelope I'm giving you contains all the information and names you want to know, he explains while noticing a car approaching and telling Veronica to hide. Master Paul Kellerman gets out of the car and says, "Your wife told me everything. Where's the lawyer? Have you met her yet? What did you tell her?" He points a gun and takes Hale's gun from his jacket, causing the hidden envelope to fall. When Paul Kellerman reads it, he discovers it's a confession letter containing everything, including his own name. Though they were once training partners and colleagues, when Daniel Hale found his conscience and crossed to the light side, Paul Kellerman, who remained in darkness, decided to continue being evil and shot Daniel Hale dead. Led by Scofield from the front, they crawl through the pipes to reach the storage room under the infirmary. Only when everyone's in the room does Scofield notice that the pipe his brother was supposed to come down through has been replaced with a new steel pipe. He tries to break it with an iron bar nearby, but, "I apologize to everyone," he can only say. True to the episode title End of the Tunnel, they reach the end of the tunnel as episode 13 concludes. Teabag, who's been sentenced to years in prison, gets caught planning a prison break, so adding another murder charge on top wouldn't be a problem. He's already got the death penalty signed and sealed. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lincoln Burrows is also losing it, stabbing himself with a toothbrush handle like he's gone crazy. When Sarah comes back into the infirmary, she sits by the bed and asks if he's okay. He says he's feeling nauseous and doesn't want to throw up on the floor, so he went to the drain to vomit. When a guard arrives and sees Burrows without handcuffs, he says according to regulations, he needs to be cuffed, and chains him to the bed. Hearing the guards coming, Sucre's group hides in various spots around the room. A guard enters and while inspecting, discovers the broken pipe. He calls for backup and leaves. As soon as the guard exits, DB Cooper says they need to get back immediately. He asks Sucre for the rope, ties it under the stage, and they all escape down through the hole. Unfortunately, by the time the guards return to search the room again, almost everyone has made it back into the underground pipe system. On the way back from the yard, Bellick looks toward the break room and notices the tiles aren't stuck yet. He asks someone nearby, who says the water hasn't dried yet, so the pie crew is waiting. Curious about why it's taking so long, Bellick walks back toward the guard break room and tries to open the door, but it won't budge. At that moment, Sucre's team is climbing back into the room one by one through the hole. When he forces the door open, he asks, "What have you guys been doing this whole time? The water's not dry, work's not done," and tells all the lazy bums to get back to their cells, then leaves. Only after going outside does he notice one person is missing. He comes back in and asks where DB Cooper is. DB Cooper, stuck in the hole, awkwardly emerges into the room and says he was tying his shoelaces so the boss didn't see him. "I'm here." The guard tells everyone to get back, so they shuffle back to their cells with tiny steps. By the time Sucre's group returns to their cell, Lincoln Burrows is still handcuffed to the infirmary bed. Outside Fox River, various news outlets have gathered, and reporters ask the warden about Lincoln Burrows' execution scheduled for tomorrow morning. The warden says that carrying out executions is something no warden in the country wants to do. He won't comment on legal matters or clemency issues. As for what Lincoln Burrows is thinking right now, he says only God and Lincoln know that. He ends the press conference and goes back inside. The reporter mentions that Illinois has carried out executions since 1976, and Lincoln Burrows would be the 13th person executed. Watching this on TV with tears streaming down his face is LJ Burrows. Scofield is pacing around the room when Sucre tells him, "Son, I know you're worried. Let me tell you something, I'm not upset that the escape didn't work out. What about Lincoln's case? What are his lawyers doing that's special?" Scofield replies, "Nothing special yet. There's only one person who can stop this." Going to the infirmary, Scofield asks Sarah, "Could I talk to my brother for about 5 minutes? Can you help me?" Sarah goes to another room and explains to a guard, asking for visiting permission, but is told he can only meet during regular visiting hours. Scofield says, "Then please help with one thing, talk to the doctor's father, the mayor, or spend an hour talking with Burrows' lawyers. You'll see that Burrows is innocent," and asks for her assistance. Nick, Savron, and Veronica arrive at the court clerk's office, requesting a court date to postpone the execution until they get permission to exhume and examine Terrence Stedman's body. They say they need about 15 minutes with the judge, and the clerk agrees to help. Sitting on a bench, Scofield and Sucre are talking when T-Bag overhears Scofield promising to break him out of prison. T-Bag interrupts, saying Scofield has made promises to many people. Sucre snaps back, "Don't you understand the situation? Shut your mouth and get out of here, or I'll punch you so hard you won't be able to eat for 5 days. Only then does T-Bag leave. Whether he gets out of prison or not, it's lucky for M1chael to have a friend like Sucre who stands firmly by his side. In our lives too, whether we're rich or poor, we all have friends like this." On the way back from the yard, DB Cooper walks with Scofield and mentions that 10 years ago, someone on death row didn't die immediately in the electric chair, just a small spark came out. It took about 3 weeks to prepare the whole process again. Scofield asks, if something goes wrong with a chair, do they get another 3 weeks? DB Cooper explains that executing someone isn't easy, they need new death warrants, medical clearances, etc. Just then Twino arrives asking what they're talking about. DB Cooper says nothing and continues walking. During the guard's break, Scofield says he's going inside. Sucre gets up from his bunk, saying he'll keep watch in the room. In the underground pipes, they place cookie bait, and when a mouse comes to eat, they gently catch it and put it in a bag. In the solitary confinement, Sarah visits Lincoln and asks about his last meal, where he wants to walk, and how it feels to be restrained during execution. Lincoln asks if it's better to prepare in advance, and she says yes. When he asks about M1chael, she says he's doing well and really wants to see him, but unfortunately can only meet during final visiting hours. Lincoln asks if she could take care of his little brother if something happens to him. Sarah doesn't know what to say. Should she feel sad for this poor old man, or happy that she'll have M1chael, who she's growing to love? The spinster Sarah remains silent. When a guard walks by, Sucre stands firmly as lookout. Hearing a signal, he opens the grate and Scofield comes back into the cell. When Sucre asks what he was doing, Scofield doesn't answer and just pulls down the curtain they use for privacy. In Bellic's office, Tweener is lounging luxuriously, dipping his cookie in cold, sweet milk and eating it bite by bite. The taste. It's like a twice-divorced mom of 3 kids eating pork curry with an old junkie for dinner. After finishing, Bellic asks for some news. He says there's a black guy selling drugs inside, so he's been gathering solid information. Bellic takes away the hamburger Tweener is eating and says if Scofield was supposed to provide information but doesn't deliver any news, the burger and cookie cost $100 pay up or get sold to the big guys who work the fields at night until the debt is paid. Thinking about going to prison for unpaid debts and then having to sell drugs when he gets out, Tweener returns from the bathroom and says he overheard Scofield mention that if something goes wrong with the chair, his brother gets another 3 weeks. That's all the news he has, boss. Bellic says this news pays off the debt and kicks him out. 3 things you shouldn't do in prison. Be a snitch, collaborate with guards as an informant, or be someone's subordinate. Dear viewers, I seriously advise you never to try these things. Back to the story. With this news from Tweener, Bellic rushes to death row and checks the electric chair. Gary, the electrician, says everything's been tested and is working, but when Bellic asks him to test it again, the chair doesn't work. Bellic, Gary, and the electrician go down to the main room where the electrical panels are. In the switch box with connected fuses, they find a dead mouse. Oh God, give me strength. Give a man peace. Give me the courage to walk out bravely. Lincoln prays while leaning against the wall. The door opens and guards arrive for his haircut. When Lincoln asks not to be handcuffed, they allow it since it's his last day. In the courtroom, lawyers from both sides are arguing back and forth. Veronica's side presents evidence tampering, wrongful conviction, and witness murder, but the prosecution says no one named Paul Kellerman or Hale ever worked at the Secret Service. They have complete personnel records. Since Veronica's side cannot present admissible evidence in court, the judge says he'll consider what's been presented and give an answer within an hour. Gary asks if he's seen mice get in like this before. The electrician says they come for warmth. Mice can get through the smallest holes. Bellic says they need paperwork to replace the fuse. But this is about executing the guy who killed the vice president's brother. Replace it immediately. Only the 3 of them know about this situation. Not knowing the real circumstances, the electrician replaces the fuse. Bellic arrives and tells Scofield that Lincoln is being transferred to death row. Final visiting time is now available. Gary tests the electric chair by pulling the lever. 2000 volts flow to the chair, causing lights throughout the prison to dim and brighten, which Sarah notices while sitting in her office. In the visiting room, Scofield is waiting when Lincoln enters with guards. How are you, little brother? Looking good, though my head is shiny now. Does hair interfere with electrical conduction? They hug each other. Scofield talks about appeals, but Lincoln says, enough, little brother. Don't talk about upsetting things. Let's talk about happy memories from when we were kids and get through this. While LJ, Veronica, and Nick are talking, LJ says he wants to see his father. They tell him he can't go because there are cops watching everywhere. Then they hear a knock. It's Sarah. When Veronica arrives at the visiting room, she hugs Lincoln and apologizes for not being able to bring LJ. She says she'll call him if he wants to talk on the phone. If you've ever talked to a father about to be executed within hours, or a dying father in a hospital, you'd understand the feelings. I don't think I need to describe what Lincoln and LJ are saying to each other. Sarah, now knowing all the information, goes to her father's office with files, asking him to reconsider Lincoln's case one last time, then leaves. Lincoln is throwing chairs around his cell, shouting, "I didn't do it," when the warden arrives saying it's time to change clothes. After changing, as they're taking him out, a guard runs up saying the mayor is on the phone. Everyone's hearts skip a beat as something unusual happened. But the warden says after reviewing the case, no grounds for clemency were found, so the execution will proceed as scheduled. While an innocent man is about to be executed on the other side, people are shamelessly saying thank you for doing your best for the country and party. These are Vice President Caroline Reynolds and Sarah's father, the mayor. As the innocent man enters the execution chamber, those who tried their best but couldn't change anything are left speechless, saying their final goodbyes. This scene we're all watching together brings episode 14 to an end. In the execution chamber, guards are strapping Lincoln Burrows to the electric chair, securing his arms and legs, and making final preparations. When everything's ready, they pull back the curtain so people in the viewing room can see. Looking out from the execution chamber, Lincoln sees someone and tries to say something, but with the mouth restraint on. Only his lips move, no sound comes out. Scofield watches Lincoln's lip movements, trying to figure out what he's saying, but can't make it out. Just as they're about to cover Lincoln's face with a black hood, and everything's ready for the execution, the phone rings in the execution chamber, and they quickly close the curtain. While Scofield and Veronica are sitting there anxiously wondering what's happening, the warden comes out and says the judge called new evidence has emerged, so the execution is temporarily postponed. He doesn't know if it's for a day or a week. After saying goodbye to Lincoln, Veronica goes back to the judge to investigate the details. Lincoln asks if Scofield saw him in the viewing room. When Scofield says he didn't see anyone, Lincoln tells him it was their father who they thought was dead. "That man is our father." Scofield says he abandoned us for about 30 years, so why show up at this last minute? It must be someone else who looks like Dad. But Lincoln insists he remembers their father's face. "Well, you were too young, so you probably don't remember much." As for why he appeared, we need to find answers. In Caroline's office, Paul Kellerman and a woman are holding tea bags, waiting for the water to boil. When she asks why Lincoln isn't dead yet, Kellerman says an anonymous tip was given to the judge. Caroline orders that their all-one team find out where the leak came from and eliminate it. When the judge returns home from work, he finds an envelope slipped under his door. Reading it, he discovers that Terence Stedman's autopsy shows an appendectomy scar with no notation. Another document shows Terence Stedman had his appendix removed at age 12, and hospital records aren't kept for that long. It tells him to exhume Terence Stedman's body for re-examination, and the execution is postponed for another 2 weeks. The prosecutor argues that exhuming the body is too extreme, but since there are no hospital records left, this is the only way to verify if the deceased is really Terence Stedman. Veronica calls Scofield to inform him about the exhumation and tells him to take care of his health. When Sucre asks what they'll do if it really is Stedman's body, Scofield says regardless of whether the body is real or not, he won't just sit and wait, they'll continue with their work. Sucre is relieved and excited that Scofield is saying this. Warden arrives and talks to Lincoln, saying they're going to exhume the body. He's never encountered this situation before, but the good news is there are people on the outside working hard for Lincoln's freedom. Lincoln mentions there's someone in the viewing room when executions are scheduled. When asked if he's talked to everyone, the warden says according to his list, there's a reporter named M1chael. That's the only male name. When asked if Lincoln knows him, Lincoln says he doesn't recognize that name. Scofield is frantically searching through tattoos, telling the drunk to keep his hand steady. When Sucre asks what he's looking for, Scofield replies he's looking for another way out of prison. When Sucre asks if he hasn't memorized it yet, Scofield says it's not easy. Memorizing these is like memorizing a New York business directory. There's another emergency route he's found, but the problem is if they take that route, it'll be like walking to their deaths, which makes Sucre look worried. When snow starts falling, Scofield's PI work crew has to spread rock salt on the snowy paths. While working, Scofield mentions using Route 66, but only briefly. C-Note points out they're already at the infirmary with the current route, so why use a different path? Scofield explains there's a 12-inch new pipe installed under the infirmary people can't enter, And if they spray the chemical like before, they'll be noticed. That's why they need to find another route. From the guard station to the psychiatric ward they can go halfway underground, but the other half has to be above ground. C-Note says a whole group of prisoners walking around at night will be seen by guards. Sucre agrees, saying Scofield's right about the death walk scenario. When asked about the above-ground route from the guard station to the psychiatric ward, Scofield points out that Sucre is standing right on that opening. Sucre exclaims they'll be seen by everyone from the 3 towers behind them are like ducks in a shooting gallery. Unable to access the club's skis anymore, Sucre stares at the entrance to cell block A. When he hears about going back into those walls tonight, he asks why, looking at Scofield. They need to check the psychiatric ward and memorize the underground pipeline routes. Scofield admits C-Note is right, going up in the open yard would make them sitting ducks. But when he sees Marge Sanchez collecting laundry, Scofield gets an idea and says not to worry, he's got a plan. Due to the judge's decision to exhume the deceased brother's body, Vice President Caroline Reynolds is in tears during a press conference. While the body is being exhumed, Veronica and Nick discuss some details about the corpse. Scofield goes to the laundry where Marge Sanchez works and asks for help. Marge Sanchez refuses, saying if his mom or Sucre's mom found out he helped and got in trouble, it wouldn't be easy, he won't help. During their argument, Sucre brings up old grievances, the beautiful girl's broken window, the sister's incident. Only then does Sanchez agree, saying he promised not to talk about that incident, so if he helps with this, his promise won't be broken. In solitary confinement, lying on the small bed, Lincoln dreams about his childhood with his father watching Chicago team baseball games. Lying on his bed reading a book, Sucre receives a small package from Sanchez hidden in his shirt. Sanchez tells him to return it tomorrow and warns that if guards find it, he'll be in trouble. While cleaning the guard station, DB, Cooper sees a postcard fall and tells C-Note he dropped it. When T-Bag arrives and knocks on the door to signal, he sees Bellic coming. The wall has cracked and the concrete chunks they put in before are coming out, so C-Note leans against the wall. When Bellic arrives with the usual crackers and tea, he tells C-Note to get to work. When C-Note says his leg hurts and he needs to rest, DB Cooper pushes him and tells him to work faster. Bellic comments that he's getting old but still has some fight left, then leaves. Right after Bellic leaves, the wall completely collapses and all the chunks fall out. While Scofield and others are packing concrete and chunks into the hole with shovels, 2 guards ask T-Bag about a soccer player named Jerry Rice from the San Francisco 49ers team, asking what state he's from. When T-Bag says he doesn't know much about soccer, they explain he's a striker now playing for Denver Broncos. When T-Bag still doesn't know, one guard says someone inside must know and goes to open the door. T-Bag quickly answers that Jerry Rice is from Starkville, Mississippi, and only then do the guards say that's right, he's from that state, and they leave satisfied. Sarah arrives to check Lincoln's health and gives him medication. Before leaving, Lincoln asks if it's possible to see things that aren't really there when having headaches and rapid heartbeat. Sarah confirms it's possible. When there's too much stress and pressure, such things can happen. While working in PI, DB Cooper mentions the postcards that fell earlier, saying if C-Note is doing what he thinks, he's a master at deception. C-Note says Cooper doesn't know anything, and they have nothing in common. Cooper explains how a prisoner pretends not to be in prison, sends postcards to Iraq through a friend, who then forwards them to the prisoner's wife. He asks if Deed is C-Note's wife or daughter. C-Note warns him never to mention the name in this prison. Cooper smiles and asks if it's his daughter, and when C-Note asks how he knows, Cooper explains he also has a daughter. If C-Note escapes, they'll search where his family is first. When asked if Cooper thinks he's that stupid, Cooper says the first place he'd go is where his daughter is. Cooper points out they now have something in common, and C-Note smiles, satisfied. Looking at tattoos with 2 mirrors, Scofield says the pipes under the psychiatric ward are very complicated. If they take one wrong turn, they won't make it back to the cell block in time. When Sucre asks how complicated it is, Scofield explains that when this prison was built in 1858, there were lead pipes underneath. When they learned lead was harmful to health, they installed copper pipes but didn't remove the lead ones. There are still about 1,000 meters of them down there. Just 2 years ago, they installed plastic pipes. If he makes one wrong turn, he'll be lost down there. Putting on the guard uniform Sanchez brought, Scofield quietly emerges from the pipeline. While assessing the situation, a tower searchlight suddenly hits him. Scofield is startled, but calmly raises his hand and waves, making the guard think he's a guard, so the light turns off. Arriving at the psychiatric ward, he presses the button to open the door. The duty officer opens it and jokingly calls him a Power Ranger in blue, asking if he's come to the psychiatric ward, saying he doesn't want to return to cell block A yet and asking he want to use bathroom. The officer agrees and opens the second door. When asked where the bathroom is, the officer directs him straight ahead. Out the door, turn right. Scofield goes downstairs to find the exit point from underground, checking room by room. Finally finding the opening, he memorizes the room number, closes the door, and heads back. Guard arrives and asks what the blue guy is doing there. Scofield says he's looking for the bathroom. The officer said straight ahead. Out the door, turn left. The guard corrects him, saying it was right, not left, and Scofield casually walks away. When the body decomposes beyond examination, the doctor says only the dental records remain to check, and everything matches perfectly. He adds that if they're not sure, they can have other doctors examine it too. Exiting the infirmary, Caroline waits at the door and asks how it went. Are there any other problems to find? Nick separates the two women to prevent conflict. Returning from the psychiatric ward and confirming the area is clear, Scofield opens the drain cover and descends back into the underground pipeline. With count time approaching and Scofield still not back, Sucre is getting worried. The counting guard is checking room by room, getting closer to theirs. Coming through the underground line and reaching the area with boilers, Scofield hears a guard come down and talk, so he backs up and accidentally touches the hot steam pipe with his back. The guard not only doesn't leave immediately, but takes out a bottle and drinks for about 2 sips. Scofield grits his teeth and endures silently. When the guard finally leaves after checking rooms with his flashlight, Sucre opens the basement and pulls Scofield out, but his entire back is burned and torn. When Sucre suggests taking off the shirt, Scofield says the heat has fused the skin and shirt together, but he insists on taking it off quickly. If guards see him wearing it, he's dead. Sucre counts to 3 and rips off the shirt, while Scofield screams in pain. As usual, they had to exclusively use the infirmary. Due to the burns on his back, Scofield ends up in the infirmary getting bandaged. Unrelated to Scofield's injuries, Sucre is being interrogated in the warden's office. When Bellick asks if Sucre beat up Scofield because he talks too much, Sucre denies it completely. The warden tells Sucre to tell the truth or face more consequences. Sucre insists he didn't do it. He found Scofield having seizures during the last lineup, and being a quiet person, he didn't expect it to be this serious. When midnight came and he checked, he found Scofield unconscious on the floor. Bellick makes sarcastic comments, but Sucre says if they don't believe him, they can ask the doctor after the examination. While giving medication, Sarah asks if he did it himself. Scofield says as the doctor knows, he doesn't answer such questions. Looking at the shirt, Sanchez says it's ruined and he's dead. Sucre apologizes for the accident. When Gary arrives asking if the shirt is ready, they explain there's a problem. It got burned by fire. Sanchez asks how they managed to burn a guard's shirt, but Sucre says it's better if he doesn't know and walks away. Caroline's people are thoroughly examining the CCTV records from the judge's house. During the examination, they note that whoever delivered the envelope knew exactly how to avoid the cameras. Looking closely at where the envelope was inserted, one person says they recognize the man. When Katie arrives, she treats Scofield's wounds and shows him fabric pieces extracted from his flesh, saying this isn't prisoner clothing, it's from a guard's uniform. A guard escorts Scofield to room 40. Inside, he removes his shirt and all bandages, looking at his wounds in the mirror, trying to say something to Sucre. But with life's uncertainties, episode 15 comes to an end. Scofield finds Lincoln sleeping on the street and asks what's wrong, saying he got his message and came over. When Scofield tosses him the apartment key he'd been clutching, Lincoln says he has things to talk about. They should meet at the restaurant on Main Street at noon to eat and talk. But Scofield says he heard Lincoln lost his job last week and asks what happened this time. Lincoln responds by asking if Scofield really wants to know, or if he's just asking because someone higher up told him to. Scofield says he just wants things to always be like their brothers and walks away. When Lincoln gets home, he finds Crab, who'd been there for who knows how long. It's Crab sitting on the couch. Lincoln says he'll pay back the $90,000, and Crab calmly says, "Easy, little brother, I already got my money back," when another guy comes downstairs and says, "I paid him." At a bar, while Scofield is drinking and listening to the news, the guy asks him if he had to choose between Vice President Caroline Reynolds or that hot blonde from HR, which would he pick? Scofield says he'd pick the third option. When Veronica arrives and greets them, asking what they're up to and if she's seen Lincoln, Veronica replies that as a lawyer from downtown court, things are going fine. It's been about a year since she and Lincoln had their falling out, and she's been avoiding seeing him on purpose. Lincoln insists that no matter who it is, he won't kill anyone. The guy says that Purcell isn't a good man, he's been causing suffering for everyone. Think of it as a $90,000 bullet. Once this is done, neither of us will owe each other anything, and you can start your new life, he tells Lincoln. After talking and drinking all night, both of them end up drunk at Scofield's apartment. Just when things are about to get intimate, Scofield's phone rings. It's Lincoln calling. Coming to his senses a bit, Scofield says this isn't appropriate and calls a taxi to take her home. Lincoln, who's been calling, keeps sending voice messages saying, "Little brother, I'm in trouble, please pick up the phone." But since Scofield doesn't answer, Lincoln makes his decision and goes through with the killing. Just like we saw at the beginning of the story, when Lincoln gets to the car, the person inside is already dead. Lincoln runs away from the parking spot and crashes right into Sucre and others having a conversation. While Sucre, Sanchez, and Hector are talking, Sucre spots his true love when he sees little Marie Cruz in the distance. At a hospital where Sarah works, she goes into the medicine storage room, takes a morphine vial, and when people aren't looking, injects herself to experience worldly nirvana. Actually, Sarah was a doctor at that time, but she was just a girl addicted to drugs. In the Middle East, in Kuwait, at Ahmed Al-Jaber Air Base, we have our troublemaker C-Note, or Staff Sergeant Benjamin Franklin. At his superior's request, C-Note agrees to smuggle illegal alcohol, beer, and other items, and in return, instead of going to the front lines, he gets to keep his prison guard position. Veronica comes to Scofield's office and tells him Lincoln has been arrested for murder. Looking at the prison intake forms, she asks about the circumstances, and Lincoln only says he was set up. When Scofield asks if Lincoln killed someone over the $90,000 debt everyone knows about, Lincoln says he'd only do something stupid, but he wouldn't kill anyone. Mom had life insurance. I used my half for school. What did you do with your half? Scofield asks. Lincoln replies, situations aren't what they seem, Michael. Walking through the office and looking at all the newspapers and evidence lined up, Veronica says it looks like he'll get the death penalty. Scofield asks why Lincoln has $90,000 in debt. Is it because of drugs or gambling? Veronica says, "You're thinking wrong. I decided not to say anything, but I'll tell you the truth so you know. That $90,000 debt was accumulated paying for you. Your mother never had any life insurance money. The money you used for school and buying a house when you turned 18, Lincoln borrowed and gave it to you. Since he knew you wouldn't take it if he gave it directly, he lied and said it was from life insurance. That's the truth he reveals." Later, during another prison visit, Scofield apologizes to Lincoln and asks why he didn't tell the truth about the money. Lincoln simply says, "It wasn't necessary, we're brothers." As they're talking, Scofield says, "There's something I don't understand. All the witnesses are lining up against you, and you're on the CCTV footage. If you didn't kill Terrence Stedman, how could someone make it look so much like you did?" Behind this whole case, the masterminds working systematically are Paul Kellerman and his team. Walking through the snowy forest, Sucre, Sanchez, and Hector are talking. "I really like that girl, you know. She sells ice cream at the downtown market. Tomorrow I'm going to take her to that traditional restaurant on Creek Road and buy her dinner," Sucre says. Hector asks, "Can you even afford to go to a place like that?" Sucre thinks about it, then puts a gun in his waistband and robs a convenience store. The store owner fearfully gives him all the money, but Sucre doesn't take it all. He says, "If I can get enough for an elephant, that's enough," takes just one bill, and leaves. Now that he's got the prison guard position, Staff Sergeant C-Note is happy, no need to go to the front lines. But while walking, he hears screaming sounds, and when he carefully peeks around the corner, he sees prisoners being tortured inside the prison. Sitting in the office, reading the police report from when Lincoln was arrested, Scofield opens a drawer and finds a little origami bird, which makes him think about something. The drug-addicted Sarah gives her drug-using boyfriend 2 morphine-filled syringes as a gift from the hospital. While the boyfriend is hugging and kissing her, they hear a crash. Someone got hit by a car. Because of the morphine, Sarah doesn't know what to do, and the boyfriend drags her away. Staff Sergeant Benjamin C-Note Franklin, what a long name, reports to his superior that the blue Grand Prix 42 he ordered will arrive tomorrow morning. The superior calls him for another matter, asking how much he wants to report about the prisoner torture. "I don't like these guys, but we have to follow the Geneva Convention. But what I'm seeing is wrong, and someone needs to take responsibility," he says. Unexpectedly, the superior tells the security guards to arrest the sergeant for illegal contraband smuggling and dismissal from the U.S. Army. This is how a C-Note, who served his country well as a good soldier and reported wrongdoing, was kicked out of the army he inherited from his father due to the corrupt and opportunistic superior. After reviewing the evidence submitted by corrupt officials regarding the murder case, the judge from downtown court rules that Lincoln Burrows is guilty. He shall remain confined in a cell until his sentence is confirmed. At the traditional restaurant on Creek Road, after feeding Sucre and Marie-Cruz 2 plates of chicken curry, they become lovers. When Marie-Cruz says, "Mommy, I'm going to the temple," and leaves with her little bag, Sucre sits in the air-conditioned VIP room, drinking the never-satisfying ocean water. All the single fans without girlfriends should cry. After leaving the army, C-Note applies for jobs in the civilian world, but no one hires him because he's a soldier discharged with a criminal record. C-Note's friend asks how long he can go on like this. "We've been lying to your wife KC, telling her the army gave you leave. No one gets extended leave that long. Soon they'll start asking questions. If there's nothing else to do, drive trucks," he suggests. But knowing the trucks would carry illegal goods, C-Note says he'll think about it. Talking about the case. "After Mom died, it was just you and me left. I don't know where you are or what you're doing, but every morning, there's a little origami bird next to me. When I was young, I didn't really understand its meaning. I thought it was just your way of showing me you were watching over me. Now I've read about it and learned that when you want to show you're taking responsibility for and protecting your family, you use paper cranes. I think this time it's my turn to watch over you," Scofield says. As visiting time ends, Lincoln says he's being transferred to another prison where he'll wait for his execution. The prison is called Fox River, which makes Scofield think about something. Single mother Susan with her 2 children is preparing dinner. She tells the kids to behave themselves when the doorbell rings. She opens the door to find a gentleman in a neat suit who introduces himself and compliments her appearance. After office hours, when no one's around, Scofield returns to get files and documents related to Fox River. In front of a house on the waterfront, while Sucre and his friends are talking, Sucre says he's going to propose to Marie-Cruz. Hector asks how long he'd have to save to buy an engagement ring. 10 years. When Sucre asks why he's being negative and can't be happy for him, Hector says, "No man, I'm worried you'll suffer. We're manual laborers while they're rich kids. While we're riding bikes, they're opening jewelry stores. I'm just telling you the reality." The next time he robs the convenience store, the owner gives him an elephant, but this time he wants more. The owner says, "Fine, take it all," and gives him all the money. As Sucre exits the store, police cars arrive and arrest him. The one who called the police was the beggar Hector, who had a one-sided crush on Marie-Cruz. Vice President Caroline Reynolds and Paul Kellerman are talking when he says, "I found the house situation you wanted. The problem is it'll cost about $2 million. She tells him to use money from the campaign fund. Since she's solved his problems, she can use that money to buy the house. In a room in the church, during a group meeting, Sarah says, "I've been clean for 18 months. When I was using, I thought I was happy. But when I actually got clean, I realized it felt much better." so I want to go back to work to help people again. A man named Bellic approaches and says, Sarah, you used to be a doctor, right? I have a job opening at Fox River where I work. If you're interested, want to have dinner and talk about it. Sarah politely says, sorry, thanks for telling me about the job. I'll think about it. After getting arrested for driving trucks with illegal goods, C-Note gets bail and briefly returns home. He lies to KC, saying he has to go back to the front lines because their experienced unit is being redeployed instead of other units. He also tells his brother-in-law to take care of KC and the family while he's gone, and asks him never to let them know he's in prison or where he is. Reading the newspaper clipping about Lincoln's final appeal being denied, Scofield looks at the Fox River blueprints he stole from the office, posts them on the wall, and makes plans alone in the room. At home, while preparing dinner and talking to the kids about math, T-Bag arrives and kisses Susan. When she goes back to her room, she sees T-Bag face on TV as a wanted murderer. Alone in the room making plans, trying to memorize locations, but getting frustrated because what he remembers keeps changing when he looks at something else. A little girl covered in tattoos brings the medicine Scofield ordered. Looking closely at the tattoos, he thinks of something and smiles. Getting an idea, Scofield uses tracing paper to overlay the Fox River blueprints with tattoo designs, creating pathways. Looking at the entire wall covered with detailed information and newspaper clippings, he prepares meticulously for the plan's success. Because responsible citizen Susan reported him, T-Bag ends up at the most suitable place, Fox River Prison. During the intake process, Susan says that for someone who killed 6 people, this place is the best. I brought you into my house, left him near my children, thank God nothing happened. The sharp-tongued T-Bag says, one day I'll get out of here. When that time comes, don't think I won't remember the stairs to your house. And Susan spits at him with disgust before leaving. At the $200,000 house they bought in Montana, Caroline Reynolds and Terrence Stedman are together when she says, when Burroughs dies, everything will go back to normal. Don't worry about anything. When everything is systematically arranged, wearing a proper Western suit with the confident, dignified expression of a salt tycoon, holding 2 guns, he walks out and episode 16 ends. While building Taj Mahal, the warden comes and says it looks pretty good, asking to finish it by the anniversary. Scofield says the weight has increased due to plaster, so they need to add more supports inside. While Scofield and the warden are discussing Taj Mahal's history, the secretary opens the door saying Dr. Sarah is here to see the warden. The warden tells the guard to escort Scofield back to his cell while asking what's the matter, doctor. Sarah says it's about Scofield. His back burns are quite severe. Initially thought it was inmates fighting each other, but when carefully examining the wound, she found fabric pieces inside, and upon investigation it turned out to be pieces from guards' uniform fabric, explaining the cause. Sitting in the cell, drawing route patterns he remembers on blank paper with a pen, but none match, so he's frustrated. When Sucre asks what he's doing, he says memorizing rough patterns, things that got burned off the skin. He's been studying these patterns every single day, all possible routes to reach the infirmary. What's happening now is like taking an exam with material memorized 10 years ago. Bellic arrives, shouting PI time, so the wandering T-Bag and Sucre line up to work. Seeing a young woman in G-string underwear, Sucre asks T-Bag how she managed to look like that, and whether he likes those things. T-Bag says, shut up. I admit I'm wicked, but I stay far away from stuff like that. When Sucre asks why he won't go next time, he says there's no guard uniform, so he can't cross through the yard. Even if he could cross, the underground routes are too complicated. So don't talk to me about this, you're disrupting my thinking, he says back. Guard arrives, saying they can wrap up their work. Everything looks finished to him. C-Note, who's painting, says, boss, we're not done yet, still need to lay carpet. Guards say Bellic will have professionals lay the carpet in the exact style he wants. When C-Note asks when, the guard says maybe tomorrow morning. T-Bag says, that's the problem, when the carpet layers arrive, and we remove these things, that big hole will be exposed. Scofield says, we'll cover the hole back up. Put base sheets underneath. Pour fast drying concrete on top. Tomorrow when the carpet workers come, they won't know what's underneath. The night we escape, we'll just lightly hit it with tools, and it'll break open. He says, there's no time, They need to cover the hole now. Tweener reaches the office asking, "What's happening, boss?" Bellic asks if he knows the avocado. When the avocado looks at Tweener, saying he's still just a kid, Bellic kicks him out. Then asking how's the situation 911. He says it's only 411. They're not from the same group, don't know anything yet, can't even get close. PI is full of people at Scofield's, don't need me, so I don't know anything either. In the guard break room, desperately mixing concrete to cover the hole, DB Cooper comes in saying, "Emergency. Guards are coming." So they quickly cover everything with cloth and put desks on top, pretending to work hard. When Bellic arrives, saying he'll add one more person to speed up their work, he calls Tweener. C-Note and others pretend while saying their brushes have dried, can't paint with sticky stuff anymore. Teabag says according to seniority, it's Tweener's turn. Scofield says there's a water tap in the yard. Wash all the brushes clean there. Tweener says, "All right, sorry for getting caught up in the party," and leaves. At Chicago's Secret Service headquarters, they're investigating details about whoever threw the envelope at the judge. The person in that photo used to work at the company Lincoln Burroughs' father. He rebelled and left, Samantha says. Paul Kellerman asks if they selected the son of someone who used to work at the company as their target. The company's main purpose is exactly that, she replies. When Paul Kellerman asks what their objective is, Samantha says, "Your job is just to do what you're told, don't worry about the rest." While quickly pouring concrete to dry and cover the hole, another guard comes again. "What's this? Are they enjoying coming in here or something?" Scofield says while covering the hole so it can't be seen. When guard Gary arrives saying the warden wants to see Scofield and tells others to finish work and leave together, Sucre says, "We're dead," but Scofield says, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." In solitary cell 12, an inmate named Lincoln is awakened by a guard saying the court has prepared new documents, execution confirmed in 1 week. Lincoln asks for 10 minutes in the yard, but the guard says no permission from warden, sorry, and leaves. Somewhere in Chicago, Nick Saverin, Veronica, and LJ are consulting. Someone unknown gave the judge medical records, pushing for Lincoln's execution, then immediately disappeared. Who could it be? An anti-death penalty organization? Veronica doesn't think so, and without knowing the name and background, they can't tell who it is. LJ, being young, doesn't seem satisfied with going through legal procedures. The young man wants to respond to knife with knife, violence with violence. Continuing the conversation about waiting for them to make mistakes, she says they might have already made mistakes, like someone who fell into a broken well. So they return to the house with the broken well and search, finding dead hitman Quinn in the broken well. Nick helps LJ descend into the well with rope. When LJ reaches the broken well, he takes Quinn's phone and discovers Paul Kellerman's real name written on the wall. Reaching the warden's office, the warden says, "M1chael, I want you to answer honestly. When Sarah was treating you, she found guard uniform fabric pieces in your flesh. Did a guard burn you?" While asking if he wants to see him lose his job, Scofield says no, they've been very good to both brothers. But since he's not the type to tell the truth in situations like this, guards forcibly restrain M1chael and send him to solitary with water and electricity. The two brothers talk through the hole in the cell, like when we were kids, poking holes in milk cups and talking with needle and thread. Lincoln with experience tells M1chael that solitary confinement breaks your spirit, makes people paranoid. Don't fall into their trap, stay strong. C-Note calls his lovely wife Cassie, but because he's busy at the front, it takes long to connect. He says it might take a bit longer here. Cassie says she's worried too, reading news and calling the unit asking what's happening with 117th unit. The unit officer says about 6 more months. C-Note says that's not right, actually they're providing military support to 140th unit as needed, so there was misunderstanding. We'll be home soon. After the call, while C-Note continues working, Sucre arrives informing that M1chael is in solitary. C-Note mutters, "Damn, one thing after another." Teabag and DB Cooper arrive saying, "Man, this gives me a headache. That hole in the room still isn't sealed." Tomorrow 8 am when carpet installation teams arrive and see the hole, we're dogs. When DB Cooper says someone has to seal that hole, C-Note says, "Right, Sucre, you're the only one who knows the route down there. Tonight when dark, you go down there and seal the hole with concrete." If you don't do it, all of us will have escape tattoos on our butts and stay inside another 15 years. Sucre says, all right, but once I reach the guard room and seal the hole with concrete, how do I get back? I'll be stuck in that room. Everyone says after finishing everything, during guard's shift change, run to the yard hole and escape from there in one go. Sucre finally agrees. In his cell, thinking like a madman, trying to remember what he wrote when planning, taking off his shirt and planning something. When Lincoln says he can't hear him talking and asks him to speak, M1chael doesn't respond. Rubbing his bald head shining like Reverend's head, he looks out at the young woman thinking something. Calling T-Bag to tell his plan, T-Bag says he won't do that. But Sucre says it's for the team. I need to go seal that hole. I need that little thing. You have to help. T-Bag reluctantly walks behind the woman and pulls the G-string saying, Miss, your little flowers are showing. She says, it's not showing, it's blooming and spreading. So T-Bag says, so I can tell you like parties. When T-Bag arrives, he gives Sucre something while threatening that if he tells others about this matter, you know about me. Sucre just smiles. After LJ washed his hands and looked around the house, he remembered where the gun was and decided to take it. He tried to charge Quinn's phone in the car, but the charger didn't fit, so he couldn't charge it. When she asked what they should do about Quinn, Nick Savran replied, he's the one who shot me in the back with a gun, so we're not doing anything for him. We'll just leave him in the abandoned while Kitty and Sarah are having dinner and talking at a restaurant in the evening. Kitty says, Sarah, you're working way too hard. Go out and have some fun. Sarah says, I don't want to go anymore. I have bad luck with romance. I've been getting heartbroken by dating bad guys for quite a while. Even if something were to happen, my feelings are intense and I only choose people I can possess. Kitty asks, someone like Scofield? Sarah denies, not someone like Scofield. But Kitty says, don't lie to me. Every time Scofield comes to the infirmary for injections, even rolling up his sleeves takes about 20 minutes. Sarah replies, Scofield is interesting, but he's in prison. I don't date prisoners as boyfriends. M1chael tore his shirt into strips to create string-like pieces. He then arranged them on the floor in the shapes of the pathways he remembered, trying to figure them out. When nothing worked, he became angry and said he would pay with blood for the issue. He then started punching the wall repeatedly. That night, Sucre unscrews the basin and crawls through the pipes to the guard's break room. He mixes the cement and carefully seals the hole. Guard comes in after hearing a noise, and Sucre hides in a corner. After the guard leaves, Sucre crawls out, stays in the shadows, and runs toward the hole in the yard. The light from the tower shines on him, and he yells, don't shoot, and kneels down. When Sucre is brought to Bellic's office, Bellic says he's not easy on inmates who try to escape. He says Sucre will get 10 more years added to his sentence and then be brought back here. Sucre says he wasn't trying to escape. Bellic asks if he was just howling at the moon and gets angry, grabbing Sucre by the throat and telling him to tell the truth. Sucre says that on the way back from the yard, he didn't go into his block because he was waiting for something to be thrown over the wall for him at night, and he hid between the benches until dark. Bellic asks if it was drugs and says the last guy who tried to smuggle heroin got 10 years and ankle cuffs. Bellic tells the guard to search him. The guard finds a pink pair of underwear tucked in his pants. Sucre says his girlfriend wanted him to have it as a keepsake and that he took a risk for love. He asks Bellic if he understands, and Bellic says, yes, I understand, and sends Sucre to solitary confinement. Actually, those underwear were the young woman's G-string. Since T-Bag had to take them, he threatens Sucre not to let anyone know about this. The fool also got embarrassed taking the woman's underwear. Sucre and Lincoln call M1chael through the hole, but hearing no response, they call a guard to check M1chael's cell. The guard checks with flashlight and immediately calls for medical team emergency. When Veronica and Nick go outside, LJ pretends to sleep, but quietly gets up and searches for Paul Kellerman's information on laptop. To be more certain, he calls the phone number and hears Paul Kellerman's voice. When Sarah reaches solitary cell 12, M1chael has one hand covered in blood and won't respond anymore. The entire wall is covered with lines drawn in blood. When Warden and others arrive, they find Scofield lying in the cell with crazy eyes. Motionless, he's become J-Cat. Taking him to psychiatric ward, Sarah says his mental condition has deteriorated, but he hasn't gone completely insane. She asks to be notified of any special conditions. They chose Lincoln thinking he was ordinary, but now his father is involved. The company is desperately searching too. So Caroline, I've worked about 15 years for the country. Now I need to know who I'm really working for. She's told to remember he's working for her. Samantha arrives discussing House voting on environmental protection. If they vote for it, increases presidential chances in upcoming election. Company gets what it wants. Both sides win. While DB Cooper and C-Note work discussing Sucre's situation, T-Bag arrives saying, "Good thing. If not for Sucre saving us, we'd all be finished." Tweener overhears this. When Avocado arrives asking if there's no grass or bushes in his western block, Tweener gets tense saying, "Leave me alone, man," when Bellick calls him with questions. Asked about Scofield's matter, he doesn't know exact details, but says it's related to the guard room where they worked. If they search the room, they'll probably find out. Bellick immediately goes to search the room, kicking chairs and pulling up old carpets, but finds nothing. Following the address to Paul Kellerman's house, breaking back door glass to sneak inside. Soon Paul Kellerman returns home. While checking mail, LJ aims gun at him. When Kellerman says "Put gun down, you're not a killer," LJ shoots, hitting his ear. As LJ prepares to shoot again, nearby police hear gunshot and immediately surround house, telling him to drop weapon. Since all information about Scofield seems wrong, instead of feeding potato chips and soft drinks, they send Tweener to Avocado's room 88 to eat bananas. Like wrong food being harmful. Poor Tweener is getting poisoned. Police arrest LJ. Searching the house, Paul Kellerman says the boy might be on drugs. Did he say "I killed his mother"? Then says that's why he shot. When police ask what work he does, he answers dried fruit distribution manager, even giving them about 10 bags saying, "Take them if you like, plenty here." Wearing white outfit, looking handsome as always, M1chael meets Haywire and gently sits down saying, "Hey old cellmate, those tattoo things you mentioned were right. If you saw them again now, could you remember? Could you draw them like before?" Haywire thinks carefully and asks back, "Who are you?" When asked who he was, he said, "My name is M1chael Sc0field. I met you not too long ago in Gen Pop. Officer Bellick put you in my cell. I have tattoos, and you seemed interested and drew some pictures. Don't you remember any of this?" Haywire came closer, looked carefully, and asked if you are the one who stole my toothpaste tubes. While the two were talking, a nurse came to give medicine. Haywire took the cup and drank it, but Scofield said, "I'm feeling better, I don't want to drink it," and refused. So the nurse called for a guard. When the guard arrived, he was forced to drink the medicine whether he wanted to or not. After the guards left, he spat out the pill he had hidden in his mouth. He went to Haywire and asked, "Do you remember drawing those tattoos? Can you draw them again now?" But Haywire was acting all crazy and confused. While Bellick and Geary were talking, Scofield went crazy and became a J-cat, and Sucre was also stuck in solitary. About the cell situation, it's like a standalone house in the Golden Hills. If we rent it out as a single room for about a month, we should get a good price. Let's auction it off, Bellick told Geary. When an inmate came to look at the cell, he said, "It's cool in summer and warm in winter, a middle floor cell. There's no profit just standing around looking, you only benefit if you rent it." After negotiating the price, they settled on $200. Looking inside the cell, they noticed the sink was leaking. Geary said, "Don't worry, I'll fix it within 24 hours. T-Bag, who was waiting outside and listening, heard there was a cell sale going on and asked how much it cost. When told it was Scofield's cell, he was told, "It's not available anymore. The price has been settled." DB Cooper showed a picture of a little girl in a locket to Sucre, telling him about past events. When T-Bag arrived, he said, "Hey guys, there's going to be a problem. The cell sale has happened. I heard they're going to fix the leaking sink. If they fix that and find the hole, we're screwed," he warned them. C-Note asked Geary if the sale was still available. He said it wasn't anymore, but, "I'll pay you double what you got." When Geary said $500, C-Note replied, "No problem, cool," and left. In the psych ward, while making little figures with breadcrumbs, Scofield came to clean up and took Haywire to another cell. When asked what they were doing, Scofield said, You have something stuck to your teeth. Open your mouth. Scofield stuck 2 fingers in and made him vomit up all the pills he had swallowed. I'm helping you. Remember those invisible pills they call? They were controlling your mind with those little pills, Scofield told him. Haywire didn't say anything back and just left the room. While talking to LJ on the phone, when asked why he did it, LJ replied, "These people will always win. I wanted to take at least one of them down, so I did it." Lincoln, knowing that besides the murder charges for his mother and stepfather, there was now also attempted murder, called Veronica and told her to help as much as possible to keep the case from getting bigger and to avoid prison time. Paul Kellerman was driving somewhere when 3 cars blocked the exit, trapping them. Samantha got out of the car, and a 16-year-old kid who looked like a pharmacist, Lincoln's son, arrived at the house and shot with a gun. We're giving you a warning. Don't do anything more regarding Lincoln's case. We'll handle it ourselves. You're no longer someone who works for the Secret Service. From now on, you're just someone who sells dried herbs, she said. C-Note arrived at the Mexican's place and said, I'm collecting all the debts I'm owed. I'm taking everything today. So the Mexicans also left to collect debts. When they came back from debt collection, he asked, how did it go? Did you get everything? The big guy working in the kitchen said, there's not a single penny for you. I took everything there was to take. If you're not satisfied, go cry to your white boy gang that you're hanging with. When C-Note started to get aggressive, the kitchen gang gave C-Note a beatdown like they were serving free rice soup for 7 days at a charity house. While Haywire was watching TV, Scofield tried various ways to get his attention and asked him to draw. But the master was still acting all confused. Guard came and said, time's up. Let's go, taking Haywire away. Only when they reached the door and Haywire said, those are the pathways, did Scofield become happy. When it was time for medication, while drinking the medicine, he saw Haywire enter his cell and follow to check. Inside the cell, he found Haywire vomiting up the pills. Haywire said that, because of the medicine, he couldn't see the pathways to hell. Scofield replied, no, look at the opposite of those paths. Teabag told the limping C-Note, who was injured and walking bent over, that it was like not being able to withdraw money from the African bank. We need to use other methods to get money, he replied. D.B. Cooper said there were no outside visitors coming today, so there was no way to get outside money. C-Note said, then we have to use the last resort, the poker games in the kitchen. When you find a card up your sleeve during the poker cheats, the knives are on top in the kitchen. Scofield brought Haywire to a cell, gave him a book and pencil. Then Scofield took off his shirt and removed the bandage from his wound. When Haywire said, oh no, everything's ruined, Scofield replied, yes, that's why I'm asking you to redraw it. Draw what was there in that place. Haywire said he remembered there were demons there, and drew while muttering to himself. When Sanchez passed by the cell, Scofield said, hey Sanchez, come here for a minute. Give Sucre a message. Tell him I'm fine, I'm healthy, I'm filling in the gaps. Then he'll understand, he instructed. When guard Geary asked why he wanted to move cells after living in cell 13 his whole prison life, D.B. Cooper replied, I'm getting old. A standalone house in the Golden Hills appeared on the market. I want to live somewhere quiet and peaceful. When they got to the cell, he looked around and casually picked up a small black book, offering to pay about $100 for the cell. Geary said, you're just wasting time, leave. He gave Teabag a $100 bill that was tucked in the book, saying, my job is done. It's your responsibility to find the money. Teabag said they had money for poker now. If I go play alone, it'll be too obvious that I'm cheating. You and I will be partners. Every time it's my turn to deal, you go all in, he said. In a phone shop, while buying a phone charging cable and looking at new phones, an old guy came and asked about the situation. Always keep an eye on Veronica's situation and report to us. Never forget who you're working for, he said and left. Back in the cell, Haywire said, if you want someone to remember, you have to pay attention, M1chael. Now I remember everything. You set me up and sent me here to get back here. And I also remember the tattoo pathways, showing the picture he had drawn. When Scofield asked for the paper, Haywire asked, while tearing up the drawing, should I tear it all up, or will you tell me your exact plan? Here's how it is, we'll start from here. Turn right when we get there. turn left, and then back around heading east. When we reach the east, we'll go down and around in a circle. Then we'll reach the infirmary and leave from there," Scofield said calmly while asking for the drawing paper. In Fox River's kitchen, they were broadcasting live the biggest poker game in the world for the visiting inmates. While I was presenting, Teabag and Sucre's crew were already playing well. They were playing 5-card stud in the middle with increasing stakes. Winner takes all. There's no profit just watching. You only benefit if you bet. Guys, sorry about that. We don't accept gambling advertisements. I forgot. Paul Kellerman and Vice President Caroline were consulting in the office about staying away from Samantha's side. And if Lincoln wasn't dead yet, the people who would be hurt wouldn't be the company, but just you and me. They were playing poker really well, but on the final round, unfortunately Teabag accidentally flipped a card while dealing, so everyone demanded a new card. Teabag had no choice but to give C-Note a new card. The cards were in sequence 6, 7, 8, 9, but when the card flipped, they got a straight flush, and the guy sitting at the top of the circle, Miguel, owned everything. Everyone went all in. C-Note was counting the money too. Then Miguel called, and on top of the money he put in, C-Note added another $70. Miguel got tense. C-Note said, "If you want democracy, go to Myanmar. This is Brazil," and it was Sergeant C-Note who won in the end. Haywire, believing Scofield's diversion story, was caught using a different map to escape from the psych ward. When the alarm sounded, guards came and took Haywire away with electric prods. Pretending to want to make a phone call, he waited for Geary to arrive. When Geary came, he said, "Boss, as discussed here, it's $500, and gave it to him. But Geary, wanting to take everything he could get, said, "I haven't received it all yet. I need another $200. So C-Note came back to DB Cooper and said, "Old man, I can't do it anymore. Give me the locket. Don't miss your daughter's photo. You can see her when you get out," and took the locket and gave it to Geary. But in the dirty place where the two weren't around, Geary said, "Sorry, someone already offered $700. You can't have the cell anymore," and left. Having gotten what he wanted, M1chael was also ready to leave the psych ward. When Sarah arrived, he gave her a small gift he had made and said his condition had improved and he could go back to Gen Pop. Sarah said if he really wanted to go back, he had to tell the truth about who burned him. If he didn't tell, the warden would send him back to solitary. "It won't be long before you're back here. If you want me to help you, just tell the warden the truth." Sarah also urged him. Sanchez, who came to collect old clothes, gave Sucre new clothes while telling him the messages Scofield had asked him to pass along. "And I've seen Scofield's back injury. The guard's shirt has a hole that matches it exactly. Whatever happened, tell me about it. If you don't tell me, I won't help you anymore," he said. Sucre replied, "I can't tell you, little brother." From the other cell, Lincoln called Sanchez over. "We're going to work together," he told him. C-Note was getting quite angry, so while eating in the dining hall, he said, "Before I get out of here, I'm going to mess up Geary real good." While DB Cooper was talking about Scofield's sink issue, Sanchez arrived and said, "I can help with Scofield's case." C-Note asked, "Who said we have a problem?" Sanchez said, "Lincoln and Sucre told me everything. I can also follow where you're running to." Teabag got angry and said, "Did Scofield rent an entire train? Are you going to put everyone on it?" And told Sanchez, "Get out before I punch you." But DB Cooper asked, "Do you have another plan?" and made Sanchez tell them everything he knew. Sanchez then told them everything he had discussed with Sucre and Lincoln. According to the discussed plan, Sanchez set fire to something and made burn marks on the guard's shirt. Then, while coming out with a cart, he gently put it in DB Cooper's trash can. While going to the guard's temporary restroom, when there was no one in the room, he took the shirt from the trash and put it in the room. When the warden arrived and asked who did it, Scofield said, "First, promise you'll protect me. The one who did this to me was Geary. If I have to describe his behavior, he extorts money from all the inmates. When he found out I went to college, he started taking my monthly allowance. Finally, when I couldn't pay anymore, he burned me." He explained everything. Looking through the numbers and addresses from the phone they got from the yard, there were so many addresses that both of them were getting confused. While the guards were gathered and resting, the warden came and searched the room. While searching, he found money hidden in shoes. Searching further, He also found D.B. Cooper's locket. But the best part was that he found the burned shirt that Scofield and the team had planted, just as they had planned. Due to the conspiracy of Scofield, Lincoln, D.B. Cooper, and Sanchez, Geary, who had been extorting money from the inmates, lost his job. When they returned to the original cell number 40, he greeted D.B. Cooper, who was waiting ready in the cell. When the warden asked him to return the locket, he gave it back, took his daughter's photo from his pocket, put it back in the locket pendant, and D.B. Cooper left. With the warden's permission, Lincoln went out with armed guards to meet his son. While driving, at one point on the road, a truck crashed into the car Lincoln and his team were in, and the entire car flipped over on the roadside. Lincoln regains consciousness after the car crash and finds himself on the side of the road, his whole body covered with injuries and wounds. A car arrives and someone gets out. Lincoln tries to look, but his vision is blurry and he can't see clearly. The person who got out of the car is none other than Secret Service agent Paul Kellerman. When he reaches Lincoln, he uses a cloth to cover Lincoln's mouth and nose, trying to kill him once and for all. Just then, another car arrives and someone asks if everything's okay. Paul Kellerman gets up and draws his gun from his waist, but the newcomer sprays him with a fire extinguisher he was holding, and Kellerman goes down. Before anyone else arrives, the old man pulls Lincoln along, gets him into the car, and drives away. When Sucre gets out of solitary confinement, everyone welcomes him with joy, hugging and greeting each other. Teabag, who's been watching, says forget about exchanging books and memories, but now let's talk about the current situation. Everyone says they got everything they need. They've memorized all the pipe routes in the psych ward, and they can go to the infirmary anytime. With the new route, once you exit the pipe, you walk about 30 feet, and you'll reach the infirmary. If they get the key to enter that room, everything will be complete. C-Note says it's just like before, they need to make a copy of the key, right? But it's not that simple. Only medical staff have access to that key. While they're discussing arrangements, D.B. Cooper starts chanting, "May the Ganges, the sands, the Buddha's mercy, all the gods save us." Well, if you're going to chant, you might as well have something to chant about. The yellow-shirted prisoner, who just got out of the transport van, is none other than mafia boss John Abruzzi. The guy who nearly died from shock seeing Abruzzi is called Taddy, apparently. In the dining hall, Abruzzi is praying when Scofield greets him with, "Hey, how are you doing?" Abruzzi replies, "Good, thanks to God's grace," and invites him to sit. "I thought you guys had forgotten about me, but you're still here," he says. Scofield asks if the situation has changed, if he has any new plans. "Don't worry about the plane situation like before, it'll be ready on the day we break out," Abruzzi replies. Teabag sits there watching Scofield and Abruzzi talk, filled with about 10,000 different worries. Bellick informs the warden that Lincoln's transport was attacked, 2 guards died, and 1 is in critical condition. The warden wants to do everything by the book as usual, but Bellick says if they follow the book this time, everyone's jobs will be lost. "Don't report it yet, let me and others go look for him," Bellick says. After printing out the call records from Quinn's phone, there are tons of files. Nick Savrin says that if these phone numbers turn out to be unrelated to Stedman and Lincoln, they'll have wasted time, and by then it might even be time for Lincoln's execution. Veronica looks reluctant and unwilling to continue. She tells him not to talk too much, just go through these call records and note anything unusual, and throws him a thick stack of papers. Scofield quietly picks the lock to the infirmary door and waits by the door for Sarah. When Sarah opens the door and sees the lock is broken, she opens it with her key, and Scofield subtly watches. Local police, rescue teams, and Bellick's team all arrive at the incident scene. Bellick's police chief friend explains the situation and promises to help recapture the escaped Lincoln. Bellick asks Paul Kellerman the 6 W's: who, what, when, where, why, how, but the arrogant Secret Service agent gives evasive answers and heads to his car. In the infirmary, while Sarah is treating Scofield's wound behind a screen, he suddenly kisses the young doctor without warning. How can a grown woman escape from that situation? She's thinking to herself. The channel has been dug for so long, and the water is just now starting to flow. When she asks what he wants from her, Scofield says, "Wait for me." But Sarah replies, "I don't think we have a future together." When Sarah says she has to go and leaves, the guy left alone in the infirmary is going crazy with lovesickness. When Tweener returns to his cell and says, "I think we have something to discuss. I've made contact with people on the outside. I'll pay you $100 a month." But the avocado, who only wants to feed him bananas, pulls Tweener down. Scofield approaches Tweener, who's sitting against the wall crying because his cellmate beat him up, and asks him to steal another item like he did with the watch. "If you want me to do something for you, you help me with something in return. See that son of a fool lying over there? Kill him for me," Tweener says. "That's not something I can do," Scofield replies. "A friend's father near my house collected baseball cards. I thought if I stole a few, I could get some spending money. One of the cards, there was a 1910 Honus Wagner player card. It meant nothing to me. The only sport I was good at in the neighborhood was slip and slide with shoes. That card was worth about $300,000. So they arrested me for grand theft. Now I'm in prison eating bananas every day over a baseball card, feeling like a punk," he says. Scofield feels bad but can't do anything about it. A car drives into an old junkyard warehouse. When Lincoln regains consciousness and looks around, he realizes that the old man who saved him is his father, who had been missing for many years. It was also Lincoln's father, Aldo Burroughs, who provided the medical records to the judge. Aldo says, "I knew they'd come after you as soon as you got out, so I followed you. They're not after you, they want me to come out of hiding. It's an organization with people from many countries, known as the Company. I used to work there. This organization controls everything in this country, which laws to pass, which judges to appoint, which countries to go to war with. To know this level of information, I had to abandon my family and go through it alone. And that's how I learned all this intelligence," he explains. When Lincoln asks why you never contacted us, Aldo says, "I had no choice. I regret it every day. When I left the company, I took all the information with me. That's why they're doing this to you. They know that if they hurt you, I will come out." In the yard, while Scofield is walking and waiting for Sarah's path, looking forward to seeing his beloved. He's staring at his sweetheart walking with an umbrella and a folder. Sucre arrives and asks if Scofield is playing with that woman or serious about her. Scofield says he doesn't know anymore. While shaving in his cell, Teabag sees Abruzzi in the mirror. Abruzzi says, "With God's salvation and protection, I can forgive and tolerate everything. Take my hand. Let's leave everything that happened in the past." Teabag also fearfully shakes hands, and Abruzzi says, "Isn't a warm hand better than a cold one?" And the two of them settle their feud. Whether it's really settled or not, we'll have to wait and see. It's not believable. The warden tells Bellick it's been 2.5 hours. The police chief still hasn't found them, and he's giving him 2 more hours. "If you don't find them, I'll have to hold a press conference. If people find out a murderer escaped from prison, we'll have a lot of problems." Tweener meets Bellick and tells him about the avocado situation, asking for a room change. But since Scofield's team won't provide information, Bellick does nothing and leaves. Avocado gets up from his bunk and says it's time for banana eating. When Tweener says he'll eat on the top bunk today, Avocado stands up straight and starts making the bed carefully, then pulls out a razor blade hidden between the mattresses and cuts the banana from the stem. As Sarah is about to get in her car to go home, Nika approaches and asks if she knows M1chael Sc0field, saying he's planning something dangerous to get out, and they need to talk. In the coffee shop, Nika explains in detail how M1chael has helped her in various ways, and also clarifies that she and M1chael aren't really married. As they're talking and she's about to leave, her bag falls and Sarah helps her pick it up. Aldo explains that among the many ways to solve the Sc0field problem, they chose the method of faking Terence Stedman's death. "You were involved too, so in one swift move, Terence is free, and I had to come out of hiding. If we can stop their wars, many people will live, but we'll lose one son. Even though I thought this way and did it in the end, what father can sit and watch his son face death?" he says. When Lincoln says that because of his father's actions, LJ's mother is dead, he's about to face execution, and M1chael is in prison, Aldo replies, "I knows everything. That's why I came out in time to prepare." Although Abruzzi forgave him, Teabag is still scared and plans to kill him with a small knife. C-Note stops him, saying that guy will arrange transportation when he gets out. If you kill him now, I won't see my family anymore. I can't accept that. Give me the knife, he demands, and Teabag reluctantly hands it over. When Sarah returns to the infirmary and can't find her key in her bag, she asks a nearby staff member to help her open the door. In the visiting room, when Nika shows up for visiting hours, Scofield is amazed. For the favor Scofield asked, Nika gives him the stolen key from Sarah's infirmary, saying, "We're even now. Neither of us owes the other anything. I won't come to see you again," and leaves. The police chief calls Bellick saying they found Lincoln and the others at the junkyard ruins. "All right then, you go ahead. I'll follow immediately," Bellick says. Paul Kellerman is listening to their conversation through a walkie-talkie. Just as Lincoln and Aldo are preparing to escape, police and Paul Kellerman arrive. They leave the car and try to hide among the wrecked cars, heading toward the riverside. As Lincoln continues forward, his father calls for him to run, but Paul Kellerman spots them and aims his gun. When Lincoln sees guards passing by outside the compound, he calls to Bellick saying, "Don't shoot." Bellick and others arrive, so Paul Kellerman loses his chance to kill Lincoln and quietly retreats. Bellick and the police arrest Lincoln with handcuffs. While melting a toothbrush with fire in his cell to duplicate the key Nika gave him, Sucre arrives asking if Scofield heard about avocado. The guy ran out of bananas. Tweener cut him with a razor, but he told the guards it was an accident with the bed sheet. When Scofield asks why he lied, Sucre says if Tweener goes to solitary, they can't take him along. When Avocado get back from the infirmary, Tweener will be dead, he adds. In the office, Sarah and Katie are desperately searching for the key. While searching, Sarah pulls out a small bag and remembers meeting Nika in the morning, dropping her bag, and Nika picking it up and then quickly leaving. She immediately goes to search the visitor log records and finds that Nika and M1chael Sc0field had a visit. Abruzzi calls to Scofield as he's walking and asks where Fibonacci is, saying he needs to meet Fibonacci to forgive everything. Scofield says the story is nice, but as he said before, he can only meet him when they get outside. Abruzzi calls Nick Savarin and asks about Veronica's situation, then tells him that next time I calls, you should bring Veronica to wait at the airport as previously discussed. From the beginning of the story, Abruzzi had instructed Nick Savarin to keep watch on Veronica. Scofield approaches Tweener, who's standing on a bench, and asks why he's not going to solitary. Tweener says if he goes to solitary, he'd have to tell about cutting Avocado's banana with a razor. "Either way, I'm a dead man," he says. Scofield asks thoughtfully how much he can trust him. In the infirmary, Sarah greets Scofield as he arrives for his shot and asks about the situation. Katie enters and says someone's outside to change the lock, asking if they should change it. Looking directly at M1chael, she says they'll change it. When M1chael just stares at Sarah without saying anything, she asks if something's wrong. As Scofield leaves the infirmary, he sees them changing the lock and doesn't know what to do. When Lincoln returns to Fox River, the waiting warden says since he was recaptured 8 miles from the incident site, he assumes it was an escape attempt. When he asks who helped him, and Lincoln doesn't answer, he orders 24-hour guard surveillance. Bellick comes out holding a coffee cup, looking pleased, and Tweener tells him he has new information from Scofield. "Because of this, you'll protect me from Avocado's revenge problem and give me reduced time." Scofield and all the PI guys are about to break out, he says. As soon as Tweener gives this information, he immediately goes to the guard station to find where the hole is. Using a hammer to tap the floor, he finds the spot, making a hollow sound, breaks through it, and discovers the hole Scofield's team had dug. After discovering the hole in the guard room, Bellick is hit with a shovel by DB Cooper, who has entered the room, and is told he won't be allowed to leave. Bellick and DB Cooper get into a fight. Bellick pushes DB Cooper onto a dining table, which breaks a glass. DB Cooper gets the upper hand and hits Bellick over the head with a gas canister, knocking him out. DB Cooper feels a sharp pain in his stomach and looks down to see a piece of the broken glass stuck in his abdomen. Teabag sees the guards walking with dogs and says that the reason people always get recaptured after escaping is because of those damn dogs. He says that no matter how far people run, they can't get rid of the scent they leave on their blankets and pillows. Teabag is right, so the group realizes they have to get rid of the smell on all their bedding, blankets, and pillows. While they're all discussing this, DB Cooper arrives, pushing a garbage can and tells them they need to escape immediately. He doesn't know how Bellic found the hole, but says he covered it up as best he could. He says they only have time until the guards notice Bellic is missing. Scofield asks what he means by missing, and DB Cooper explains that he tied Bellic up, taped his mouth shut, and put him in the hole. After arguing for a bit, Scofield says there's no other choice. Although it's not the right time, they will escape as soon as it gets dark. He tells Abruzzi to arrange a plane for that night, and C-Note, who has been to the kitchen before, to get as much floor cleaner and peroxide as he can. Scofield takes responsibility for getting the infirmary key, and the rest of the group is told to find whatever they can to get rid of their scent. He lays out the plan. After dinner, at exactly 7 p.m., when all the cell doors are open, they'll leave his cell one by one. They'll have 1 hour to escape the prison and get as far away as possible. Walking back to the cell block, Sucre mentions that Scofield hasn't talked about his brother, Lincoln, and says Lincoln is under 24-hour watch. Sucre says that if Lincoln isn't free tonight, they'll have to go without him, which makes Scofield think. After tracking the phone numbers, Nick, Savran, and Veronica, they discover a $2 million houseboat in Montana. They investigate further with the help of a friend and find out the organization that bought the house is funded by a company owned by Terrence Stedman. They decide to go to Montana to investigate. In the dining hall, the guards are asking each other if they've seen Bellic since he's never been late in 8 years. C-Note overhears this and says that their situation doesn't look good, and Scofield tells him to hurry and get the floor cleaner from the kitchen. Teabag goes from table to table, collecting things like bean sprouts, eggplant, and fish paste. Scofield stops in front of Tweener, who is sitting alone with a food tray, and says the plan has changed and they're escaping tonight. He tells Tweener not to ask any other questions and to find Sucre, who will tell him what to do. In Caroline's office, people from the company that funds her campaign arrive and demand she do what they want, including voting a certain way. They warn her to forget about running for president if she can't deliver. Scofield is waiting in the infirmary when he tries to talk to Dr. S4ra T4ncredi. She cuts him off, saying she's tired of his lies, and asks if he wants drugs or needles. Scofield says he never intended to drag her into this, and that he's there to tell her something. He tells her that he's going to escape with his brother and needs her help. He explains that he tried to tell her father, the governor, but the people who framed Lincoln are so powerful that the governor can't do anything. He says he's not asking her to break the law, but only to forget to lock the infirmary door when she leaves that night. Sarah asks if he plans to escape through that room. Scofield explains that the glass door has a silent alarm, and that's why he needs her help. Sarah asks if everything has been a pretense. Scofield admits that it started as a pretense for his escape plan, but that he later genuinely wanted to see her. He says it hurts more knowing that she won't believe him no matter what he says. Sarah says nothing and walks out the door. Abruzzi calls his friend who arranges planes and tells him the plan has changed, and he needs a plane arranged for tonight. The friend agrees and says he'll hide a car about 200 yards from a ruined factory on Fitz Road. Veronica is busy on the phone arranging plane tickets for Montana when Abruzzi calls Nick Savran and tells him the plan has changed. He tells Nick to bring Veronica to the airport tonight. As the guards enter the cell block, Scofield watches them carefully while working. Bellic, who is in the pipe, can hear everything the guards are saying. He's tied up with his mouth taped, and he tries to yell, but no one hears him. He waits for the guards to leave and looks at his watch. It's after 2 p.m. Tweener approaches a guard and asks if he's seen Bellic, saying he needs to talk to him. The guard responds, "Do I look like Bellic's mother?" DB Cooper, seeing Tweener talking to the guard, calls out for him to come help. While working, C-Note approaches Scofield and asks if he noticed the two foxes in his chicken coop, referring to the two inmates, the half-breed and the ghost. Scofield says they both want to escape and he can control the situation. C-Note holds up a knife and says, "Look, I took this from Teabag yesterday." He says if he had been 10 seconds late, Abruzzi would have been in the morgue. He tells Scofield to listen to him and manage the situation to escape tonight, or they'll have to deal with a lot more problems. Katie tells Sarah, who is standing by a shelf in the infirmary, that some documents from the district have arrived. Sarah says she's sorry, but she has to go somewhere and asks Katie to do them. In the PI locker room, DB Cooper throws away his blood-stained shirt and puts on a new one. Scofield tells the others to wear their PI uniforms under their jumpsuits, because since they don't have white shirts, they'll have to make these white. As the group walks out in a line, a guard stops them and says he found bloodstains in the locker room and asks what they've been doing. Scofield calmly scrapes his hand with a small blade he has in his pocket and says the blood is his from scraping his hand while putting away construction materials. They're allowed to continue. Scofield asks DB Cooper if he's okay, and DB Cooper says he'll be fine until tonight's escape. In her car, Sarah is praying to God and doesn't know what to do about Scofield's situation. The only thing she notices is a bar across the street. In the warden's office, Scofield, who is building the Taj Mahal, takes a small joint block from the middle of a column and hides it when no one is looking. When the warden returns, he exclaims how beautiful it is, saying they should open a bottle of champagne. He tells Scofield he's happy he met him, and that the Taj Mahal wouldn't have been completed so beautifully without him. He says he's indebted to Scofield, and that Scofield can ask him for anything. Scofield asks to see his brother. The two brothers meet in a room. Lincoln talks about the car accident, reuniting with their father, and everything their father told him. Scofield tells him they're escaping tonight because Bellick found the hole, and if they don't escape today, they'll all be caught. Lincoln says to leave him behind because he's chained and cuffed. He says if Scofield stays, he'll die in prison. In the kitchen, while no one is looking, C-Note puts peroxide in a plastic bag and ties it to his leg. A senior inmate approaches him and asks what he's doing. C-Note says he's not doing anything, but the inmate asks if he's stealing the fluid to sell, reminding C-Note that he told him he didn't want to see him in the kitchen. C-Note throws the liquid he's holding on the inmate's face, along with some pork curry, mango pickle, and dried fish paste. Sarah sits looking at a glass of alcohol, unable to decide if she should help M1chael, a man taking a risk for love, or act as a hard-working Karen and stand her ground. She notices a news report on TV and listens carefully, hearing that her father, the governor, has denied the request to stop Lincoln Burrows' execution. It's after 4 p.m. Teabag smashes the boiled eggplants, cucumbers, and bean sprouts he collected and rubs them all over the bedding and pillows. Abruzzi spreads the fertilizer and compost he got from PI all over his bed. When his cellmate asks what he's doing, Abruzzi says, "God told me to do this." DB Cooper distracts himself from the pain of his injury by scratching on the wall with rocks. With the sound of open 88, Tweener's cell door opens and a guard places some items in his cell, asking who they belong to. Guard says they're for Avocado from the infirmary, and that he'll have plenty of time to bake a cake since he's returning from the infirmary tonight. When the guard asks if he saw Bellick, Tweener is about to answer when he sees Scofield watching him from the other side of the cell block. He says he saw him yesterday, but not today. Tweener asks what to do with the bag of liquid, and Scofield tells him to pour it down the toilet and then bleach the PI uniforms. He says the blue prison uniforms will be too visible at night, and that the mentally ill inmates wear white uniforms, and the peroxide can be used as a bleach. The text skips a conversation between President Richard and Vice President Caroline about politics, saying it would be too long. It jokes that it's like fast-forwarding through a movie's romantic scenes with your family. The warden tells a group of guards that the upcoming anniversary is special, and he wants to do something special for his wife. So they're going to lift a chair together. The warden counts to 3, and they lift the chair, causing the Taj Mahal to collapse. The warden immediately tells a guard to go get Scofield. While Sucre and the others are bleaching their clothes, a guard opens their cell door and says Scofield needs to come to the warden's office immediately. As Scofield walks away, Teabag and DB Cooper watch, wondering what's happening. In the pipe, Bellick, who can't move, finds a small metal spike and uses it to saw through the rope tying his hands and feet. While having dinner with her family, Sarah is approached by a group of people. They asks what he can do for them. Sarah asks if she should congratulate him on the news, and he humbly says it's not a big deal. Sarah then asks her father if he looked at the information from Lincoln's lawyer that she gave him. He gives a vague answer, so she asks more forcefully, He responds that it's not necessary because the court will only confirm what they have already found. Veronica, who is preparing to go to Montana, asks Nick Savran what he's doing and if he's arranged a car. Nick pulls a gun from his waistband and says he can't let her go. Veronica realizes he's been a spy this whole time and asks him to look her in the face and tell her who he's working for. The warden calls Bellick's mother, who says Bellick called her that morning to say he was at work. The warden orders someone to check if Bellick's car is in the parking lot and then tells them to bring Scofield to his office. As the escape time gets closer, everyone thinks about their past. Sucre hears his girlfriend's words. Abruzzi, the mafia boss, thinks about the bad things he's done. Teabag looks at a piece of paper with an address on it, thinking about what Susan told him. C-Note thinks about his daughter, Deed, and his wife. Tweener thinks about how Avocado will be back tonight. D.B. Cooper wants to escape to see his daughter for the last time before she dies, who has cancer. Lincoln Burrows is in a restricted cell, chained and cuffed, for a crime he didn't commit. S4ra T4ncredi is walking by a river, thinking about what to do. She found out that her father, the mayor, could have arranged for Lincoln's case to be handled fairly, but he prioritized his political career and signed the death warrant. While the warden is talking about the Taj Mahal for the 146th time, Scofield stares at him calmly. He pulls a small knife from his pocket and says, "Shut up, old man, I'm breaking out of this prison." When the walkie-talkie reports that Bellick's car has been found and asks if they should search for Bellick, Scofield tells Warden that he's already met with Bellick. The warden says, "Max, I've already talked to Bellick. He went into town for personal business. There's nothing to worry about anymore." Scofield says thank you and asks for one more favor, then ties the warden to a chair. From the walkie-talkie comes, "If guard hears from the dragon, take Lincoln Burrows to the infirmary and keep him there," the warden had said. Scofield says, "When we escape, look for Bellick in the hole under the guard room. I feel bad for dragging you into this. When the time comes, I'll be able to explain everything." He then puts the warden in a closet and knocks him unconscious. Then he calls a phone number and pretends to be talking on the phone. When he comes out of the room, he tells the secretary that the warden is on a phone call inside, and it looks like it'll take a while. Back in the room, it's already 6:55. The next head count is in an hour. "In the meantime, we need to run as far away as possible," he says. Sucre is also listening to Michael's words with excitement. Sitting in the room, before anyone could see, D.B. Cooper is changing his clothes, taking off the bloodied ones and putting on new ones in the middle of the cell. Teabag and the mafia boss Abruzzi are in rooms on opposite sides of the building, looking at each other from their respective rooms, each lost in their own thoughts. Tweener is using bleach solution to turn his PI uniform white in the toilet bowl, making his shirt white. Putting on the top layer, getting down from the bed, and looking at one wall. When it's time for the big con man hiding in the furnace room to line up, he acts like you are dead. When Scofield asks if Sucre has taken off sync, Sucre says, "Sorry bro, my whole head is spinning," and throws up in the toilet. When Scofield asks, "You alright, big guy?" he replies, "If we get caught, we won't be able to stay another 10 years, little brother." During the hour walk time, the prison break crew quietly brings white shirts to Scofield's cell. When Tweener gives him a shirt, Sucre says, "There are blue stains left on your shirt." Scofield tells them to cover the cell door and says, "I'll handle it." When C-Note enters the hole, the big con man and his gang gather their weapons and say, "We're going to kill this bastard. If anyone else interferes, we'll kill them too." And the whole group heads up to Scofield's cell. The big con man asks Abruzzi if he's seen C-Note, and he answers that he hasn't seen it. The con man says, "You guys really love each other, don't you? Now all of you get out of the way," and enters the room to check, but Scofield asks if there's something he needs. The big con man's group, not finding C-Note, leaves unsatisfied. At this time, C-Note is hidden behind the basin that Scofield had moved. Nick Savran explains the situation to Veronica. "When this case started, Abruzzi's side contacted me. They said they'd help free my father. What I told you before, I lied. Actually, my father is still in prison. If we can capture you and make you tell us where Fibonacci is, Abruzzi's people will reveal who the real killer is in my father's murder case. In return, my father will be completely free." While they're talking, The phone rings and Nick answers, saying everything's okay, let's go, and pulls Veronica away, saying it's time. As 7 o'clock approaches, D.B. Cooper enters the hole first, Tweener second, Westmoreland third, and Fatty Sanchez, who was stuck in the hole, gets kicked into the hole by T-Bag. Then the remaining people are Abruzzi, T-Bag, Sucre, and M1chael follow. When they reach below, the hole asks about the situation, and Scofield says, "Hurry up, we are already 10 minutes late." Since the rope tying his hands and feet had broken, Bellick rubs the tape on his mouth against the rough concrete edges of the pipe opening until it breaks off. The escaping group also follows M1chael through the pipe so they don't get lost. When the tape falls off his mouth, like a samurai being bitten by a mosquito, Bellick weakly shouts, "Help me." While Bellick is shouting, luckily Scofield's group arrives, so T-Bag covers Bellick's mouth with his hand and holds a knife to his throat. When 2 guards come back into the room after hearing some noise, they find nothing and say, "There's no one here," and leave again. Even though Bellick is captured, he keeps talking in that annoying tone, so C-Note tells him to shut his mouth. As Tweener comes down, Bellick trying to talk, but Tweener punches him once and covers his mouth with tape again, so he can't make noise. T-Bag looks at Bellick with a sweet smile like looking at a lover's face. Putting on the white shirts and waiting as Scofield instructed, he puts on Bellick's jacket and leaves alone from the front to do what needs to be done. He blows the powder he brought in his pocket onto the door opening button and tries different number combinations until he gets the 4-digit code right to open the door. Sarah, who is thinking by the riverbank, makes a decision and returns to the prison. When she reaches the infirmary, she sees guards bringing Lincoln and watches them while unlocking the infirmary door and entering. Seeing the morphine vial, she remembers the times she used drugs before working at Fox River. At the airfield 10 miles from Fox River, Abruzzi's plane is ready and waiting as planned with his men. Since Scofield hasn't returned yet, Fatty Sanchez gets scared and asks Sucre what they should do. T-Bag says, "If you don't want to follow, you can stay behind." When he opens the psychiatric ward's fire alarm, all the crazy inmates come out into the yard. The psychiatric ward supervisor says the alarm button was pressed by mistake and tells them to go back inside. Scofield says he's bringing back those who scattered outside and tells Sucre and the others to line up and enter the building. When the psychiatric ward supervisor notices something's wrong and tells them to stop, Scofield asks if he's seen Abruzzi, saying his mental health condition is quite bad, and asks if he has the medicine he mentioned before, requesting a syringe. M1chael takes the syringe and injects the supervisor, who immediately loses consciousness. Driving to a location, he takes off Veronica's white hood and unties the rope on her hands, saying, "I'm taking you to the airport. Go to Montana and investigate the Stedman case," and apologizes for having to do this. As they go down the underground line one by one, when it's Tweener's turn, Scofield stops him saying, "I know you told Bellick about us. I brought you here because of the watch incident. Now we're even, so when you get outside, go your own way." Going through the pipes under the psychiatric ward to reach the infirmary, Scofield signals for them to come one by one while checking the guard's situation. When Scofield's group arrives near the guard, who's sitting waiting and reading a magazine by Lincoln, the guard says, "I only make about $14 an hour. I'm not going to play superhero. You do what you need to do," making it convenient for both sides. Planning to take his father and escape. When he returns home and tells his father to leave, one of Abruzzi's men points a gun at his father and asks where the lawyer is. When Nick says he'll find her and asks for another chance, Abruzzi's subordinate shoots his father and then shoots Nick Savarin too. Nick Savarin, knowing he's about to die, takes the secret of Veronica's whereabouts to his grave without revealing it. As everyone's hearts are pounding while opening the final door, Scofield turns the door handle and it opens easily. On the other side, Sarah, who had opened the infirmary door, is crying in her car, wondering whether she helped for the truth or helped criminals. Since the warden has been talking on the phone for too long, when they turn on the speaker, they realize it's not a phone call, but a Comedy Channel line that's been left open. They enter the warden's office to check, but the warden is not in his room. They call guards to investigate, but no one saw the warden leave, so everyone is amazed. Scofield's group brings a fire hose to remove the bars from the window gate, tying one end to the window bars and the other end to the elevator handle, planning to pull it out. But when the elevator door closes and opens about 3 times, Tweener enters the elevator and presses from inside, making the elevator work and go up, tightening the fire hose and breaking out the bars blocking the window. While everyone is taking off their PI shirts, the one who comes with a surprise attack is Haywire, carrying a walkie-talkie. "I knew when you entered the psychiatric ward, so I followed you all the way," he says. With no other choice, Scofield agrees to include him in the escape group. Abruzzi says that after Lincoln is done, they'll go through the rest alphabetically from A to Z. He puts the PI shirts on top of Lincoln and tells him to go to the brick wall. When they reach the top of the brick wall, they put the shirts layer by layer on top of the barbed wire and wait. Abruzzi goes first over the wire. As Sucre is going next, D.B. Cooper's condition gets worse. D.B. Cooper says, "I can't go on anymore. Promise me something." The money is buried under the grain silos in the big farm owned by Kun Sa, the opium king in Tongi Township, Shan State. He says the government people mentioned $1 million, but there's actually $5 million. "Share that money among everyone, including for my little daughter," he says. Both C-Note and T-Bag hear what the old man is saying. 3 guards and the secretary come to check the room again, asking if other places have been searched too. When one guard asks if they've tried calling the warden's cell phone number, the secretary calls and finds the warden in the closet. The warden immediately orders a prison lockdown. Going one by one, only Michael and Fatty Sanchez are left. As Scofield goes ahead and reaches about halfway, the whole prison becomes noisy. As Michael reaches the wall, Fatty Sanchez can't wait any longer and climbs onto the rope. But the rope can't bear the weight and breaks from the infirmary wall. Sanchez falls down. While Sanchez is trying to climb up by pulling the rope, the guards arrive and catch him just as everyone else has crossed the prison wall and escaped. The entire prison is blaring alarms, floodlights are on, and guards are searching with dogs everywhere. When the guards catch Sanchez, they ask him who else escaped with him. Sanchez lists off Michael Scofield, Lincoln Burrows, Sucre, T-Bag, C-Note, and Abruzzi, plus that crazy guy Haywire. When the guards ask who else is left, he mentions D.B. Cooper and starts crying. The warden comes to inspect the infirmary window where Lincoln's group escaped from and finds D.B. Cooper already dead. Back in the prison, there's chaos with inmates throwing clothes around and causing a riot. Only when the warden and his team check Scofield's cell do they discover the hole behind the toilet. While watching the whole prison in uproar, a guard comes up and says they found Bellick. They pull Bellick out of the hole, and he asks for his gun back, muttering, "You bastards are all going to die," as he loads it. The warden tells the guards over the radio, "As you know, there are murderers among the escaped prisoners. Find them as fast as possible. I'm authorizing deadly force if necessary. They escaped over the fence 12 minutes ago. On foot, that's about a mile. By car maybe 10 miles. Find them quickly." Outside the prison, Scofield's group is watching the chaos. C-Note suggests they run, but Scofield says, "No, we wait here. We'll let them go ahead." When he sees dogs and guards coming, Scofield tells everyone not to move. They hear dogs barking from the car, so the guards shine their flashlights and search the area but find nothing. Meanwhile, Michael's group is running like their lives depend on it. I'm running. Oh mama." As she near Montana, Veronica sends a voice message to Nick Saverin, thanking him for everything and saying she'll investigate when she gets to Stedman's house. But Nick will never be able to respond because he's no longer alive. You can fix the right person with the wrong people, but if you get involved with the wrong person, you can lose your life, something certain idiots should understand. For Caroline, who's struggling to become president, there's a major blow. The company backing her has stopped providing funding. Samantha's told not to worry because there are plenty of bought votes from the Democratic Party. But in reality, another faction is completely dominating. When Caroline tries to have a woman-to-woman conversation, Samantha says, "What we see is that you're completely incapable of doing anything, politically or economically. You're absolutely useless. So when the next election comes, if you lose, just quietly step aside. Take whatever you've illegally hoarded with you. Otherwise, you'll have to face certain actions the company will take against you," and leaves. Running through the mountains and forests, Michael's group reaches a barbed wire fence. While Lincoln cuts through it, the others cross one by one. As they're running and stumbling toward the old factory, everyone gathers and C-Note asks where the van is. Abruzzi calmly says, "Relax, it's around here somewhere." After checking the situation, Abruzzi tells them to follow him. Once they reach the abandoned factory, they find the van. While everyone's getting into the vehicle, M1chael takes a rock and smashes the taillights. When everyone's in the van, Lincoln asks Abruzzi where the keys are. Abruzzi says they're wrapped in plastic in a trash can under a tree. Haywire also gets out of the van to look for the keys in the trash. Once Haywire is gone, Abruzzi gives the keys to Lincoln. Actually, they didn't want to take Haywire along, so they deliberately made him get out of the van. After driving off, Haywire is left behind alone, screaming like a madman. A guard reports to the warden that they've sent people to check the train station, the intersection, the highway junction, and the interstate entrance. They've also arranged surveillance on all the escapees' family members' homes. A technical expert examining the door tells the warden that the door wasn't destroyed or opened with a duplicate key. A medical staff member says these doors have to be locked every night as priority protocol. There's only one possibility: someone deliberately left this door open for them. As planned, they drive through Fitz Street, where there are no police patrols. While T-Bag is asking why Lincoln is driving while he's sitting in the back, the scheming T-Bag uses handcuffs he grabbed from the infirmary to cuff himself to Scofield just as Abruzzi reaches for a gun hidden in the van. T-Bag taunts Abruzzi, saying, "Go ahead and shoot if you dare. Let's see how M1chael carries a 170-pound dead body." While Scofield and Abruzzi are trying to restrain T-Bag and find the handcuff key, T-Bag swallows the key he had hidden in his mouth. What a despicable bastard. In a laboratory somewhere in Washington, someone arrives. A guy in the lab explains that if you drink this poison made from algae, your heart will stop within 5 minutes and you'll die. After death, no matter how they examine it, it will just appear as natural cardiac arrest. They'll never know it was poison. Is the company planning to kill Caroline? We don't know who it's for yet, since the scriptwriter doesn't have that sixth sense developed yet. During the search with dogs, Bellic's team finds blood stains on a wall. At that moment, a civilian nearby mentions seeing a blue van parked there. Bellic gets angry, asking why he's only mentioning this now, and shoves the guy. In the van, T-Bag and Abruzzi keep arguing until Scofield gets fed up and yells at them both to shut up. Lincoln asks how much further to the airfield. About 5 miles left. C-Note worries whether there will actually be a plane there. At the airfield about 10 miles from Fox River, Abruzzi's people are waiting with the plane ready. The warden calls Katie and asks if she knows anything about this. Katie, who genuinely doesn't know anything, says no. The warden says, "Katie, someone opened that door. Only you and Sarah have keys to this room. If it wasn't you, then it was Sarah. I know you're hiding something, Katie. Tell me the truth." Finally, Katie admits that Sarah and Scofield have some kind of relationship. Everyone in the van is tense. Sucre rubs his girlfriend's belly, wanting to feel what it's like to become a father. While driving, Lincoln spots a police checkpoint ahead and stops the engine, saying, "We've got a problem." After everyone discusses it, they agree to take a detour through a back road to avoid the checkpoint. Unfortunately, while driving on the dirt road, the van gets stuck in mud. Everyone gets out to push, but the van won't budge. Since they're only about 2 miles from the airfield, they decide to continue on foot. Scofield tells Tweener, "You go your own way from here. We agreed from the beginning that everyone would separate eventually. So go alone," and kicks him out. While they're running desperately through the forest, helicopters are circling overhead. Their bad luck continues as they reach a dead end at the edge of a cliff. The helicopter is shining lights and circling the forest, so everyone's worried about when they'll be spotted. Hiding at the bottom of the cliff, waiting for the helicopter to leave, Lincoln says, "How are we going to run 2 miles like this?" A little girl is alone at home, playing with a bicycle turned upside down, spinning the wheel just like we used to play as kids. The person watching this through the window is Haywire. When the night guard arrives at the airfield and asks what's happening, Abruzzi's guy says there's a minor mechanical problem and they're fixing it. Once it's fixed, we'll leave immediately. A overly dutiful guard radios in. There's an unidentified aircraft at the tower. Number starts with 9.8. 7. Please check. Near the house at the bottom of the cliff, Lincoln and Sucre are trying to hotwire a parked car. Sitting by a small pond near the cliff, C-Note asks Scofield what they can expect in Mexico. Scofield replies, "I don't know, I've never been there." C-Note says he has plans to meet his family in Mexico. "I've been a soldier all my life, only been to Iraq and Fox River besides here. Whatever people say, it's a new place. But being with family no matter what is still the best. Once we get to Mexico, even if the authorities know we're escaped prisoners, it won't be a problem, we'll be safe." When Scofield says it might not work out so well for his family, C-Note responds, "Can't help it, that's just how fate turned out. But it's much better than it was 2 years ago." While Sucre is stripping wires in the car, showing off his skills, Lincoln asks, "I know you're in for armed robbery, but you also steal cars." Sucre laughs and says, "That's what they caught me for," then recites, "Red is electrical, white is ignition, put two together, and the whole city lights up," as he tries to start it. But nothing happens, so when he opens the hood, he discovers it's just a car shell with no engine. Haywire enters the house, takes the bicycle from the little girl, grabs a bag from nearby, and rides off on the bike. Bellic finds the abandoned van and radios that the engine is still warm. There are no other tire tracks, so they must have continued on foot. They can't have gone far. The warden responds, "Good. Now we'll set up checkpoints at the highway junction, the military base intersection, and the interstate entrance. These guys have nowhere left to run. We'll catch them faster than expected." A guard reports, "Sir, we got more news about Sarah. Staff members haven't seen her. She went out briefly at noon, came back, then left again. She seems emotionally unstable. Can't reach her at home either. Her cell phone is turned off." The police found a car parked in front of her house and are requesting an emergency warrant to search inside. One of Bellic's men says, "The dogs caught a scent. Looks like the group split into two. So what are we waiting for? Let's go after them quickly." In Montana, Veronica arrives at the house and finds Terrence Stedman making fruit juice inside. She checks the door handle, finds it unlocked, opens it, and enters. At a press conference, Caroline is cheerfully saying, "Our great nation is progressing rapidly. We're making huge profits from tax collection and exports." While reporters ask other questions, and she's drinking from a water bottle, she notices security staff whispering urgently. When she asks what's wrong, a security officer approaches and whispers something to her, causing her to drop the water bottle. Lincoln's group reaches an old warehouse, but Scofield and T-Bag haven't arrived yet, so everyone's worried. Being handcuffed together, those two are running slower. When Scofield and T-Bag reach the warehouse, everyone tries to cut the handcuffs with metal cutters, but they can't cut through the steel. T-Bag laughs mockingly, saying this is how it had to be. When the impatient Abruzzi grabs an axe and forcefully chops off T-Bag's hand. After chopping it off, he even says, "Be grateful I didn't chop off your head." With Abruzzi's blow, T-Bag's hand is severed. When T-Bag screams, a person from a nearby house comes out with a gun asking who's there. When no more sounds are heard, the man goes back inside, and Scofield's group continues running. T-Bag is left behind alone, crying and clutching his severed hand. Running alone in the darkness, Tweener reaches a checkpoint and hides behind trees. Watching the police situation, he sneaks onto the back of a truck carrying horses during shift change. The warden calls the mayor, wanting to speak with him. The mayor tells him to just watch the news. When he turns on the TV, he learns that the president was rushed to the hospital in an emergency about 45 minutes ago. Despite doctors' best efforts, he died of heart disease. The news continues that according to protocol, at an undisclosed location, Vice President Caroline has been sworn in as the 46th president. This is how Caroline became president, through underhanded means. When Samantha arrives, Caroline smiles smugly and says, "Did you see what I'm capable of?" and walks away. Police arrive at apartment 236, announcing, "S4ra T4ncredi, this is the police. We have a warrant to search the house. Open the door, or we'll break it down." Getting no response, they break down the door and find Sarah on the sofa, either unconscious or dead from an apparent overdose, her face pale white. Riding with the horse truck, Tweener nervously wonders who will search him on the road. Meanwhile, Haywire is cycling peacefully through the beautiful world in his white shirt. Seeing police cars, Sucre, Lincoln, Abruzzi, C-Note, and Michael hide in a field. Scofield says the airfield is about 500 meters away, across that field. When a police car passes, they hide again, then continue once it's gone. Hearing police car sounds, they look toward the airfield and see police cars approaching. Abruzzi's guy at the plane tells the pilot to start the engines. Walking into the house, Veronica, thinking about Terence Stedman, greets the man sleeping on the sofa. Running through the forest with his severed hand, the pure and innocent tea bag is all alone. Run if you can. Only by running can you escape. The 5 men are running with everything they've got toward the airfield. All the police cars are also heading toward the airfield, while the plane starts its engines, preparing to leave. When Michael's group reaches the airfield and tries to flag down the plane, it takes off. With police cars arriving, Scofield's group of 5 runs across the fields. And that's where Prison Break Season 1 ends. We'll continue presenting Season 2 daily, 1 episode at a time, so please like and subscribe to the Cinema Essentials channel. To all our supportive viewers, may you be blessed with mental health and physical prosperity. Thank you all for watching until the end.